All right, salute everybody. Appreciate all y'all for tapping on in. Like, share, subscribe as y'all come in the building. And let's talk about this. As Buddy Hield, man, excellent game last night. JJ Redick, the fake head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, who for some reason escapes serious criticism, which he should never be able to escape, may have ran off Luka Doncic with his brash comments aimed at Luka Doncic when he could have just said Luka's name. If you're gonna call him out, be a man. If you're gonna call Luka out, be a man. But see, JJ Redick isn't that. JJ Redick should get no respect whatsoever. This dude condemned a lot of people, talked down on a lot of people, and he got exposed. He got his ass handed to him. Easy work in the first round. Easy work. And to me, that should be a fireable offense, especially when you fired Darvin Ham. You understand what I'm saying? Um, and that's all I think about. I think that, again, JJ Redick should suffer uh, at being fired. If I'm the LA Lakers, you got a coach like Mike Malone walking around here, I'm going to get him. There ain't no way I'm sitting out here leaving Mike Malone out here uh, on the market. I'm going right after Mike Malone because Mike Malone has championship experience. Mike Malone is a very good coach. And again, Mike Malone is a guy that I could trust more in a situation with a Luka Doncic than JJ Redick. JJ Redick is loyal to one guy, LeBron James. That's it. So, at the end of the day, when you think of it like that, and he's going to do all of LeBron's bidding because, LeBron's the one that put him in the game without no experience. That's the situation. But again, big teeth Buddy Hield, man. And, I try to tell people, man, this dude right here, man, bro, I got a lot of love and respect for Buddy Hield, man. I get on Buddy a lot, man. Buddy Hield came up huge. And I'm talking about his dividends paid off in this series. Buddy Hield won 2 games for this team in this series. I see a lot of people talking about Steph Curry. Oh, Tiki, what about Steph? Man, get out of here, bro. Steph Curry ended up playing well down the stretch in the fourth quarter. But Buddy Hield's the one who won this game. Buddy Hield, with all those shots he made in the first half, this game could have been the Houston Rockets could have ran the Golden State Warriors out the gym. Buddy Hield, even when all the other guys didn't have it going, Draymond was doing well. What you call it? It was okay, Jimmy Butler, but they weren't playing well enough to where if the Houston Rockets were just forceful, this game would have been over with. But again, Buddy Hield came out and put it down. He laid his bid down, man. This man had 6 threes in the first half. I told people he's gonna hit over 6 threes last night. This man had 6 threes in the first half. In the first half, just went crazy with it. And you got to respect that. I respect that Buddy Hield came out, stood on business, man. Sometimes that's exactly what you have to do. You have to stand on business sometimes. And that's exactly what Big T Buddy Hield did. He stood on business. And I can't do nothing but respect the game, man. I like Buddy a lot, man, for what he, just represent, man. The dude got a lot of heart, man. I like dudes like that. Dudes like Buddy Hield who step up, got a lot of heart, a lot of pride, believe in themselves, want to be great. I respect the cat, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm happy for Buddy, man. I'm happy that Buddy stepped up and, did what he did, man. Buddy Hield saved the season. It shows y'all that's a great investment by the Golden State Warriors. Great pickup to go get Buddy. Remember, Buddy did not play much at all for the Philadelphia 76ers in the playoffs. They had him on the bench. They didn't even relegate him as being playable. Buddy Hield goes in this series in 2 games and helps get them 2 games in this series, bro. That's major, bro. And he saved the season. Last night, Buddy Hield saved the season for the Golden State Warriors, man. You got to give him his credit, man. Again, man. That dude saved the season. The way he shot the lights out the basketball, man, he made Houston have to adjust their defense to focus on him. And that's not what Houston wanted to do. They wanted to stay focused on Steph Curry and those guys. And so, again, man, Buddy Hield, like I said before, you said Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers wasn't the coach. You're blocked natural immunity. The coach wasn't Doc Rivers with Philly, sir. Sorry. Doc Rivers was not the coach. The coach was old boy that came from Toronto, Nick Nurse. But he needed a doctor. So you're blocked for capping. Anyways, though, so as I said to you guys, right, Buddy Hield. And again, man, bro, this dude, man, you talking about big time performance, man. Man, bro, big time performance. Well, we're not worried about Steph. The reason why we're not worried about Steph Curry was playing like ass before the fourth quarter. Steph Curry could have messed around and got them beat the way he was playing. Steph Curry did not come out standing on business. The Houston Rockets tricked up this game. They was playing games, and what the Houston Rockets did was they came out all nervous and stuff like that, and not playing right, and too much pressure on themselves. And then again, Jaylen Green, like I told you, he's trash. But Buddy Hield, again, he won this game. I'm gonna give him his credit. I seen on NBA TV they talking about Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. That was highly disrespectful. The guy who held this game together was Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield doesn't go off and hit 6 threes in the first half. They might lose this game. It might not even get to a chance where Steph Curry can do anything in the fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm giving Buddy Hield all his credit today. And listen, I like Steph Curry, but Buddy Hield getting all his credit over here. Sorry, Buddy Hield won that game. Anybody think Buddy Hield didn't win that game? You a damn fool. There ain't no other question about it. Buddy Hield does not come out there hitting 6 threes. Go watch how he made his shots too. He doesn't hit 6 threes in the first half. I'm telling y'all this. I'm telling y'all. This is a whole different game. You know what I'm saying? But, man, shout out to the boy, man. I mean, because he, like I said before, and I was listening to his post-game interview, man. Humble cat, man. I like Buddy, man. You know what I'm saying? And I like the fact that he stuck with it. And one thing about Buddy, he lets nobody shake his confidence. I've noticed that throughout his career. He lets nobody shake his confidence, bro. This dude going to shoot the rock. And he's solidifying himself as a real three-point shooter because if you look at his career, he's shooting around 40% from the three all these years. That's insane. That's like real levels. And this is where you really make your bones as a great shooter in the playoffs. So when you get in the playoffs, you can shoot in the regular season. Some guys can't shoot in the playoffs. When you get in the playoffs and you shooting the lights out that thing, now what you're doing is putting yourself in elite territory as far as shooting is concerned. You know what I'm saying? And he's been pretty consistent so far in the playoffs shooting the basketball. He has been at a very good percentage shooting the basketball from the three in the playoffs, man. And so he did very good last night. Great job, I should say. And he saved the Warriors season. Hands down saved the Warriors season. So the Houston Rockets, again, they got to go ahead and make that deal, go get KD. The Houston Rockets there. Bro, Jaylen Green is over it. I mean, the dude was laughing after the game, bro. He was smiling. You had dudes that was on the bench crying. Tari Eason was tore up over there on the bench because he knew he made big mistakes that helped them lose that game. You know, and so he was hurt. But then you watch a guy like Jaylen Green. Jaylen Green's over there laughing, dapping up with the Warriors players. Bro, you a clown. Straight up, bro. That was your last game in Houston. Ime Udoka's got you on the next thing going, buddy. He got you on the next thing smoking. You out of here. Point blank period. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing else about it. You're out. Get adios. Goodbye. Get your ass out of here, sir. You got to tap out. So, yeah, he's gone. Jaylen Green played his last game last night. There ain't no way in hell Ime Udoka's going to hold on to that guy. He wants that guy out of there, bro. And I told all these dudes, they didn't want to listen to me. They want to argue with me about basketball. Now, picture that. Picture these dudes arguing with me about basketball. Talking about, hey, Tiki, come on, man. I'm telling you right now, man. These dudes crazy as hell, man. Putting their faith in Jaylen Green. I told them dudes, man. This is why I already knew this easy money. When it went to game 7, oh, yeah, nigga, what you going to say now? Nigga? Nothing. Golden State Warriors in 7. Because I already know what Jaylen Green going to do. He literally scores single digits in every game except for one. Come on, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. And then Shaq over there giving him a pass, talking about something. Nah, I don't give him no pass. He need to get cooked. He was ass and trash. Shaq over there trying to get that man a pass. For what? You don't get no pass for mediocrity, nigga. No way, no how. So I was mad about that. Shaq over there trying to give him a pass. Trying to give him a pass for it, dog. He don't get no pass. You trying to give him a pass. Shaq ought to be ashamed of himself. Shaquille O'Neal ought to be ashamed of himself. Yeah, because see, I'm going to tell you something, man. The truth is that, you know, Jaylen, he could have played better. Nah, that nigga was ass, period. Call him out for what he is, man. The nigga's trash, bro. It's trash, bro. That shit was unacceptable. What he put on the court in this whole series was unacceptable, bro. Except that one game he had 38. That's unacceptable, bro. He lost his team the series. And Shaq need to be able to say that. Don't give him no pass. Y'all niggas don't hold off on other people. So why you giving him a pass? That's what I asked. I asked Shaq straight up. Why is you giving him a pass and y'all don't give other cats a pass? Nah, man, don't give him no pass. The nigga been in the league like 4 years. That shit was horrible. I could see if Jaylen Green was playing bad. That nigga was horrible. He lost the series. Jaylen Green lost the series. He lost the series. So when you look at it like that, man, nigga lost the series, bro. Lost the series. Nothing else to say. Shit was embarrassing, man. So again, we look at these different situations, you guys, and we say, damn, dog. You know, it was an unfortunate situation for them. You get a guy like that, you get in a series like that, and you lose like that, man, it hurts. Straight up. But again, this is what happens when you're Jaylen Green and you're not ready to roll. And he wasn't. He got exposed. So he's going to have to get himself out of that situation. You know what I'm saying? With a different team. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing I agree with Kendrick Perkins said too. That's not going to be with that team. He's going to have to do this with a different team as far as getting his life together, whatever he's going to do, because as far as basketball is concerned, because I'm just telling y'all, man, that dude, man, again, bro, for you to look like that, with the game, with the season on the line, it's a disgrace. You're a disgrace, brother. You shouldn't even, he shouldn't even have no consideration for nothing. He's an embarrassment, man. I was so embarrassed watching that nigga play, man. I felt bad for the fans. I was like, man, I feel bad for the Rocket fans having to watch this nigga. Like, that nigga, man, that nigga don't use nothing that he got in his advantage. He don't use none of his athleticism to his advantage. Nothing. Like, he literally didn't care. He literally folded the tent, man. That was embarrassing, bro. That was embarrassing. But yeah, back to the fakers. So yeah, JJ Redick, like I said before, man, bro, he's a chump, man. JJ Redick is a clown, bro. And I am thoroughly pleased at JJ Redick getting exposed. Thoroughly pleased. There's nothing that pleases me more than watching JJ Redick get exposed, because he's ass. And I've been telling people this. JJ Redick is ass. I don't know why cats don't want to listen or why they think this is out of the realm, but again, bro, you know what I'm saying? JJ Redick gonna come out here out of all the shit that happened. Luka led you in scoring, all that shit. And you gonna call out Luka when you're trying to re-sign him? You know what I'm saying? But not LeBron James. You'll call out Luka, but not LeBron. Get out of here, man. I'd have been mad as hell if I was some other cats, man. So if I'm Luka, why would I re-sign with this bum when I see that he's loyal and dedicated to LeBron James? You know what I'm saying? You said how he asked after 1 year. He won 50 games. He asked, nigga. I said he asked, nigga. What you talk about, nigga? They hate, nigga. That's facts, nigga. Jaylen Green is ass, nigga. Point blank period, dog. The nigga folded under the pressure, nigga. He already was a bad player. He's nothing but a reincarnated Ricky Davis, nigga. That's it. All he want to do, he don't know how to play basketball. He don't understand how to get the spots. He don't understand how to get the positions. He can't play with his back to the basket. He has nothing. Period. He has nothing. Let me say this again. He has nothing. Period, dog. You don't know shit about basketball. Your name is Fat Boy King. You fat for a reason. You don't know shit about basketball, brother. The hell wrong with you, nigga? That nigga was ass during the regular season. I was telling you this. All he do is shoot a bunch of shots. Nigga shoot a low percentage, a bunch of shots, no basketball IQ. And the nigga ain't got no heart. That nigga ain't got no heart either, nigga. You praising a nigga like that, man, nigga? Shut up, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Let me block your stupid ass. Shut your stupid ass up, nigga. You block, nigga. Called yourself Fat Boy King, nigga. Go get on the diet, nigga. Jenny Craig, nigga. Come in here running your mouth to me, nigga. Fuck wrong with you, boy. Nigga, you a dumb boy. Coming here talking that shit, nigga. That nigga, and like I said before, that nigga ain't got no post game. That nigga scared to get to the rack. That nigga ain't got no consistent jump shot. He got no mid-range game. He got nothing. All he do is drive to the rack. And then he wasn't even being forceful doing that. Nigga, in the NBA, nigga, you can get about 6 points just off running in transition. Then in the half court, he can get about 6 points, 7 points, just taking it to the basket strong. Then he get about 5 or 6 points from the free throw line. Nigga, that's 18 points right there. Just off hustle. No skill, no jump shot, no nothing. He couldn't even do that. That nigga was getting 8 points, 6 points. And really, he scored in trash time when the game was over last night. Man, nigga, shut up, nigga. Coming here running your mouth to real niggas who know basketball, nigga. Go do some sit-ups, nigga. What do you do? Where they find these clowns at on YouTube, y'all? I don't know where they find these niggas at, man. They don't come around here talking about some, hey, man, nigga, chump, man. Straight up, he got exposed, bro. Period. He, exactly what I told them dudes he was. Ass. Talking about they 150. That shit don't mean nothing when you get smoked in the first round, nigga. You a number 2 seed and you get smoked in the first round, nigga, in a series you picked to win. Fuck out of here, nigga. And that game was on the table last night. Steph Curry and them was not coming out here playing well last night. They was not. The Houston Rockets did not want it, and he was one of the main reasons. So don't you ever come in here running your mouth talking about something. Hey, man, because Jaylen Green, man, shut up, nigga. You know nothing about basketball, bro. You know nothing about basketball, man. Don't come in here talking to us, man. We don't give bums passes over here, bro. Jaylen Green, like I said, dude, that nigga paint his fingernails, running around here with America's Next Top Thought and looking like a fool. Straight up. And you sitting over here capping for Jaylen Green, man. Be quiet, dog. Like I said, man, go paint your fingernails with him. Go paint your fingernails with him. Y'all got beat by a dude that can't close his mouth. I don't want to hear nothing else from you, dog. You got beat by a dude that can't close his mouth, dog. We don't want to hear nothing else from you, bro. We don't trust you. You got beat by a dude that can't close his mouth, bro. Gums and teeth, nigga. That's it. That's the guy you got beat by. Gums and teeth. So, most deaf. Nobody want to hear nothing from you, dog. This nigga over here talking that crazy shit, man. Who the hell you think he talking to, man? Nigga, use a buck dancing bonanza, nigga. These dudes don't know basketball. They extra emotional, right? They extra emotional. And they just come in here talking. They literally come in here talking. Emotional ass nigga, man. Oh, Carl Thomas ass nigga. I'm emotional and I can't let go. Ass nigga. This nigga ought to be ashamed of himself, nigga. Yeah, he ought to be ashamed of himself. How you out here looking like that, nigga? Like I said, nigga, oh, Carl Thomas ass nigga. Right? He said he got more points than I got subscribers. LeBron James, brother. This is like my 5th channel, nigga. Go look at my main channels, nigga. I got channels. I got one channel with damn near 200. I got another channel with damn near 100. What is you talking about, bro? This is like my 4th or 5th channel, bro. Show block your stupid ass. These clowns don't even know I got another channel that's got 200. What's wrong with these bums, man? Sit your ass down, little boy. Little boy, little boy, little boy, little boy, little boy. Sit your ass down, nigga. Yeah, man. These dudes is chumps. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, y'all got beat by a dude again. Gums and teeth. Point blank period. Ran y'all off the court. Rack them up, shawty. Straight like that. Rack them up. Straight like that. Rack them up. We ain't got nothing else to say. Rack them up. Buddy Hield saved the season for the Warriors. That's all there is to it. I don't want to hear no excuses. They need to give Buddy Hield all his flowers because he saved the season. Even Jimmy, all them dudes talking about Steph, they know what time it was. Buddy Hield saved the season. Why? Because Buddy Hield made it so that Steph Curry and them could come play, big enough down the stretch, right? That's what they did. Steph Curry and them made it so that it was big enough down the stretch. Straight up. When you get down the stretch of these games, you have to be able to get there. Shit, Buddy Hield hit 6 threes to get him there in the first half. That man dropped 33. Great signing by the Golden State Warriors, bro. Great pickup by the Warriors, bro. Great pickup, man. And great job by Buddy. I'm going to tell you something. It's hard, man, sometimes to be able to not know how many times you're going to get the ball, this, that, or the third. And then shout out to the Warriors team for finding him. Because once he got cooking in that first half, they kept finding him. I'm mad they went away from him in the third quarter. They froze that nigga out in the third quarter. That nigga was supposed to come out frying them niggas in the third quarter. They ain't get him no shots in the third quarter. They kept, I don't know what Steve Kerr like about Pominski, bro. Pominski is horrible, bro. Why do Steve Kerr like Pominski? I don't understand that. I don't understand why Steve Kerr like Pominski. I really don't. I don't understand why he like Pominski, bro. Because to me, Pominski is ass. Shout out to Gerald in the Cash App with the donation. Salute to you, brother. Got through $25 donation this morning, man. I appreciate it, dog. Shit, don't let them trolls. You ain't worried about the troll, man. I step on trolls. You know what I mean? Straight up. Straight up, man. You got a guy shoot the rock like Buddy, man. I mean, Buddy, let that thing, he squeezed that thing, bro. Period. You know what I'm saying? He squeezed first, asked questions last. And that's the difference between Buddy Hield and Jaylen Green, too. Buddy Hield have no fear, bro. You got to respect a guy like that. That dude got no fear shooting the rock, bro. He don't care if he going to miss, whatever. But most of the time, he going to make it. You get him a good look. You get Buddy good looks, he going to knock that shit down. Matter of fact, let me see what Buddy is shooting. I got to see what he's shooting right now for the playoffs. Because I'm pretty sure his percentage went up. Let me see. From the 3. Let me see. Shout out to the Bahamas, too, man. Buddy Hield put the Bahamas on the... He put them niggas on the grill. Buddy played... He averaged 15 a game in his career, too. He's a very good NBA player. Very good NBA player, bro. Buddy shot 37 from the 3 this year. His percentage went down a little bit the last couple of years because he was shooting 40 for his career. Now he's at 39% for his career. So his percentage brought his career three-point shooting to 39%. Buddy was right around a 40% three-point shooter for his career, right? Then when you look at him in the playoffs this year, man, I mean, bruh, Buddy is shooting 42% from the 3 this year. Bro, Buddy is balling, bro. Buddy shoots 42% from the 3 in the playoffs. Think about that, y'all. Think about that. And you see the drastic difference, bro. You know what I'm saying? You see the drastic difference with Buddy, man. He's playing double the minutes he played in Philly in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? You got to give him his props, man. Got to give him his props, bro. A lot of respect for Buddy Hield, man. A lot of respect for Buddy Hield, man. You know what I'm saying? That Warriors and T-Wolves series gonna be tough. The reason why is because shout out to my boy Atlantean in the building, man. Atlantean. But that's the best thing that happened is that they played Buddy. Because I'm gonna tell you something, Buddy. They would have played Gary Payton the second day they lost. Buddy Hield saved that season, man. Buddy Hield saved the season, and Jaylen Green killed it for the Rockets. I know that nigga Atlantean seasoned with Jaylen Green. I know how Atlantean moved. That nigga Atlantean, you seen that nigga laughing after the game, bro? That nigga a whole. That nigga Jaylen Green was laughing after the game, man. Bro, them niggas disrespected you, everything, nigga. And you over there laughing with the Warriors after the game, dapping them niggas up, man. You see Tari East and them dudes crying on the bench, and Jaylen Green is laughing on the sideline, bro. That nigga a clown, bro. Straight up, man. With that type of shit, you might as well go on back and get James Harden. Period. You might as well do that. No doubt about it. You might as well do that. You might as well do that. Yeah, man. You might as well go back. Yeah, no, I'll be honest with you, man. Real talk, man. Because the way Jaylen Green played, bro, man, ain't no dice, bro. No dice. But I will say, and I'm going to say it again, they're going to get I will say this again. They're going to get they're gonna get KD. They're gonna get KD, and KD's gonna change life for them for the next 2 or 3 years. KD's gonna help them. I like KD with that team. There's certain teams I don't like KD with. I like KD with that team. Right? I like KD with that team. That team, I like KD with. Martin.
Good morning, Tiggy.
Man, Jaylen Green is horrible, man.
Look, Jaylen Green is one of the most overrated young talents I've ever seen in my life.
Ever, bro. Ever. He gotta be worse than Ricky Davis, bro.
Oh, yeah, I agree. When you said Ricky Davis, I really was like, oh my God, that is absolutely the best comparison.
But
Ricky
guess what?
Davis.
Ricky Davis would have went out that bitch with about 20 shots, not 8 every game.
Absolutely. And there's one thing I want to say about Buddy Hield. Keep in mind, when Buddy Hield started this season, they got off to a 9-1 start. So he was already comfortable with this offense. He hit a couple of injuries during the season, but he's always been a sniper. You know what I'm saying? Even in Sacramento, even when he got traded, we ended up going to the Pelicans. He was still a sniper. Remember, they tried to pick him up at one point to spread the floor. I love his confidence, but the thing about Buddy Hield, just like John Stark,
Right.
feast or famine. He can carry for a series, or he can be ice cold for a series. So you never know what, and that's always been the scouting report on Buddy Hield. So I just like the fact that he came up big in Game 7. He should have ended that series or ended that Game 7 with 45 points if it wasn't for that freeze out in the third quarter. And
consistent.
This loss 100% on Jaylen Green because your point guard is supposed to control your offense.
Right.
And what's the point of getting to Game 7 if you're just going to fold down the stretch?
Man, bro. Martavian, bro. Them niggas folded, bro. Them niggas folded. My brother, what you got, man? I see you in here.
I'm going to just say this. I feel disrespected because I root for the Pistons and I root for the Warriors. But Cade Cunningham, my whole thing was these was niggas was saying Jaylen Green was better than Cade Cunningham, comparing these guys. And you go, and he's been doing this all year. This ain't even just this playoff series.
Mm-hmm.
He will have a 38-point game, 30-point game. He have a month where he going crazy. Then he have 5 or 10 straight games where he's scoring double digits or he just chucking up shots. But I do want to say this to you. I don't know if you've been watching the Warriors, but Buddy Hield has been horribly inefficient and inconsistent, which is the reason why he hasn't been playing that much. I do thank him because he definitely saved the season. But
no, he's one of the, but he don't lose confidence. That's the thing. Buddy Hield does not lose confidence.
Yes, he
no,
does.
No. You're not listening.
No. You're wrong because I watched the Warriors.
My brother. You're not gonna cut me off on my channel, bro. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. You're not gonna cut me off on my channel, you bad breath motherfucker. He don't lose confidence, nigga. Last night proves that shit, you dumb son of a bitch. Because if he would have lost confidence, he wouldn't have been able to show up and do what he did last night.
There's a difference between
Buddy Hield's one of those guys you can put anywhere on the bench. He's never going to lose confidence. Period. He doesn't lose confidence in him shooting the basketball, bro. He doesn't lose that, bro. That's the one thing I like about Buddy Hield, bro. Martavian,
Yes,
You
sir.
lose confidence when a coach lose confidence in you and bench you. The coach has benched Buddy Hield during the season. He's been erratic with his minutes during the season, and Buddy Hield's still right there in Game 7.
Yeah, there's a difference between inconsistency and losing confidence and just like giving up on plays. Yeah, he's been taken out of the starting lineup, put on the bench, back in the starting lineup, and he still comes out firing. I rather
Facts.
I rather have a player to do that than if I have to sit him on the bench and the next time I put him in the starting lineup, he's
Right.
trigger shy. He don't want to shoot, or he pouting, or look. That's the
And he
one
don't
thing I've
get
never
those
seen. It's the one.
Montavian. He don't get those type of shots every game. So you have to stay ready to be in a position to step up in a Game 7 like that.
Absolutely. And I've been watching the Warriors. I've been watching the Warriors ever since this magical run for them has happened. They have never had even if we want to talk about inconsistent, Clay was inconsistent his whole career with Golden State. Similar to Buddy Hield. The only difference is Clay got more playoff moments than Buddy Hield. This was Buddy Hield's first real playoff moment where he shined, and he took advantage of it. We Game 7. We can argue that Game 7 has probably the most pressure on win or go home. The most pressure on you, and he showed up. And look, if the Warriors didn't win this damn game and they suffered their second 3-1 lead blown, they would have broke it up. That's what I feel. Kerr would have been fired. They'd have broke this
Nah,
up.
they wouldn't have fired Kerr. Kerr has a different. Kerr would not have been fired, bro. And I disagree with you about Clay being inconsistent. The thing was that Clay over his career, he'd have sessions where he was so hot that when he wasn't, you thought he was inconsistent. So let me give you an example. Clay was shooting the ball so crazy insane. I'm talking about Clay would go on stretches where he shoots 60 from the three. And then sometimes he shoot 35 and you'd be like, damn, Clay is off. But the nigga shooting 35 from the three, which is solid. You know what I'm saying? So it looks like that from his standards. Now, when he got later in his career, you're right about that, Martavian. He went inconsistent when he got later in his career. He got very inconsistent, but he still was shooting around 40 from the three. That's the crazy part. But
you know what? When you break that down, I take that original statement back. Yeah.
Yeah. Because when you think about, I know what you're trying to say. Because it's like that nigga would shoot so insane, bro. When he shoot normal, you be like, man, what the hell wrong with this nigga? Like this nigga ain't, you know what I'm saying? But he was shooting so stupid. Like when he's shooting 65% from the three and scorching, then when he come back down to earth and he's shooting 37, 36, you're like, hold on, what the hell wrong with Clay? But when you look at, you're like, damn, hold on, 37, 36, that's damn near one of the best 3-point shooters in the league.
He just set the bar so high for himself.
Right. See what I'm saying? So then when you look at a guy like Buddy Hield is one of the best percentage 3-point shooters in the NBA. He's probably like one of the top 15 percentage 3-point shooters in NBA history. Buddy Hield shoots right at 40% from the three for his career, nigga. Now, and this nigga gonna tell me, oh, he lose confidence. That nigga ain't lose no confidence, nigga.
Yeah,
you put a nigga in Game 7 with everything, with the season on the line, and that nigga comes in and that shit ain't touching nothing but the bottom of the net. Man, that nigga, you can't nigga trying to argue with me on my channel about that, nigga. Crazy as hell, nigga.
Everywhere he went, he would get his shots up. No matter what, he will get his shots up.
Always right around 38, 39, 40% from the three. Look at his numbers. Look at his stats for everywhere he went. Even last year in the playoffs for Philly, guess what, bro? The man shot 42% from the three. He just didn't play that many minutes. Only played 12 minutes a game in the playoffs.
So how do you think the Warriors going to match up against the T-Wolves?
Man, it's all on the role players, bro. And I don't like Pominski. I don't know why Steve Kerr likes Pominski. I hate that mofo, bro.
What do you hate about his game?
Everything.
Okay.
But it's going to be on the role players, bro. Because I'm going to tell you something. Minnesota got that size and they got matchups. They got size to defend and they got guards to defend and chase Steph Curry. Ime gave you a blueprint on what you can do with Steph Curry, just as far as making it tough for him. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to make Steph Curry work extra hard. Look how hard he worked in the first round, bro. So you drew that first round. Now you go get Minnesota, a team that got bigger guards, that are athletic, that can move like that. Minnesota made easy work of the Lakers, bro. Think about what I just said to you. Minnesota made easy work of the Lakers.
Yeah, but the Lakers have a dollar store coach.
No. Hold on. But let's keep it real. The Lakers don't have horrible personnel. They don't, bro.
They
They
don't.
made easy work.
JJ just played stupid ass lineups, bro.
Yeah, they made easy work of the Lakers, bro. Easy work. So
My
Minnesota is scary to me, bro, because like I said, those guards they got that can defend, come in, length, athleticism, bro.
Tick, you tell me this ticket. Golden State can't that five that they rolled out there yesterday against Houston. They can't play that five against Minnesota, dog.
No,
Because
they won't. I mean, you playing that
yeah,
five against them because
they
that's the way the
can.
matchup. That's the way the
Yeah,
matchup came to you.
Yeah, winner
In this
takes
case,
all.
they
yeah,
gonna need Looney. Looney gonna play some pivotal minutes in this series, in my
Well, no,
opinion.
Looney gonna play all playoffs. I mean, he's gonna play in the playoffs with. I mean, he always go to Looney, but again, this is one of them situations where again they're gonna play double bigs. So Steve Kerr is gonna have to make a decision because I'm gonna tell you something. Julius
Mhm.
Randle ain't gonna let you off the hook.
Nope.
I think
You
he
can't
He's
put
not
no
gonna
got
let
Jimmy
you.
abused
Butler
right
on him.
now.
Jimmy Butler gonna get in foul trouble trying to guard Julius Randle.
Right, Julius Randle's not gonna let you off the hook. So they're gonna have to make a decision because who's gonna guard Rudy? Draymond's gonna guard Rudy if they play
Yeah.
small.
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Definitely. But then who guards Ant? If Jimmy's on Julius Randle, who's on Ant? Now you got to play Kaminga. You can't put
Yeah,
Pods or Curry on Ant. He gonna eat him up.
I'm with you. I definitely would start two bigs. I would start Draymond and I would start Looney in that series. I definitely would do it. I'm not
Hmm.
doing the JJ Redick 2.0 and
Can
trying to
you
play
hear
small
me
ball.
out?
I'm not doing that shit.
Ticket, hear me out. Let's say you let Ant get off and you shut everybody else down. Do you think that's a good
They
strategy?
ain't doing that. You're not shutting everybody else down that team. It's not happening. It's not happening, bro. You're not shutting it because they guards is way too big. They're
Mm.
not shutting everybody else down. The Warriors play small guards. Pominski and them niggas too small, man.
Yeah. Jaden
Bro,
McDaniels, there's gonna be a 15, 20 point per game series for Jaden McDaniels, bro. Jaden McDaniels gonna get some buckets this
yeah,
series.
you're not shutting those guys down. They don't have the lockdown guard. They got Jimmy in them, but again, the T Wolves, man, they got big guards, bro, that are athletic, that can score the basketball in multitude of ways, and they play smart basketball. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And they're gonna get in you defensively, so they're gonna make Steph work. You know what I'm saying? They're going to take some of what you saw this series with Houston, make Steph work. And the thing is that I told you, it's this series is going to be all about the role players with the Golden State Warriors. Buddy Hield's going to have another big series. Then you're going to have Gary Payton's going to have to play well this series. Then you're going to have what you call it play well, man. Pominski's going to have to play well. He's going to be getting minutes. He's going to have
Kaminga
to
gonna
play
get
well.
minutes too. I think they're gonna have to put Kaminga a lot on Ant.
Right. And then here's the thing. uh Jimmy Butler, he's got to be huge, and Steph's got to be huge for them to win this series. So this is a way tougher series than the Houston Rockets series for the
I
Warriors.
think so too. Yeah,
Let
facts.
me ask a
This
question.
got
Was
7 games. This got 7 games written all over this series too. At least 6. It ain't
Yeah.
gonna end quick.
let me ask a question. Was Ant Man on the team when Jimmy Butler was calling
Nah,
out Minnesota?
nah.
No, no, that was Zach LaVine.
Okay.
Yeah, and wasn't a part of that. But see, that's another thing though. Ant Man see. Here's the thing: who you gonna put on Ant Man? You talking
Exactly.
about putting Jimmy? You talking about putting Jimmy Butler on Julius Randle? No, they're gonna probably have Jimmy Butler on Ant Man.
Yeah, with the
The only two people the only two people in my opinion that Golden State could put on Ant are Kaminga and Butler. That's it. No one else could guard him.
Mm-hmm. That's facts, bro.
Moses Moody can't guard him.
That's facts.
Buddy Hield can't guard him. Gary Payton has the ability, but he's too small.
That's another thing, yo. They had midgets out. You see how small Golden State looked out there last night, bro?
They did, bro. They look small as shit.
my
Yeah,
my
bro.
thing is the only thing that T Wolves I see the T Wolves doing is trying to match Golden State shot for shot. And if they go on one of them cold streaks like they did in Game 5, they were fortunate.
Nah, they don't have to do that because the T Wolves are a highly defensive juggernaut. That team is a defensive juggernaut, bro. Those dudes defend on that perimeter,
They
bro.
lock in, bro.
Those
Facts.
guards play defense, bro. So they don't even. It's not even going to be about trying to go score for score. Remember, the Warriors couldn't even really score too much over 100 last night, bro.
Yeah,
That was
they
a
went
low
through a
scoring
couple
game last night.
droughts too. They went
Yeah,
through a couple droughts where they went 4 or 5 minutes without making a field goal yesterday.
we've seen that in series with the Golden State Warriors that went through drought. So don't
Yeah.
just make it seem like they can go out there and score 115, 120 points. That's not a guarantee, bro. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
but what I'm saying is, we all know that the Rockets are a little bit better defensively than
Nah, I
Minnesota.
disagree. I disagree. I totally disagree.
Yeah, I do too.
Minnesota's a
Rockets can't play
way
defense like Minnesota.
Minnesota just hasn't had their whole team together all season because they had different injuries. But Minnesota is a way better defensive team when they lock in, bro. Bro, I just
Yeah.
told you, listen, the Lakers got great damn players on that team. They shut them niggas down, nigga. They made that shit look crazy. And so you had Luka average 30, LeBron average 25, and all that other shit, they shut that shit all over. They shut that shit out. Austin Reeves, all that other shit, yeah, they shut all that other shit down.
So it sounds like you're leaning towards Minnesota in 6.
Damn right. I ain't gonna say that. I'm leaning towards them in the series.
Okay.
I'm going
But yeah,
Minnesota in 7.
if I had to pick a number, I would say 6. And I don't want to pick against the Warriors. But I had to tell you what I see. And what I see from the Minnesota Timberwolves, man, bro, them niggas got the matchups, man. Them niggas damn sure got the matchups, bro.
The great thing about it is you're able to break it down, not just say Minnesota, but you're able to break it down with their defense, their offense, their personnel. So I can see that. I definitely can see that. Now, selfishly, I want Curry to get another one. Selfishly. But the role that he's going to have to get through this Minnesota team, he's going to have to be historic. This series is going to either make or break how you view if he's a clutch player in big moments or not.
Yeah.
Because I think
I'd love to ask all y'all a question, both y'all a question real quick. Who benefits the most from winning a championship this year? Is it Steph? Y'all think?
of course.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that, and you can agree or disagree with me if you want to, the narrative has always been LeBron is a better player of this era. LeBron controls this era. He not only got Curry not only got one without a super team in 2022. If he gets one in 2025 with this cast of characters playing small ball, by the way, yeah, and it's his 5th.
I agree, bro. I agree, especially when the 2010 decade is considered the LeBron decade. If Curry wins again, that would give him one more ring than LeBron in 6 less seasons. So
and another thing that you have to put the icing on top of that, Curry's not alienating himself with the media. LeBron is.
Oh, the media loves Curry. Media loves Curry. Curry can't do no wrong. You know what I mean? And he's smart for that. He's smart for playing that.
Well, Curry could have did wrong if he'd have blew another 3-1 lead. That the
man. Oh yeah, they would have cooked him. Oh yeah, nah, you ain't lying. The pressure was on him yesterday. The pressure was on him, and I think that's why he had a pretty rough first half. But he came out in the second half and did his thing.
But
20 points in the second half. Yeah, he did his thing.
Right. Ime knows how to defend Curry. He just does. He learned from his mistakes in the final, and ever since then, he has a blueprint to stop because he knows that the Warriors' offense goes how good Curry is shooting and how good Curry is getting off in the game. So he likes to add that pressure. And I think moving forward, OKC, the Rockets, and even Minnesota are going to be the teams to beat the next 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I agree with you. Everybody thought Ime coached bad. I don't think Ime coached bad. I totally disagree with that notion that Ime coached bad. My thing was that he had players that was inconsistent and he needed to be there for him. Jaylen Green, them dudes left him hanging. Point blank, period. Nothing else to it.
Yeah.
Jaylen Green is probably the most overrated player in the NBA, in my opinion, bro. He is so overrated. He's not as good as people. He's good. He's just not as good as people make him.
Those type of minutes, you gotta perform, bro. You playing 30-something plus minutes, bro. You gotta perform. You're a star player in the playoffs, bro.
Yeah, bro. You need more than 8 points,
and
6
Jaylen
points,
Green,
whatever it
he
is.
put his team at risk. He did not perform, and that killed his team. Straight up.
Yep.
You're Ime, you only have but so many options once they see that, Jaylen Green's not out. They didn't have the game plan for Jaylen Green. Think about that. They didn't have the game plan for Jaylen Green. I told you, I love the Houston Rockets team. I just don't like Jaylen Green. You put any other top 5, top 10 superstar in there for Jaylen Green, bro. The
Swap,
Houston Rockets got a chance to win a
swap, hey,
championship.
swap Jalen Green and Cade Cunningham. Let me see what happens.
Well, they'll be hold on. They'll be better. They'll be much better than what they would have won this series. They'll
They
be
would
much
have
better
won
than
this
what they
series,
are.
absolutely, bro.
I'm not gonna say they would have won a championship with him, but they would have won this series. But I'm gonna say this: they have to. Ime is gonna do it. I'm telling you, I know how he thinks. That is over with. What they got going on with that dude, man. He's out of there, bro. He out of there, bro.
You think Ime? You think they fire Ime?
No, I'm talking about
Oh.
Jaylen Green.
Oh yeah, I would use him to try and trade for KD. I would try and get KD
No,
in
no, he
Houston.
is. No, it's going down, bro.
Oh yeah,
And,
he
and
getting
watch
traded.
watch how much better the Houston Rockets going to be when they get KD. Watch
Oh,
how
forget
much
about it.
better everybody else is going to play because the game going to
Oh,
be
forget
easier.
about it, dude. Oh
Watch.
my God, the Rockets will be sickening with KD, bro.
The
They could win
Rockets
the
will
chip
be
with
Boston
KD.
West. They will be Boston West with KD.
And I'm not even the biggest KD fan. I'm not even gonna hold you. I agree with Ticket when I've heard Ticket go off on KD and I stand with Ticket on that. KD's a great player, don't get me wrong, but people overrate him as well, bro. I'm sorry. When you're that great, you got to figure out how you got to
Well,
win.
KD did it to himself by the teams and stuff he put himself on.
Absolutely.
This Houston
Just
Rockets
like
team,
that.
this Houston Rockets team is the perfect type of team for him. This reminds me of the old OKC Thunder team.
Absolutely.
That Houston Rockets team. That's why I
Mhm.
told y'all, like, these are the type of teams KD need to be on, bro. Not that super team shit with you and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal and all that other bullshit. Nah, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? This
Yeah.
reminds me, the Houston Rockets, I told y'all, I like that team. To me, I would invest in a Ben Thompson. I would keep Jabari Smith. Every time I trade Jabari Smith, I ain't trading Jabari Smith.
I
I
ain't
want to
trading
keep
Jabari
Jabari
Smith either.
Smith.
I'd keep his ass.
I want
Hell
to keep him
yeah.
because I want him to learn from KD offensively how to get his shit off even better. Then, you know what I'm saying? I would move because you don't like Cam Whitmore. I'd move him in the deal with Jaylen Green, and I give
Yep.
you some picks. So
Yep.
those are the people I would move to go get KD, Cam Whitmore, Jaylen Green, and then picks, and I go get KD. And I'm gonna tell you something. All you do is throw KD right in there. You think KD ain't gonna be able to score the ball last night? Come on, man.
The
Come on,
one
bro.
thing
Like
that I do
a
like,
player like Amen Thompson is perfect for Kevin Durant. He needs more Amen Thompsons instead of Devin Booker's. He
the one
benefits more from that.
the one thing that I like about Kevin Durant, and we know he has the last 6 years he hasn't been the Kevin Durant that we know and love. But the one thing that I do love about him is when the games get tight, he goes to his go-to moves. You know, he goes to that mid-range. He goes to high percentage shots, something that we were talking about in the Lakers series. He does do that. The only thing that we can argue, well, several things, but he tried to make super teams in the last 6 years that failed miserably. And he maxed bet on himself, and none of those bets have came out. KD don't need to build his own team. He needs to just allow the
CW.
GMs to build him a team where he can be a plug and play. And
CW, you're reading this wrong, baby. You said KD couldn't win with a fellow gold medal. It's all about team construction and roster construction, the way the team was constructed. That Phoenix team was constructed poorly. KD have been on poorly constructed super teams that have failed. KD doesn't need that. KD needs a team like the Houston Rockets or like the OKC Thunder that he had before. He the one ran away from that. KD was going to the conference finals all those times to the NBA finals.
Or Detroit. Or
He
San
left
Antonio.
OKC. Yeah, KD would have won a championship in OKC, in my opinion, if he would have stayed and they would have never broke that team up. They
Yeah.
constantly had great players around him, great role players, all that. He needs a type of team, like I said, in Houston. That's the type of team he needs. They got grit and grind guys. You understand what I'm saying? They got solid point guard. They don't got guys that's trying to do too much around him, and they got guys who can do it just enough. And so I'm just telling y'all what it is. What do you mean he won't like Ime's coaching style? KD and Ime are best friends. Bree.
talk about how
KD and Ime
KD
are best.
wanted Ime over at
Yeah,
Brooklyn.
hold on. That's the part y'all don't know. KD and Ime are best friends. KD and them tried to get Ime hired in Brooklyn.
I was about to say, yeah, facts. What homie just said. He
You guys
wanted he
don't.
wanted
It's
him
some
in
stuff y'all don't
Brooklyn.
know, Bree.
Yeah.
Yeah, they best friends, Bree. KD and Ime have been best friends for years. Everybody in the NBA circles know this. They've been best friends for years. You know what I'm saying? KD respect Ime to the highest order. Remember, Ime was his assistant coach over there with Team USA too. So a lot of these different things, a lot of y'all don't know.
The Nets did
That's
not
why he
want to
tried to.
hire
Hey,
Ime after the scandal.
remember he tried to trade for KD. He tried to trade Jaylen Green for KD after they shut KD down.
Hmm.
Remember that? Remember when Ime was in Boston? That summer he tried to trade Jaylen Green for KD. I mean Jaylen
Yeah.
Brown for
Yeah.
KD. Remember that? Yeah. Shut KD down and tried to trade him for Jaylen Brown.
That's crazy work too, when you really think about it. Because Jaylen Brown ended up winning the Finals MVP.
After
Yeah.
Ime got ran out of there.
Uh, I'll tell you one
Hey,
thing though,
Montana, what do
Ticket. I
y'all?
wouldn't sleep on the Spurs getting KD either.
Nah, they ain't getting them. Hey, what do y'all think about the Lakers? Uh, JJ Redick, trying to put that shit on Luka.
You know what? That is self-serving, and it's to also serve his podcast buddy LeBron. He can't sit up there and put anything on LeBron, and we see that. The one thing that I'm glad you brought that up, Tiki. The one thing that pisses me off about this whole thing is if you're supposed to be a good coach, you're supposed to call out all your star players who played like ass. You know, he didn't. He's never gonna call out LeBron, but you're gonna call out Luka, and Luka did as much as he could with what he had in the first round. We can even say that he outplayed LeBron in the first round. He wasn't the one taking 30-foot threes missing when you up by one. You
LeBron
know, he,
was a ghost. He was Casper the Ghost in the fourth quarter in this series, bro. Casper the fucking Ghost.
and we can argue if Luka didn't get off to such of those hot starts, they wouldn't have been in none of the games in the series.
Facts. Because there was a couple games Luca had I think it was game 2. Luca had like 16 after the first quarter.
Right.
Some shit like that. He had a
He's
couple
sitting up
games like
there
that where he
trying
was
to
double digit in the first quarter.
he's doing whatever side chick does when she don't get her way. You start blaming the other dude.
Yeah.
This just proves that he's not a good coach. So if he does, how you going to resign after your coach and shit on you? How you going to look at him in the eyes in the locker room after all this shit that JJ racist is saying? And I wouldn't
But
be
how does that
surprised if
look
Luka
too,
said,
bro? Like, how does that look too, bro? Like, what if it's a situation where JJ sat down with Luca and is like, hey, man, I didn't want to put the blame on you, but with LeBron, I can't put the blame out in the like, how does that look, bro? You know what I mean? Like, if that happened type shit. Because that's the sense I'm getting.
it's not gonna happen.
JJ don't want to brush Bron the wrong way, so he's shitting on Luca.
Absolutely. And everything has to be in the media. He has to have a performance in the media. There are certain conversations that you have behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me give a parallel. I love giving parallels. When Scottie Pippen refused to go into the game in that playoff series, Kukoc hit the game winner.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knew that Pippen was wrong. When they came to Phil Jackson, he said, him and I talked. He knows what I expect out of him. And it was understood that would never happen again. Phil Jackson didn't need to shit on him. They had a team meeting. As a matter of fact, Bill Cartwright was the one that was getting in Pippen's ass more than Phil Jackson was. But there are certain conversations you have behind closed doors. You don't need to say everything in the media, especially when the damn player is already humiliated. But even Luka said there's no excuses why we should have lost game 4. So I give him respect for that. He didn't sit up there talking about he was injured. And even when they lost game 5, he didn't talk about his back injury. He just said we lost. Who put the narrative out that, oh my God, now I got an MCL strain? Every time this man gets put out, it's because of an excuse, a phantom injury. Because when they got put out by Denver, oh, it's his foot the last 2 years. Now it's his MCL. Against the Warriors in 2018, it was his hand. He
Yeah, I was
never
about to
takes
say 2018.
responsibility.
Remember that one where he quote unquote broke his hand hitting the whiteboard in the locker room? Man, fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Yeah, what's going to happen next year? Is it going to be his vulva? Is it going to break, and that's why he loses?
Man, LeBron be having me crying laughter, bro. Like, bro, that is never gonna be my goat, bro. The amount of lame ass excuses, bro. You ain't no goat. And the fact that you be going out there on your show, the shop, saying, "Yeah, when I won in 2016, that made me the greatest of all time." One thing I learned playing sports, And I ain't no LeBron James, obviously, caliber. One thing I know that's in sports that's universal. If you nice, you don't gotta say you nice. Everyone else around you says how nice you are. You feel
Mm-hmm.
me? That's how I was raised playing sports. You don't go around bragging it like trash talking on the court is different. But you shouldn't be going on, yeah, I'm the best player on the court. Yeah, I'm the best player in the world. Nah, bro. Other people gotta label you that. You feel
But if
me? And
you're
if
the
you
best
and if
player
you
on
gotta
the
go out
court,
there and put it on you and say I'm the best, then that just shows how insecure
but
you
not only
are.
that, you can't just take all the goddamn glory and not take some of the heat.
And take the blame either. Exactly.
I
That's
would
not
have
what
had
a
more
leader
respect for
does.
LeBron over the years if he said, "Hey, this was on me as the leader of this team. I take full responsibility for these losses." I would have had a lot more respect for him. But you're the first person in the cameras when you win, but you're the last person around that wants to take responsibility. And then you want to call out the damn front office who got you, Luka, who propelled your season from a 7 seed to a 2 seed and then finally a 3 seed. You want to blame the damn front office because you don't got AD. You wasn't saying none of this when AD was over there hurt in Dallas. You was enjoying all your time with Luka. And now when y'all get knocked out the
That
playoffs more
that's a
because of
great
your play than Luka,
yeah.
then it's the
That's
front
a
office's fault.
That's a great point, bro. Weren't the Lakers a 7 or 8 seed when they traded for Luca? Right?
They were.
They definitely were in the play-in. Yeah. So how can you blame that man? You got all the way up to the fucking 3 seed. Shit make no sense, bro.
Oh, it
You
makes
know,
sense. This is just the LeBron tactics or the propaganda that he wants to, act like this is Men in Black, like we didn't see what we just saw.
yeah. You remember when the Lakers got eliminated in '03 to the Spurs and Jim Gray went up to Kobe to interview him? That's how a leader takes a loss. You take it on the chin, you keep your head up and you move forward. Kobe said, he said the offseason starts now. They were the better team, and I'll push myself to exhaustion to get better. That's how a leader responds to an L, not pointing fingers at others, bro. Because like you just made a great point. I'd have way more respect for LeBron if he took the blame in losses as much as he bragged and gloat in his W's when his wins.
Now, keep this in mind when Jim Gray was talking to Kobe after they got swept by the eventual champions, the Spurs. He
Mhm.
had tears in his eyes. He said,
Facts,
"I didn't
bro.
want
He
this.
was
I
dead
didn't
ass
want this to
crying.
stop. We wanted to see how far we would get." And I respected Kobe by that. When he went to the podium and they were asking him, where did the mistakes happen? He said, "Hey, I could have did this better. I could have did this better. I could have did this better." I can't tell you the specifics because I don't remember it. But
Yeah.
he said, this team will be better. Now, granted, they were back in the finals that following year. They lost to Detroit. And he even said that loss was on him. I've never heard LeBron in this illustrious 22-year season that he's ever played in any of his loss, take any responsibility. It
You
was
remember when
always the
that? You
other,
remember
I
when
need
that?
help. It was always, oh, we were never home. Oh, I was injured. Oh, even when he said himself he's going to activate playoff mode in 2019, and they went on a long losing streak. Then he wanted to blame his groin. Then why did you come back, bro? If
What
you
about
was
the?
not 100%, why did you come back?
What about my favorite one when they lost to Dallas and he had the nerve to sit on that podium and the dude asked him the question. He said, "Well, I get to wake up tomorrow. I'm still me, and all those people got to go back to go live their normal lives." You remember that
They're
one?
miserable
You
lives. They're
remember that one, bro?
miserable lives.
Oh man, that was wild, dog.
I'm not gonna lie. That's when That's when I came up
That's when
here.
I literally started not fucking with LeBron either, bro. When
Absolutely,
that
that was
happened.
it. That was
Yup.
when he said those words. That's
I
when I
used
was
to
like,
like
I can't
LeBron,
support. I
bro. I
can't.
used to like LeBron. I was a
I used to
fan of
like
LeBron.
LeBron. I watched his first game on my break when I used to work at Umsel University. Saw his first game against Sacramento, and I was like, man, he has the talent. He looks good. But it is his attitude and the way he carries himself where I can't fuck with him. He is like one of those beautiful females. Like when you look at it from afar, you're like, man, I'll hit that. I'll take that.
Then
But
you
as
then
soon
you
as she
walk up
opens
to
her
her and
mouth,
talk to
you're
her and you're
like,
like, yeah,
I'm good.
nah, this ain't it.
Right. Well, your sister's
Facts, bro.
he carries himself like a diva. He carries himself like someone that you don't want to root for. I don't want to see him win so he can shadow the play.
Hey,
How the hell
hey,
is
what did y'all? Hey, what did y'all think about the stripper? What did y'all think about the stripper series, man? And them getting James Harden them going out like that.
Look,
Oh, please. Kobe,
look,
to bring up Kobe again, Kobe was right when he said in that interview with T-Mac, James Harden play style does not dictate wins. You're never going to win with his play style, bro. And that's just a fact.
well, not only that, Kawhi choked that series away. They had a winnable game in game 4 that they choked away. Of course, they lost on a putback dunk. Okay, I get all that. But I was expecting Kawhi to step up a little bit more like than he did in this series. And you literally proved all the Kawhi haters right in there. You proved all the James Harden haters right. I don't give a damn what playoff series. James Harden is always going to be James Harden. He is now a verb because we have seen this for way too many damn times. You get him in the playoffs, he is not the same player as he was in the regular season. He makes some very, very piss poor decisions at the point. And in the playoffs, you can't afford to make those damn mistakes. A team will send you home.
Hey, how's
And to
everybody
Ticket's
doing? Good
credit,
morning.
good morning. To Ticket's credit, okay, everybody shit on Russell Westbrook, but he played better down the stretch than James Harden and Kawhi Leonard. And he's
If I
supposed to be the lesser of the three. Look,
look, hey, if I
go
could
ahead.
add something real
James
quick
Harden
about
play style is not suited. My fault, my fault.
Yeah, if I could add something real quick about James Harden, James Harden's problem is that he plays this. He may not perform as well as he does in the regular season, but he's plays the exact same style as the regular season. His whole career, he has not upped his intensity in the playoffs. You know, they always talk about how you can't speed a player up; they play at their own pace. But James Harden's pace, like Kobe said, the way he plays with his usage rate, dribble, 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 15 seconds of the shot clock, you'll never win in the playoffs like that. The minute the intensity of the series upped in game 4, James Harden looked lost. And the only reason he had a good game in game 6 was because of the home crowd, and Denver didn't bring the same intensity they brought in game 4, game 5, and game 7. James Harden, if you look, he was trying to draw fouls the whole series. And I got some interesting stats about James Harden. You know, James Harden has had 55 playoff games where he has made less than 5 field goals.
Yep.
Bro,
50,
you're
50.
talking some talk right now because you're on point on the fact that James Harden plays the same style regular season that he
Yes,
does in the playoffs, and that's not gonna work. Why?
never.
Because they
Yes,
let you be more physical in the playoffs, bro. The refs are not
exactly.
gonna give you those foul calls in the playoffs like they would in the regular season. So
And
It's
then
so
more half
obviously the
court.
shit ain't gonna translate. Obviously,
It's
you
and
more
gotta
one
half
change
court,
your
and let's
game.
just call it for what it is. If we can say the same thing about LeBron, we can say the same thing about James Harden. He does not have a bag for the playoffs.
right,
He
right.
does
But
it.
James, but at least I'm not a LeBron fan either. But at least LeBron ups his intensity in the playoffs because he's in good shape and and he's ready for the physicality. James Harden does not up his intensity. James Harden has almost 30 career playoff games where he has more turnovers than field goals. And if you're the point guard with one of the highest
That's
usage rates.
wild,
Yep, and if you're the point guard with one of the highest usage rates in NBA history, it's like you can't play like that and ever win a championship, ever. And that's James Harden's problem. He doesn't up his intensity. He doesn't change his game from the regular season to the postseason. I think he's comfortable with all the money he's made, or maybe he's in bad shape, or
Nope.
maybe it's a
Nope. Stay
little bit
right
of
there.
both.
Stay right. You're cooking with that grease in the green Folgers can. Stay right there.
Yeah, or maybe it's a little bit of both, but I've watched James Harden throughout that whole series, and I know and the reason I don't give Kawhi too much blame is Kawhi only played 30 regular season games, and he still consistently scored 20 points every game. James Harden in game 5, he only had 11 points, less than 5 field goals made. In game 7, he had 7 points, and people talk about, well, he had 13 assists. It's like, yeah, but you got outplayed by your own teammate, Derrick Jones. You got outplayed by Christian Braun, and then in game 5 in Denver, you got outscored by Chris Dunn. You got outscored by Christian Braun. I don't know because Chris Dunn made 5 3-pointers in either game 4 or game 5, and James Harden made less than 5 field goals. And Chris Dunn, no one expects him to be a 3-point shooter. So I think there's certain players who don't raise their level of intensity, their level of physicality in the playoffs, and James Harden is number one with that. And the last point I was gonna make about LeBron, you know that LeBron MCL injury is fake because if it was real, the Lakers would have reported that. Dave McMenamin reported that, one of LeBron's buddies, and then he said a
Clutch
league.
Sports.
And then a league, yep, and then a league source. He said a league source told me that LeBron has a grade two MCL sprain. Why would you say league source? There isn't any other team in the league that knows LeBron medical record except for the Lakers. So when you say a league source told you that, that's basically saying LeBron told him to put
Yeah.
that out and say,
Clutch Media
"Oh,
was the source.
exactly. That's how you know it was fake. It's just common sense. It's like LeBron doesn't have a MCL sprain. You mean to tell me that this guy sprained grade two MCL sprain, and then he played the last 7 minutes of the game with a sprained MCL?
Listen,
But if they
dog,
would have
I've sprained my MCL. There's no way you would be able to run or walk without a limp
not with a
with an
grade two,
MCL sprain, bro. You would
exactly.
have some type of significant limp. Because I remember when I
No, I'm
sprained
saying.
my shit, that shit hurt.
No, that's what I'm saying. Not with a grade two sprain, because like the lower the number, the more severe the sprain. So grade two is basically the second worst
Damn
sprain
near tearing
before.
it.
Yeah, exactly. So you mean to tell me he played 7 minutes with that? But if they would have won the game, he wouldn't have played game six. That's a lie.
Now, keep in
Like,
mind, remember that groin injury? They said the groin injury was almost off the bone, and he was sitting up there still
Yeah.
dunking and still jumping
Yeah,
off of 2 feet
exactly.
and all that.
Exactly.
Look, this is why I say that Clutch Sports Media is propaganda. They want you to
hmm
believe anything and everything without any
yes,
type of backup. Remember when the foot
correct.
injury? He says, "I know how bad my foot injury, and even if I did tear a ligament, I wouldn't tell y'all." But you are supposed to share your for now that we even in the NFL. When somebody has an injury, you have to tell the other team. You have to tell the media. And now that we're in the gambling part of our lives, all of that has to be transparent. It was
Yeah, but
capped.
yes, exactly. And once the season's over, you can just lie about it because there is no penalty because you're not playing another game. There is no gambling ramifications. So of course he can lie about it. That's why I don't believe anything about that MCL sprain, especially since it comes from Dave McMenamin and just with the wording of it, a league source. That's how I knew it was BS.
Let me ask you this question: if you broke your hand, can you dribble with that hand?
No, no, you if you broke your hand, you wouldn't be able to dribble with that hand without some
You wouldn't
type
be
of
able to dribble or shoot nothing, bro, with a broken hand. Nothing.
He broke
no.
his left hand allegedly in 2018 finals, but you can see him dribbling with his left hand. Make that make sense?
Well,
The
you
math
also
don't
see
math, bro. The math never maths with LeBron, bro. It never
no, but
maths.
also if you remember when he broke his hand, he also was giving people handshakes and high fives, for like his own teammates for like, like basically trying to be a good teammate. Well, good job in the series, just basically in front of the cameras. And he was using his left hand to give people handshakes and high fives. Like so, like I don't understand that either. And I thought it was his right. I thought it was his right hand. I thought it was his shooting hand.
No, it was
I
his
honestly,
left hand because if you look at the podium where he had the black wrap on from our advantage, it would have been our right. But from his advantage, it's his left.
okay, you sure you wasn't looking at because sometimes when they put that stuff on social media, they have to flip it so they don't get copyright strike.
No, this was live. I watched this live.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. 'Cause I honestly I thought he said it was his shooting hand, but it might have been his left hand. Well, if it's his left hand, who cares? You shoot with your right, brother. You
But you
don't play
can't
any defense.
dribble with your left if it's broken.
Exactly. Yeah, I know, but you don't play any defense anyway. I seen Kobe break his finger in his right hand, and he shot with his left hand.
Bro,
I seen
Kobe,
Jordan break his finger and still play the whole season with it.
this is why Kobe
Exactly.
to me is one of the if he's not in your top 5, I just call you a you don't know basketball type shit because I've watched Kobe Bryant break his index finger in his shooting hand completely change how he shot the basketball, how the ball
Yep.
rotated off his shot, and he still won the fucking championship, bro. He
Don't
still
forget
No,
won the
about getting
chip
his fingers
exactly.
dislocated in mid game,
and
going
popping
I
in,
it
think
back
shooting
in
the
and
free
getting right back
throws.
in the game like it ain't nothing.
exactly. I agree. I think one of the biggest basketball IQ tests is whether you think Kobe or LeBron is better. And if you think LeBron's better than Kobe, I don't think you know basketball. I think you just watch the highlights and stuff like that
Yeah, you
because
go
that's the
off the stats. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
No, and that's the other thing I got to say about James Harden. Is like if you think James Harden's one of the best offensive players ever, is like I don't think you know basketball. Like the guy literally has the ball in his hand the whole time. He gives like I said, he plays the same way in the regular season. He throws guys the ball after they've been open for 3 or 4 seconds. You know, if you're a shooter, you want the ball in rhythm. You don't want to be standing there getting stiff, just thinking about, oh, is he going to give me the ball? Then he gives you the ball with 6 seconds left, and you're supposed to shoot it while someone's charging at you. That's not basketball. That's not a way a point guard plays. You're supposed to throw it to guys the minute they get open. You're the point guard. You're the floor general. The minute a guy's open, if he's in his spot, then that ball has to get there immediately. That's why guys like Magic Johnson, even though they had the ball in their hands a lot, their usage rate wasn't even a third of what James Harden was because the minute somebody got open, they got him the ball. Same
And
thing
not
with
only
Johnson.
that, the point guard's supposed to be the extension of the coach. You have
Yes.
to be the one that play chess with the pieces that you got on the floor. The only time James Harden plays chess is when he knows he's going to get his own shot. I don't see
Yep.
him getting anybody easy bucket, and that's
And
the whole point
remember,
of the point guard. He
and
makes
remember,
everybody's job more difficult.
Yep, and remember, sir, in 2015, when the Clippers came back from that 3-1 lead, Kevin McHale, who's underrated, Kevin McHale sat James Harden the entire fourth quarter of that game. It was Josh Smith and Corey Brewer who brought the Rockets back. James Harden was like 2 for 9 in that game, playing terrible, and Kevin McHale said, "Sit your ass down."
But
And
Kevin
James
McHale is an old school coach who was an old school
Exactly,
player. I,
because he seen the way he was playing was not conclusive to winning playoff games. My
well,
bad, sir.
I
I
can
let you go.
argue this. I can say James Harden played better under McHale because McHale had him going doing mid range pull ups more. He wasn't doing that step back shit. He only started doing that when what's his
When
name Mike
D'Antoni,
D'Antoni became
yep,
his coach.
yep.
But
That's
he
what I'm
wasn't
saying.
doing that when McHale was his coach. They were still making the playoffs, but he wanted an easier coach, and then that's when he stopped playing defense.
Yep. And then the other game, remember Game 6 of 2017? No other conference semifinals. No Kawhi Leonard. They lost that game by 30 at home to the San
He went
Antonio
1 for
Spurs.
16 from the field
Exactly. Because I was
and
having an
took
argument.
over 10 threes.
Yep, because I was having an argument with somebody last night, telling them that look, I mean, you could say James Harden's a better regular season offensive player than Melo. That's cool, but in the playoffs, Melo never choked. He just lost.
Nah.
He would consistently get his numbers. Maybe it was inefficient, but he never choked.
Well,
Melo
we can
never
say
had.
this, and to back up what you're saying, when you look at Melo, when you look at James Harden, I can never tell you a series where I said the Knicks lost this series because of Carmelo. I can tell you
Yes,
that any team that Harden's been on, they lost because of him. You are the point guard. Your team is missing 27 straight threes, and you take more threes, or do you try to get
hmm
them an easier shot to get them back in rhythm?
exactly.
Can I quickly ask? Was that a question? Because that's honestly, I'm thinking about it now. The James Harden versus Carmelo offensively, I would take Carmelo in that situation
No,
offensively.
anyone who knows basketball would say that Carmelo's a better offensive scorer, offensive player than James Harden. Now
One
you
thousand
might,
percent.
yes, now you might take James Harden over Melo because Melo couldn't play make for others at all, or at least he. I can't say he couldn't. I just said he wouldn't. Like Melo wouldn't play make for others. Like Melo
Well,
had games where Melo had a game where I think he had 2 games where he scored over 55 points and he had 0 assists in his career. So maybe Melo was a reluctant playmaker, so maybe you would take Harden because he's a playmaker. But I would say Harden's playmaking isn't in the traditional point guard style. Like
exactly.
Hard,
It's he's gonna attack the basket, wait for the defense to
yes,
collapse, and then just kick it. He's not
well,
getting
like
people open. He's not
yes, he
calling
does.
plays for people. You know
Yes,
what
he
I
In
mean?
doesn't.
defense,
He,
in
he
defense
doesn't.
of
Oh my bad.
Carmelo, it was the offensive that he was running. Woodson, I forgot his first name, but the coach Woodson. That
Yeah, Mike
offense,
Woodson.
yeah, Mike Woodson. You have to remember, he's the one that started the ISO Joe in Atlanta. He just brought
Yes,
that same offense to New York, where
and plus,
Melo
and
was
plus,
ISO Melo. But
Yes,
ISO Melo did more with his package than James Harden ever did. You have to remember, when James Harden was averaging 34, 35, 36 a game, he was taking over 13 threes a game.
true. And yes,
Melo wasn't doing that.
and also Melo, when he was on those teams, Jason Kidd was his point guard. So Jason Kidd could play make enough for the whole team. So I'll give Melo a break for that stuff. But the thing I was going to say about Harden is Harden, a good point guard is supposed to see the play developing and then anticipate where the openings are about to happen. You're supposed to anticipate your player getting to his spot. And James Harden, he doesn't anticipate, or at least he doesn't want to anticipate his player getting to his spot. He wants to play one-on-one ball first. So that's why you'll see guys being open and James Harden won't pass him the ball because he likes his own one-on-one matchup better
Absolutely.
than his
He
own
will let
player
you
being
off the
open
hook.
for a three.
He
Yes,
will let you off the hook defensively.
exactly.
And good players are one thing. Great players do not let you off the hook. If you're going to give them the easy shot, they will take the damn easy shot over and over and over again. I've seen James Harden have a mid-range jumper, but then he'll ISO dribble out to the three-point line and then do a double step back instead of taking that mid-range jumper. And that's insane to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane to me. But he's getting what he deserves. This is why he will never go down as one of the greatest point guards ever. He will never go down as one of the GOATs ever.
I don't consider him a point guard. I consider him a combo guard. Like I look at James Harden like he's a better version of Baron Davis. That's how I look at James Harden. That's what
I
he is.
don't know about that one. That's a little hard. That's
No,
kind of shitting on Baron Davis.
Oh,
Baron Davis was fucking tough, dog.
Yeah,
I
look,
know he
I'm
was
like,
tough.
I love Baron Davis ever since UCLA, and then when
I
he
know. I'm just saying, Baron Davis never choked in the playoffs, but Baron Davis lost a lot of playoff series where Baron Davis was supposed to win.
he
Baron
lost
Davis
to
was,
rookie Wade.
yes, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I look at him like he's a better version of Baron Davis. Like when Baron Davis, he had that great Golden State win over Dallas, which is amazing. But Baron Davis also had a bunch of playoff series with the Hornets when it was him, David Wesley, George Lynch, Jamal Mashburn, and they couldn't get out the first round.
PJ
But
Brown,
that's
yeah, he
back
had a
in
good
a
team.
loaded. That's back in the loaded East, and
No, I
then
know,
they
but
flip flop to the East to the West.
yes, I was just saying that because Baron Davis is a combo guard. Baron Davis in college, in college the coach makes you run point guard. Once you get to the NBA, you got more freedom.
No, I
Baron
feel him. Yeah,
Davis,
he right. He
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Baron Davis was also like he
Well,
cared more
Baron
about
Davis
scoring.
did something. Baron Davis did something LeBron couldn't even do. He listened to Paul Silas. Paul Silas made
Yes,
Baron Davis an all-star.
yes.
Told him to put the pressure on the defense, make it get easier shots for
Mm-hmm.
George and Mashburn. I love that. I actually did have I had affection for that Hornets team. I
I
really
know.
did.
No, I'll tell you this. I would take Baron Davis over James Harden in the playoffs. In the regular season, I would take Baron Davis though.
I'll take a
I mean,
box of
I
Red
mean,
Baron
in the
Hey,
pizza over.
I gotta go. I got a good one for y'all. I got a start
in
bench cut for y'all. Baron Davis, Steve Francis, Stephon Marbury.
uh
Marbury.
no, I would start Steve Francis.
I'm starting Baron Davis, so all three of us is different. I love
I
it.
love
I love
Francis.
it.
I love Francis. I love Francis when he came out of Maryland. I really did. Him and Juan Dixon in that backcourt
It
was
was
something
tough.
special.
It was tough. They won that national championship too, didn't
Yeah,
No,
they?
no, no, no.
no,
Juan
no,
Dixon won it by
Steve.
himself. Baron
Steve
Davis is in
Blake.
the lead.
Steve Blake and Juan Dixon won that. Give respect to Steve Blake, but yeah, Steve Francis was in the league. But I was gonna say
Oh yeah, that's right. Steve Blake. That's right.
Steve Francis was
You
on
had
a
the
lot of.
Steve right though.
Yep, Steve Francis was on a lot of Rockets teams that wouldn't sniff the playoffs, and a lot of Magic teams that wouldn't sniff the playoffs in today's NBA, and he took them to the playoffs, and that's why I would take Steve Francis. I think Baron Davis always had pretty good players on his team, and I like Baron Davis, but Stephon Marbury would be the cut for me, even though he's probably the best player out of all of them one on one.
Okay, now let me ask you this question because I got to defend my pick. Which version of Starbury? No, the Minnesota, the the Jersey, the Phoenix, or the New York? Because I feel like
I think the best Starberry was New York and New Jersey. It was in New York and
Yeah.
New Jersey.
I think New Jersey Starberry. The reason I don't like Phoenix Starberry is because he got traded straight up for Jason Kidd, and Jason Kidd had that team damn near 60 wins. And when Steve Francis got there, they missed the playoffs. I mean, not Steve
now that
Francis.
just goes to show you we're all
When
different because I
Stephon
like the
Marbury.
Minnesota Starberry better. When he
Jason
was
Kidd
feeding,
he should have won MVP in 2002 or 2003.
Yeah, I like New Jersey
There was
version of
one
that.
season where I thought Jason Kidd got snubbed for MVP and they gave it to Duncan.
2003,
I
2003
think,
definitely
yeah,
got
where the
snubbed.
Nets won like 60 something games, bro, and they went to the finals. He should have won MVP that year.
Then the Nets came off. It was either 2000. I think it was 2000. Duncan, did he win back to back in 2002,
Yeah,
2003? Yeah,
yeah,
I
yep,
I, I believe. Actually, I'm gonna say it was the 2002 season because the he got traded to the Nets, and the Nets were a lottery team. And the minute he got to the Nets, he turned them into the second seed in the East, and they made the finals. So
yep,
I would say that was the year he got robbed.
yep. NBA
I
stay
like
doing
I,
that, bro. They stay doing that. They be fucking up with the MVPs a lot, bro.
I
They really
like
do.
I like the Minnesota Starberry because that's when he was helping Garnett and Gugliotta to become threats in the post, and I love the way he fed them. And
Yes,
you know
yes.
they had a lot of first round matchups with San Antonio and Utah, and it wasn't because of Starberry. It was because Kevin Garnett shrunk. Rostro Nesterovic used to get pumped by anybody in the middle, and I just
Well,
liked his game more in
well,
Minnesota than I did in
Well,
Jersey.
the pushback I'll give you on Minnesota is Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett never used to get the ball at the right opportunities with Marbury either. Like I watched them series too back in the '90s, and Marbury is another one of those combo guards. Like that's what I'm saying. A real point guard is supposed to play make for others more than he does for himself. Like Oscar Robinson would be the only true point guard that could get away with that because Oscar Robertson also was getting rebounds, and Oscar Robertson was 6'7", and so he could post anybody up he wanted to and get a bucket. These other guys that are 6'2", 6'3", you're supposed to be getting more guys involved. Like Mark Jackson is one of the greatest point guards of all time, and Mark Jackson, I don't think he ever averaged 15 points a game in his career, but he finished second all time in assists, was like top 10 in steals, and had one of the highest assist to turnover ratios in NBA history. And that's why Mark Jackson routinely took his teams to the conference finals. New York Knicks, he took to the conference finals. He took the Indiana Pacers to the conference finals. I just got a lot of respect for Mark Jackson.
Shit, he
I
took the Pacers
love
to the
Mark Jackson,
finals.
huh?
They went to the finals with Mark Jackson, the Pacers.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
Shit.
yep,
did.
yep, yep, yep. Yeah, they did.
But
They
he's
did.
just saying, at minimum, he got his
Oh yeah,
teams
he
to
was
the.
always bringing teams to the conference finals. Facts, bro. Mark Jackson's
Well,
very underrated.
he
Very
was running the
underrated.
offense correctly. He was running the offense correctly. He was getting guys involved. He was getting that's all I mean. He was getting guys
Yeah,
involved
yeah.
like right away. Because when you're a shooter, you want the ball in rhythm. And a lot of these guys, they wouldn't give the ball to people in rhythm. That's why they would have to get knocked down, lights out shooters. Like Mark Jackson, the only lights out shooter he ever played with in his career was Reggie Miller. But he was routinely getting
Hubert
other.
Davis.
Yeah, yeah, yes. He was routinely getting others involved. Like that's what I'm saying. Baron Davis, his best seasons were when he had David Wesley, a knockdown shooter, and when he had Monte Ellis and Steven Jackson and guys like that. But anyway, that's all I had to say about that.
My only pushback with knockdown shooters, remember, he had Chris Mullin in '98, and he the only thing he did was stand on the corners and wait for the defensive collapse. And I love Chris Mullin, left-hander, real lunch bucket player. Some of his injuries kept him from escalating where he needed to go. But Chris Mullin, in that time of his career, was a knockdown shooter. Hubert Davis
Yeah,
was a knockdown shooter. I think they had on those Knicks teams a couple of ways. I don't like giving John Starks the knockdown shooter label because he was very streaky. So you can't give a
hmm
streaky player a knockdown shooter label. But I'm trying to remember that other 3-point shooter that they had on the Knicks. I want to say Tucker, but maybe not. Maybe it wasn't Tucker, but they did have. Norman. Johnny Newman. I'm sorry, Johnny Newman was a knockdown 3-point shooter with Mark Jackson. So he always had 3-point shooters. But here's the thing about having 3-point shooters: he always got them what they wanted. always got them what they wanted. Either they would just miss it, but you never seen when the defense collapsed on Patrick Ewing or Anthony Mason, and then they kick it back out to the point guard who was Jackson. He will just one touch to those corner 3-point shooters and get them a very, very quality shot. We don't have a lot of point guards that know how to give their teams quality shots. I can live with you missing a quality shot every now and again, but you're gonna make them more than you miss them. Um, I don't know when the term combo guard started because I was always under the impression you was either a point or you was a shooting guard.
Well,
When do you?
That's actually a great question.
no, I can answer that. I can answer that. The reason the combo guard started, because if you guys don't remember, or maybe you do remember, just let me jog your memory. There has never been a point guard except for in the back when we were like younger, mid 2000s. They used to always say there was never a point guard besides Oscar Robertson and Isaiah Thomas who led their team to the championship while being the leading scorer. That had never happened in NBA history. There had never been a point guard that led their team in scoring and led their team to a championship. Only two that ever did it were Oscar Robertson and Isaiah Thomas for the longest point in our careers. And then Allen Iverson was labeled the point guard, even though Eric Snow brought the ball up the court a lot. And then Steph Curry is labeled a point guard, even though he makes more now at the end of his career than he did at the beginning of his career. Because when Draymond was younger, Draymond was running the point mostly, and Andre Iguodala was running the offense mostly. And then also Pistol Pete used to average crazy numbers. He was a 6'7" point guard, but he never did anything outside the ABA when he played with Dr. J.
I was gonna give AI that credit. I think AI was the reason that the word combo guard came into the league. I think he was the first true combo guard.
Yeah, yeah. It just stands for scoring point guard. Because shooting
Basically,
guard.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like when your point guard is your leading scorer, usually you don't win
Because
championships in
once we got
traditional
AI,
NBA.
that's when we started getting the Baron Davises, the Steve
Yep.
Francis, the
But I got to stop
Marberries.
you there because Tim Hardaway and Penny Hardaway were scoring point guards, but they weren't labeled combo guard.
Yeah, because Penny Hardaway never ever led his team in scoring ever.
He did
Until no, I'm
when
saying
Shaq was
until
gone.
no, that's what I'm saying. Until Shaq left, and then what happened? They couldn't get out the first round. When Shaq was on the team and they were going to the finals, Penny Hardaway was like Shaq was the leading scorer by far. And then there was even some games where Nick Anderson or Dennis Scott scored more than Penny Hardaway. Like Penny
Okay,
Hardaway
then
could get
let's
a
go.
bucket.
Let's go back. Let's go back to Tim Hardaway. He's one of a few players that will average 20 points, 10 assists, and they got to the conference finals.
Oh, you talking about Miami?
Yeah, they played the
Yeah, but
Bulls in the conference
yeah,
finals.
yes. And Alonzo Mourning was the leading scorer on those teams.
Okay, but he
I'm
still
just
was
saying.
a scoring
Yes,
point guard.
I know I'm saying, but like the label scoring guard gets put on you when you lead your team in scoring. Because there's been a lot of teams that were up and down, run up the court teams that had guys that averaged 20 points a game. Isaiah Thomas and Oscar Robinson for the longest time in NBA history were the only players who led their team in scoring as point guards and took their teams to championships. That's what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to say that they couldn't score. I'm just saying if you're the point guard and you lead your team in scoring, that's
So
kind of like
the
Can't forget Nate
moniker has to
Archibald.
be the
Can't forget
moniker
Nate
has to be.
Archibald.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Nate Archibald was another one who led his team in scoring as a true point guard, as a guard.
Because he led the league in scoring, did he not?
Yeah,
But did
he
he
did.
win a championship? Did he
He
win a
didn't win a
championship?
championship, but
That's
he
what I'm
led the
saying.
NBA in scoring.
Oh no, I was just trying to state the fact that until
Someone who led
yeah.
the team in scoring and won the title. Got you, got you,
Yes,
got you,
yes, yes.
got you, got you,
That's
got you,
all I was trying to say.
got
That's
you,
all I was
got
saying.
you.
When Allen Iverson was a shooting guard, but Allen Iverson also got the label as combo guard because a lot of times in the playoffs they would take Eric Snow out and Allen Iverson would be running the point and he led
Now
his
let's
team in
let's let's
scoring.
let's be honest.
Yeah, with
Eric
Aaron
Snow couldn't
McKee. That's right.
score to save his damn life, but he could run
Nope.
the offense. So he was a
Yes.
liability in those playoff series. I think he was a liability again that Lakers series because they knew he couldn't score. So after the game one loss, they started to double and roll the defense towards Eric Snow. And Phil Jackson was like, if Eric Snow scores 40, I'll live with it.
God bless
And
him.
he
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. I'll live with
Yep.
it.
Yep.
and
Nah,
he
it's
would
definitely the
never
reason why Aaron McKee used to finish those games. Eric Snow would finish on the bench. He never would be out on that fourth quarter.
look.
Would
Aaron
always
McKee's
beat Aaron
shot
McKee.
looked like he had cerebral palsy every time he fucking shot the ball. So I would let Aaron McKee beat me before I let anybody else on that or Allen Iverson beat me. Aaron McKee, he was not a very good consistent scorer, very streaky. Because remember, it was because of Aaron McKee's lack of scoring that Milwaukee series ever went to 7.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
then in
Yep.
Portland, when he was in Portland, he was expendable because he couldn't hit open shots.
Yeah, but they also lost that series because they were guarding Shaq with Mutombo and Matt Geiger. I think Shaq averaged 30, like 36 and 17 that series.
Look, I get all that, but you can offset that if somebody's coming along with Allen. Because remember, the reason why they got game 1 is because Shaq was in foul trouble and the Lakers were cold because they were coming off of a long
11
rest.
games, bro. They didn't play for 11 days.
And then
I remember that.
see, it's funny how history's repeating itself. And I'll make that point after I finish this one. But you got the Philadelphia 76ers coming off a very emotional and close Game 7 victory over Milwaukee. So they're already still got their legs. Now, I say all that to say this.
They should have lost that
Minnesota's been
Milwaukee series too. They should have lost that Milwaukee series.
right. Minnesota has put the Lakers out since Wednesday.
Yes.
You got Golden State that came off another emotional 7-game, win. Who's going to be rusty? Who's going to still be in game shape? The best game for any road team to steal is always game 1.
Yep.
Yep.
We
And then
saw
also
that
I
with.
was
With
Go
the
ahead.
Pacers yesterday.
I was corrected in the chat. I guess it was Jerry West who led his team in scoring as a point guard and won the championship. Oscar Robertson on that team. I guess Kareem scored more than him. I didn't look
Yes,
it
it
up, but
was Milwaukee. Yeah.
yeah, but I do remember when Oscar Robertson was a more popular player in Milwaukee
No,
than
but
Kareem.
Wilt scored more than Jerry West in those finals.
No,
This
no, 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 no. Wilt was old by then. He was averaging like 20 and 20, but he wasn't a leading scorer. He was that was Wilt's like last years of his career. Like Wilt was
Yeah, that's
averaging
what
like
that's the series that Jerry West became the logo.
yep, yeah. Wilt was averaging like 19 and 22, like 19 points, 22 rebounds. But because Elgin Baylor was on a lot of those teams that lost the finals, and Elgin Baylor was their leading scorer most of those years. And then after he left, Jerry West won the chip the year Elgin Baylor retired. I remember that now.
Yeah, before the start of the season.
Yep.
Hey, Paolo, I agree. The 2001 Lakers would have beat the Curry KD Warriors. I agree.
Oh well, you can already tell that because Draymond Green was getting hammed up by Steven Adams and Alfred Şengün the first 6 games of the series. Shaquille O'Neal would have had him in foul trouble and averaged
In
45
the
points a game.
second quarter, that nigga went on the
Yep,
bench until the fourth.
yep.
There was that 01 Lakers team
And
is dominant.
they had the bodies, bro. Like obviously, Glenn Rice and Robert Ory can't guard KD, but they'd have a better chance
Well,
guarding KD than Draymond would have with Shaq.
well, Glenn,
The type of dominant presence that Shaq brought,
yep,
like,
and Glenn,
forced your hand defensively. You will have to
exactly.
change your whole game plan once he gets rolling. And then here
So
comes the left hand, because if you do start to double team and get the ball out of his hand, you got to deal with Kobe.
no, you're right. And then also Glenn Rice left after 2001 because he was mad that he only averaged 12 points a game in the playoffs, and he was mad at Phil Jackson because
Because he didn't
I
feel
believe
like Phil Jackson was using him right. But he's like, dude, you can't do anything else but spot up. You
well,
can't
see
run the triangle.
well, this was the whole thing. Kobe in the Miami. If people don't remember, Kobe in his first finals only averaged 15 points a game. Now
Right.
you could attribute that to he had to chase Reggie Miller around the whole time because Kobe did guard
Nah, it
Reggie Miller.
also messed up his average, bro. Game 2, that's where he got Jalen Rose. He was out of the
Yeah.
game. That killed his average.
Oh, yep,
Yeah.
yep.
That was the reason everyone likes to shit on Kobe and be like, "Oh, he averaged this, that." Yeah, bro, because his averages were shot after game 2. He only played 8 minutes. He had 2 points in the game.
Well,
He
let
was
me
out.
put your mind at ease. okay, with those 15 points or 16 points that he averaged, he was more impactful in a win. We need to stop giving people credit for being
Oh no,
impactful in a loss.
I give Kobe 1,000% credit for that series. Like I said, he was a young kid and he guarded Reggie Miller, probably some of the toughest guarding I've seen Reggie Miller ever get guarded in his life.
Let's not
Outside,
forget
like,
Game 4. That was Kobe's coming out party. That's where
yep,
Kobe
yep,
turned into a star. That's where he turned. He went from star to superstar in front of everyone's eyes.
I
yep,
actually say it was
exactly.
the next year in the first round where he went to superstar. I think
And
that
then
was to wake everybody up
the
who he
San
was.
Antonio, the San
Yeah, that
Antonio
San Antonio
series,
Oh yeah, well
series,
yeah, well 40. He started
he
off Game
averaged
1. He had like 45 and
45.
15. Yeah,
he
Yes,
yeah,
averaged
yeah, yeah, yeah,
he averaged
that was
40 points
Kobe's
a
coming
game
out
that
party.
series. Yep, he
yeah,
averaged
yeah.
40 points a game that series, and they swept him. And I believe he scored over 35 every game.
That was his coming out party. That was I'm
Yep,
here. This is my team, not Shaq's team.
yeah, yep,
I
2001.
I got a story for y'all because Doug Christie and Charlie Ward, when they were on the Knicks, they used to come to Connecticut a lot, and they knew my uncles. So my uncle Mario was actually really cool with Doug Christie. When he went to Sacramento, he played. He ended up coming back to New York, so he stopped by Connecticut, and he ended up talking to my uncle. And my uncle always used to tease Doug Christie. He's like, "Man, Kobe gave you the business." Doug Christie. My uncle told me, he said Doug Christie looked at him. He said, "Motherfucker, nobody could stop that motherfucker. What you mean? I was supposed to
Hey,
stop
hey,
him?"
tickets gonna get mad at me because he cussed me out a couple times. But I mean, Dick Pavetta won him that Sacramento series. Let's keep it real. Like Tim Donaghy, everybody thinks it's Tim Donaghy, and I even thought it was Tim Donaghy. I forgot. Dick Pavetta was the referee them games, and Dick Pavetta is a known Scott Foster type. Like whatever the
Now
league needs.
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I'm
Yeah,
glad you said that.
yeah, Dick Pavetta won him that series because I like the Lakers. I believe the Lakers shot 20 something free throws in the fourth quarter of Game 7. I believe that. I had
Yes,
to look it up.
but also Dick Bavetta was giving a very sensitive whistle towards the Lake. And remember, Dick Bavetta was in the 25-point comeback game.
He was in the Portland game too.
No. Remember, Sacramento had the Lakers down by 25 in Game 3.
Oh yeah. Dick Pavetta. Yep. And then I remember in
He's the
Tim
one that
Donaghy.
fouled out
Mhm,
Scott Pollard.
yep.
And
And
go ahead.
In Tim Donaghy's book, he even named Dick Pavetta. He said Dick Pavetta by name. He said there was a lot of referees who used to get the major assignments, and they would come back and they would brag about, I'm the company man. I do what I know the league wants to happen. And he named Dick Pavetta as one of those referees who used to say that. So I was just bringing that up. Dick Pavetta was the one that gave the Lakers that series. Now I'm not saying the Lakers weren't a great team, but in 2002, the whistle is what propelled them to the championship. Because
Let's
whoever,
go back 5 years to '97, and it was a game between the Washington Wizards with Chris Webber, and I think the Miami Heat. Miami Heat was one of the top teams in the league behind Chicago. We know Chicago won 69 games that year, but there was a close win for Washington. Now, the reason why it was a close win and controversial because they called Chris Webber for a foul. He had 5, so that would have been his 6th, and Dick Bavetta didn't let him foul out. He ended up making the game-saving defensive play, and he said, and when they were talking to Chris Webber at the end of that, he said, and I think now that I'm telling this story, this makes a lot more sense why his team got fucked in Game 7. He said, Dick Pavetta, I raised my hand and said the foul was on me, and he said, no, I'm putting it on Juwan Howard. He was like, we need you in this game. And I remember because I was watching that game because this is one of those TNT games on Thursday, and I don't think Dick Pavetta forgot that. So it is not a coincidence that Chris Webber was on that Sacramento team that got fucked by Dick Pavetta. These referees don't forget anything. They don't.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie about that 0-2 series, homie. I mean, I'm a Laker fan through and through. I'm one of the biggest Kobe fans out there, but I'd be sitting here lying after seeing us shoot what was it, 27 free throws in the fourth quarter. If the refs didn't have a little bit of influence in that game, I'd be lying, bro.
Look, and it's in every sport. We can't tell you how many times that Tom Brady's team will hold and personal fouls, never get a flag
Oh
thrown.
yeah,
And,
oh yeah, oh yeah.
you know,
Living up here in the tri-state, bro, you don't know how many times I watched New England get away with holding. I'm literally watching the game and I'm watching the tackle hold, and I'm like, yo, that's holding, and they don't let it hold, and Tom Brady will throw a big completion,
right,
and no
But
one thinks of
yeah,
everyone just thinks about the completion. They don't think about how they just got away with fucking holding.
right.
but most of those Patriots times where they fixed it for the Patriots, that was under a different commissioner. Because I feel like Roger Goodell didn't like Tom Brady, but I know
Well, okay, then
Paul
let me.
Tagliabue loved Tom Brady, and Paul
Well,
Tagliabue
okay,
loved the Patriot story.
then explain the phantom mysterious non-call in the comeback Super Bowl against Atlanta, where Tom Brady is literally his offensive line is holding, and he threw that completion to Edelman on
Yeah, but
third
I'm
and
saying
10.
what I'm trying to say is that I would blame that on the referees individually. I wouldn't blame that on the league conspiracy. I would just say the referees like they like Tom Brady, just like the referees have players who they like. I'm saying like the biggest Patriot conspiracies happened in like the early 2000s. The Tuck
Now,
rule, the game against
St. Louis,
Indianapolis. Yep, the game against St. Louis, and then the game where Peyton Manning threw 3 picks in the first half, and all of them would have been called for pass interference if it was by
absolutely.
today's rules. Like I think the old commissioner loved the Patriots story. I honestly, I feel like Roger Goodell, he didn't really vibe with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick like that. Like he was trying to move on to the new wave. But that's
Now,
all I was
look,
trying to say.
you know I'm from St. Louis. If you ever heard me talk about this, you know I'm from St. Louis through and through, born and raised. But here's the thing: after 9/11, it was
Yeah,
the theme to get the
to get the Patriots.
patriotic
Yeah,
right. Because who went to the
Yeah,
World Series that year? The
the
Yankees.
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 Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? They came
and
out in that Super Bowl. They came out in that Super Bowl as being called the New England Patriots. They didn't call out
yeah,
anybody individually. When they did that, I was having a Super
yeah,
Bowl party. I knew we lost.
yeah,
I
yeah. I
knew we
said.
lost.
I was younger then, but I said the same thing when they came out as a team and they were waving the American flag and all that.
It
As
was
the New England Patriots.
OVA.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I bet the Patriots that day. The minute I seen that, I called my bookie friend. I said, you know what? Give me the Patriots.
And then a month after the Super Bowl victory, that's when they found out they were taping the Rams practice and all
Yep,
formations and
yep.
everything. And
And
then
Mike Martz, if people don't remember, Mike Martz was the coach of that Rams team, I believe. Or
yes,
maybe because Dick
no, because
Vermeil retired.
Yeah, it
yeah,
was
Dick
Mike
Vermeil
Martz.
retired after we won in '99, and then
Yep.
March took
And
over.
Mike Martz sent a complaint to the league office a week before the Super Bowl about them taping his practices, and they didn't respond to it till a month later, 2 weeks after the
Oh,
Super
don't
Bowl.
get me. Listen, I'm a Panthers fan. Don't get me started with that other Super Bowl.
Oh,
Brad Hoover.
they were the second to get their asses kicked because
No,
they
no,
went
bro. Brad Hoover said in the first half, he was like, every single audible Jake Delhomme made, New England knew it. So
right.
they
They were
went into
calling it out.
halftime. They changed everything. They went on the fly, and that's why they started lighting them up in the second half.
They literally
And
took the lead. Because I was rooting for Carolina that year. Because if you remember, they beat St. Louis in overtime in St. Louis
Yeah, that
that's
in the
doubleheader was
playoffs.
crazy.
So I
That
and
was
then
was
a
rooting.
crazy
also
game. I remember that.
they got caught for taping practices when Eric Mangini put the complaint into the league office,
Oh,
and
yeah,
he
he blew the
wasn't.
whistle. He blew
No,
the
I'm
whistle
saying
on that.
but he wasn't the first person who did it. He was just the first person to do it with Godell as the commissioner.
But see,
Like when
here's where Eric Mangini.
When Tagliabue was the commissioner, they had I believe they had multiple like I think it was 5 or 6. I can't remember. I read the book about it, but they had like 5 or 6 complaints before Goodell became commissioner, and all of them were ignored. And then
But
the
see,
minute Goodell,
here's where Eric Mangini is a fucking hypocrite because he was on the camera crew with the damn New England Patriots. He was on their staff taping people, and the reason why
I thought he was their defensive coordinator. I didn't know he was on the camera crew.
What's his name? The black guy.
They had Romeo Cornell.
Romeo Cornell. But he was this.
You're right. Yep. Romeo Cornell. You're right.
So Romeo Cornell went to Houston. Eric Mangini went
Cleveland.
to the Jets.
Cleveland.
And
Romeo Cornell went to Cleveland first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the Browns. He went to the Browns as a coach. Eric Mangini went to the Jets, and when they were getting ready to play New England, he went up to whatever the fuck his name is, Belichick, and said, "Hey, don't be taping my practice." And he told him, "Okay." And then when he found the cameraman, that's the only reason why he made a complaint. But it's funny. You didn't offer any of that when you were taping other teams. That's why I didn't feel bad for Eric Mangini.
No, I didn't feel bad for Eric Mangini either. I was just pointing out the point that Eric Mangini didn't blow the whistle on it. A lot of other guys spoke up before Eric Mangini, but Paul Tagliabue just ignored him. He didn't care. Roger Goodell was the first commissioner, like, oh, no, we got to put a stop to this. Because Roger Goodell cared more about making money for the league, and Paul Tagliabue was one of those old school guys. Like, look, it's gamesmanship. Like, if you don't want them taping your practices, build yourself an indoor facility. You know, that's why the Colts used to always give New England trouble, is because the Colts would practice inside. That's why Baltimore would always give New England trouble, because Baltimore used to practice inside. And Ray Lewis would always complain about them practicing inside, and then he would say, like, look, this is football, like we should be practicing outside, like who cares if it's cold. And Brian Billick, and I forgot who was the coach after Brian Billick. Did he go straight to John Harbaugh, or was there another coach in between Brian Billick?
No, it went straight to John Harbaugh after Billick.
Okay, yeah. So it was Brian Billick and Ozzie Newsome used to tell Ray Lewis, no, man, we practice inside in the playoffs because we don't want teams taping our practices. And Ray Lewis just thought it was like conspiracy, because they wouldn't say which team. They would just say, we don't want teams doing it.
Everybody knew, the New England Patriots had a stranglehold on the shittiest division in football. And that's how they only needed to win your division, win 13 games, get that number one seed. You only have to play 2 games to get to the damn Super Bowl, and they cornered the market on it. That's why those 2 Super Bowl victories against the New England Patriots for those New York Giants were my favorite Super Bowls, because I hate New England. I hate Boston. You know, all my teams in St. Louis end up losing to them. You know what I'm saying? That's where the filth comes from.
Well, Bill Belichick, he would never tape the Giants' practices. I don't know if you know that. He never taped the Giants' practices because Bill Belichick, he secretly loves the Giants as much as he loves the Patriots. He won 2 Super Bowls as defensive coordinator. He still says Lawrence Taylor is a better football player than Tom Brady, and he's from the Parcells tree, and he knows John Mara personally. Like, that's one of his best friends in life. So I personally think Bill Belichick wasn't taping them. That's why they could never score against them.
So was Bill Belichick fighting left-handed against the Giants?
I believe.
So which one is the real Bill Belichick? Is the real Bill Belichick the one that tapes? Because you have to remember, they were 3-0 until they went up against New York, and then they went 0-2 against them.
Yep, and then also I'm trying to remember Bill Belichick. He was on the Browns staff, and he took them to the playoffs one year, and he had Nick Saban, former Alabama coach, Kurt Ferentz, Iowa coach. He had a bunch of great coaches on that staff. I can't remember any more about it, but Bill Belichick, I just think that he was made when he got to an organization, they let him do his thing. But I think the real Bill Belichick is the guy who would take practices. I think that's the real Bill Belichick.
I think the real Bill Belichick is the guy that would take practices, because of the fact that when you make him fight on the real rules, he don't win Super Bowls. He don't even make the fucking playoffs. So
I agree.
We saw that. We saw that the last 3 years that he coached in New England. You know, he had the same playbook. He had the same offensive coordinator, but he couldn't be as shady as he was. So, you know, good riddance to and that just tarnishes, to me, that tarnishes all the Super Bowls that he won in New England for me. You know, and I used to be a New England fan with Parcells was there, and even with Pete Carroll after Parcells. I was a Patriots fan. I like the helmets back when Drew Bledsoe used to light it up with them, and Ben
Yeah,
Coates and
I used to
Terry
love
Glenn.
those jerseys. The mid
Yeah,
'90s jerseys. I love those jerseys when they had Curtis Martin.
yeah. Before he went to the Jets to follow Bill Parcells, and I thought that they were going to beat Green Bay in '96, but I was happy to see Favre get one. I would love to see Favre beat Troutmouth in '97, but that game ending 4th and 10 incompletion to Dorsey Levens did it. But I don't think they should have let Denver score at the goal line, hold them to 3. Now, 3's easier than get to 7, but that's Mike Holmgren. That's the reason why he lost. But
then they only have one timeout, so they would have got the ball back with only like 30 seconds
they
left.
had
Now maybe
two timeouts. They had two
they had
timeouts.
2. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, my bad. I thought they only had 1 left.
They had 2 timeouts, and then Holmgren was just like, let them score. If you look at that play, you see all the defensive players just step back, let them in. They had to call that second timeout because the play clock was running down, and then when they called that second timeout, I knew it was over. They got 7 yards with Robert Brooks. Remember, Robert Brooks couldn't play in the first Super Bowl because he tore his ACL, so he was playing in the second Super Bowl. And then Antonio Freeman got held on second down, and then they tried to run it on third down, and then tried that swing pass with Dorsey Levens on fourth down. It was over.
No, yeah, Mike Holmgren, man, he's kind of, to me, he was a little bit overrated. He was terrible in the playoffs unless he had home field. I remember he used to get spanked by Dallas every time he went to the Texas Stadium.
Absolutely.
He got beat by San Francisco both times he went to Candlestick, and he got beat by
They did split at Candlestick because they won the NFC Championship in San Francisco to go to that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he won one of the games at Candlestick. You're right. And then, but the game that was crazy was I believe they were facing I want to say it was one of Mike Holmgren's last games. They were at home against Michael Vick and the Falcons before he went to
in Lambeau.
Yep. And then I remember when they came to St. Louis and Brett Favre threw them 5 picks and they lost to the Rams.
Holmgren. That wasn't Holmgren.
That was Mike Sherman.
That was Sherman. Yep.
That was Mike Sherman.
January of 01.
Okay, but now it was Mike Sherman then. Okay. Yeah, so Holmgren already went to Seattle by then. Okay.
Yeah, remember, he came back with Seattle to Green Bay, and that's when his idiot quarterback said, we want the ball, we're going to win, and then threw a pick 6 to end the game. Al Harris. But yeah, at one point in time, I think Mike Holmgren was in Cleveland as a GM, if my memory serves me right. But let's get back on the basketball topics. I don't want everybody to think this is an NFL conversation. But what do y'all think? What's going to move forward for Luka? Do you think he's going to re-sign with the Lakers?
I think he's going to re-sign with the Lakers only because, man, the LA got a lot of pressure, bro. If Luka don't re-sign with the Lakers, I mean, he might become a target out here because LA is one of them cities where you got to check in, if you know what I mean. Like
to sign with Denver, that will be impossible. I want Luka.
I think Rob Pelinka, if Luka tells him I want you to fire JJ Redick, I want you to trade LeBron, Rob Pelinka would do that right away. And I even
LeBron
think
has a no trade clause on this contract.
No, I'm saying, my bad, man. I think if Luka went to the front office and said, I don't want to play with LeBron and I don't want to play under JJ Redick, they would fire JJ Redick and then LeBron would opt out and go to New York or go back to Cleveland or go to Dallas.
So let's play devil's advocate. All right. Let's say that Luka makes that demand. JJ Redick is out of here. If they hire Mike Malone, do you see Jokic coming over to the Lakers?
No. That I don't think that Denver owner would trade to the Lakers because he tried to buy the Lakers back in the day and they wouldn't let him buy him. That's why he ended up buying all the Colorado teams because he
Yeah, let's
owns the
not talk.
LA
See,
Rams.
you're killing me. You're killing me with this the St. Louis connection because of Stan Kroenke. Yeah, I hate that
Yeah,
dude.
Stan Kroenke, he owns one of the most famous soccer teams in the world, Arsenal, and in London they hate him. They say all you care about is the LA Rams. They like because every team he had has won a championship in the last 10 years. When you think about the Avalanche won, the Nuggets won, the Rams won, and Arsenal hasn't won the league trophy, which is basically their Super Bowl, in 20 years. And before Stan Kroenke bought the team, they were the only team in English football history to go undefeated throughout the entire season. And then the minute he bought them, he moved them to a new stadium, and they stopped paying players as much because they were trying to pay off their stadium. Because in London, if you build a stadium, the city doesn't subsidize it like in America. That shit has to come out your own pocket.
That's funny that you say that because in 2010, when he bought the St. Louis Rams, he made the press conference. He promised the city of St. Louis that the team was not going to leave because they were not going to sell to anybody that was going to remove the Rams. Now, Shad Khan, who's the owner of the Jaguars, he was in competition with Stan Kroenke to buy the Rams, and they did not want to sell it to Shad Khan because they were thinking Shad Khan was going to remove the team. Now,
Okay, I got you.
in
Now
20,
I wanted to get it back to basketball. We
oh,
can
I'm
talk about
sorry,
this.
but
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
So
cool.
I've seen this happen before, and look, I have no love for Stan Kroenke at all. I want to see a good Lakers. I miss the Lakers being competitive and it not being about first round knockouts or conference finals appearances. It's always been about either winning the championship or we failed, and I respect that. The Lakers
I
are the
think
Yankees of the NBA.
I think they need to trade Austin Reeves. I think Austin Reeves is their most valuable contract. He only makes around $20 million a year. He averages 20 points a game. I think if they trade Austin Reeves with some picks, they can get a piece that could help them. But I think their biggest problem is LeBron James makes $52 million a year. I think LeBron. I think in an ideal world, LeBron averages about 17, 18 points a game. Finally starts averaging double-digit rebounds and doesn't have the ball in his hands as much. I think LeBron's a glorified power forward because if LeBron was playing the Rui Hachimura role instead of Hachimura and they had an actual big man, like I was listening to somebody the other day said that they think the Lakers should trade for DeAndre Ayton. And I was like, yeah, but if you get DeAndre Ayton, you're going to have to pay him once he averages 20 and 10 playing with Luka because Luka going to spoon feed him a bunch of lobs. And DeAndre Ayton's a great rebounder. And you ain't going to pay DeAndre Ayton a max contract ever when you're paying LeBron James $52 million a year.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. Let's just actually get off of LeBron James because you can get several players for $52 million. Let's get off of
Yep.
Austin Reeves, get rid of those two, and then build your team around Luka. And you can be back in the playoffs. And I think you will be a lot more effective if you actually get players that sew up the deficiencies of Luka. And you have to have a real talk with Luka in the offseason. Be like, look, we're behind you 100%. We're going to definitely build around you, but you have to show the same commitment to us. You got to come into the season in shape. You have to come into the season ready to play. Because what's the point of building around Luka if you start off another season and he's on the IR?
I think he was on the IR because of the international basketball. You know, Luka got his take. Luka's European. He got to take his month off to party and drink. You ain't never gonna stop most of the European dudes from doing that. The only guy who really didn't do that was guys like Dirk. Like even like Dirk was really the only one that didn't like take a month off after the season to like drink and party and stuff. Like so, I'm just saying. I think Luka got. I'm not giving him a pass, but I'm just saying I think Luka that happened to him because the international basketball. So because international basketball, he took his month off to party and drink right before the season.
Now, that's a good point that you bring up. I can understand taking a month off, want to go and eat and do your thing, but when a month should not turn into three. Three should not turn into I'm going to stop like weeks before training camp. You are a professional. We are paying you wealthy type of money. You got to have some type of discipline to say either, do I want to be a champion or do I just want to be a dude that just gets his numbers in? If Luka really wants to be a champion, then he'll say, okay, I'm not even going to take a month off. I might take a couple of weeks off, and then I got to get back and try to work on this, that. He hears what's being said about him. He's not blind. He's not deaf. If he truly wants to be a champion, it has to be about what he could bring to the team, not what the team could bring to him, because you'll make your money regardless. You will. You're a superstar. You will make your money regardless. It's just you gotta take care of your body, and your body will take care of you.
Hey, would you trade Austin Reeves to Toronto with picks, and then maybe I don't know who else you could give him, but I think Toronto would give up Scotty Barnes. I don't think they want to pay Scotty Barnes all that money.
I'm a Laker fan, bro. Sign me up for that 10 times out of 10, bro.
Yeah. But you have to get LeBron to opt out, and you have to let LeBron go to get Scotty Barnes. Scotty Barnes makes more money than LeBron. I think Scotty Barnes is on a 5-year, $250 million deal, something like that.
To quote the great Scarface, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
All right, you made that sound a little bit too scary.
Hey, but y'all think it's fair to say that this upcoming series with OKC and Denver is gonna determine who wins MVP?
No, MVP is the regular season award. The playoffs
they already voted on it.
Yeah, it's going to determine the people's MVP, but it's not. But it's already voted on. Basically, people. The word I've been getting is that Shea already won it, but it was a very close vote, and that's why you hear all these guys who voted for Jokic coming out saying, because everyone who voted for Shea is silent. They haven't, like, you haven't heard guys coming out saying I voted for Shea. You've only heard people saying I voted for Jokic, because it's kind of like the same as like the Harden Westbrook thing. The year Westbrook won it, but everybody said Harden should have won it. You heard all these guys saying I voted for Harden, and then people thought Harden was about to rob Westbrook of the MVP, and then next thing you know, Westbrook still ended up winning it. But I don't think that series is going to be close. I think that's 5 games, 6 maybe, really? But that's 5 games. Denver can't match up with OKC. Denver don't have the horses. OKC, if they wanted to, they could run 10 deep and beat Denver, just like Indiana did to Cleveland last night. Denver. If you look at Jokic is wearing an arm sleeve now. I think Jokic is hurt because Jokic usually doesn't wear a sleeve. He usually shows off his battle. He usually shows off his battle scars. That's why I think the last 2 games he didn't put up normal Jokic-like numbers. And really, he only had 1 game this series where he put up Jokic-like numbers. And after game 3, when they got twerked after game 3, he started wearing a sleeve. Like, I think he's been beat up by dealing with Zubac.
Well, let me chime in about the MVP. I got 2 words: 68 wins. Look, the last team to win 68 wins or more was the Golden State Warriors, and Steph, similar numbers, probably not in the 3-point shooting, but similar numbers across the board. He won a unanimous MVP. If Jokic would have maybe won 60 games, then it will be closer in my eyes. But you cannot win 68 games and lose the MVP.
Yeah, I hear that, bro. I hear that. But it's so hard for me to look at a situation. And I agree with you. I honestly agree, especially when you take into consideration when Chet got injured, OKC went on like a 13-game win streak. I thought OKC was going to go on a losing streak when they lost Chet Holmgren early on in the season, and Shea lifted them to like a 13, 14-game win streak. But I'm looking at a situation, bro. I don't think I've ever seen in NBA history a guy be top 5 in scoring, in points per game, assists per game, and steals per game, bro. That shit is unbelievable to me, bro. That shit is unbelievable to me.
I'll give you that.
Yeah,
but you take SGA off that team. Do you win 60 games?
No. But they still make the playoffs, and they're probably not even a play-in team. If you they're probably like the 5th or 6th seed.
Like, are we just taking off SGA and not replacing him with anyone? Like, we're just taking SGA off. Nah, they won't make the playoffs.
No. I think Shaq, Jalen Williams with Caruso and them boys still make the playoffs. But it's like in the MVP race, I look at it like this. I don't think Jokic can win MVP because I don't think you can win MVP when your coach gets fired. It's like if you were the MVP, your coach would still be there. Like your coach got fired, obviously, because the team wasn't performing well. So yeah, you might be the most important person in the league,
That shit was so
but
odd to me, dog. That shit was so odd to
yeah,
me. How do you fire a
but
coach 4 games before the playoffs start?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if your coach gets fired, I don't know if you should win MVP. That'd be a bad precedent to set. You know, because I don't know. It's just weird to
No,
me. Like
stay there because that's unique. I have never heard that argument before, and I want you to stay on that.
I was just saying, like common sense wise, I couldn't vote MVP for a guy whose team who underperformed so bad that his coach got fired. I just don't. To me, that like you said, unique. It's like that's unheard of to me.
Yeah. No, you ain't lying there.
That's
I mean,
probably the
SGA
strongest
also did
argument
something.
that I didn't
SG,
ever heard.
yeah,
Seriously,
yeah.
no cap, no bullshit. That's probably the strongest argument I didn't heard for the difference between the two, because that lets you know that team was fragmented, and if the MVP candidate couldn't keep the team together, what does that say about his leadership?
Right.
Man, that's crazy, but I love it.
Jokic is gonna retire before KD and Steph. Mark my words on that, guys.
Why do you say
Trust me.
that?
He'll
Because
play
it's the
till he's like
Balkan, it's the
35.
Balkan mentality. I'm from the
Yeah, but
Balkans. He's Serbian. I'm Albanian. It's
I know,
very
but
like he cares more about his family, and he knows. I
yeah,
can
but
guarantee
remember,
y'all within 2
Wait,
years
let him
he's out the
finish and you
league,
can
bro.
rebut. Let
I
him
was gonna
finish
say
and you
He
can
this,
want to
rebut.
go home to his family. He want to be with his horses, bro. He's accomplished what he's accomplished, bro.
yeah, but
You know what I
then
mean?
his brothers and like a bunch of his family members, don't most of them move to Denver with them? Because I remember Sabonis came over here after playing 13 years in Europe, and he came over here played 4-5 more seasons, and then Vlade Divac stayed here till he was damn near 40. I'm just saying Stojakovic stayed here till he was damn near 40. Like I'm just saying, like in the NBA. He's like as long as his
Jokic,
family members come with him, I think Jokic plays till he's 35. I don't know how old he is now, but I think he plays about
He's
5-6
30.
more seasons. Okay, so I think he plays 5 more years. I think he retires at 35 if he gets another ring. If he doesn't get another ring, I could see Jokic being like, look, if you pay me enough, I'll play for a contender when I'm 36, 37. But I ain't taking no discounts to play for y'all. Like y'all got to give me that whatchamacallit. Who was that old guy that got like 30 million to play? Back in the day, I forgot. I don't know. Y'all got to give me the answer.
Jokic. I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret. Jokic is not the type of player who is gonna. He's gonna retire while he's still at the top of his game. He's gonna want people to remember him while he's still in his peak. He's not gonna go like what's a good analogy I could use here? Who stayed in the
Barry
league too
Sanders.
long? Yeah, that's actually a great one. Yes. You know what I mean? Like someone who's gonna stay in the league a lot longer, and he's gonna
Yeah,
dwindle out and stuff. He's gonna retire while he's still in his
but
It's gonna be one of those situations where like people are gonna be like, he didn't need to retire. He could have kept playing. You know what I mean? It's gonna be one of
yeah,
those
but
retirements.
if Jokic stays in shape, his game will age well because the art of the post move. Most players don't have post moves, and Jokic's post moves are top tier. So I'm just saying, like I think Jokic loves basketball, and I think that I just think the season's too long for him. Like when they go deep in the playoffs, he's like, man, I need to get home
That
because
man
if
won
you
the
Let me
championship,
get my
bro. That
rebuttal
man
because
won the
but
championship and
see
talked
that
about how he didn't even want to go to parade. He wanted to go home
yeah.
already. He said, "Damn, I
Yes,
want to go
because
home
think
let me
about
already."
it.
let me
What
rebut.
happened yesterday? But what
Let
happened
me rebut.
yesterday? The Kentucky Derby happened yesterday. This is horse racing season. So once they get past the second round, Jokic is looking at it like, hey, bro, we can't win the championship. Get me the hell out of here. It's horse racing season. I got to go train.
Well,
I'm just saying, like,
my rebuttal is in the middle between both of you because both of you bring up some very, very valid points. Being able to retire on top of your game is important to people who lifestyle is there's no other things more important to them than money. We saw that with Barry Sanders. We even saw that with Calvin Johnson. Now, the one thing that I do agree with, my old boy just took my point. I'm not mad at it, but it's a great point. Let's see if his body holds up because we can literally look at Jokic and say, even though he's in shape, he's not really in that type of shape that we're used to centers being in. So if his body starts to break down in a couple of years, I do see him retiring early at the top of his game. But if he and I don't know, he's only 30. He just freshly turned 30. If he can get himself in a little bit better shape where he's not getting tired, I do see maybe he stretches it out. But again, we can just look at Jokic and say that he's just not built like a lot of celebrities. He's content with his life and the
Exactly.
things that he's getting. He's
He
not about money like that.
I'm
Like,
not questioning his passion for basketball. I know he loves basketball. What I'm saying is he cares more about his family and being in Serbia and with his horses and his family more than basketball. I feel like it now. And I think it showed when he said that man said the parade Thursday. Shit, I wanted to go home. That shit had me crying. I'm like, he's a true Balkan, bro. He's a true
Yeah, but I
Balkan,
think
bro. They want to go
also I
home and
think
spend
I
time with their family and
yeah,
just
but
lay back and chill.
I think he was also joking too a little bit because it's like, remember when he said everybody hates their job? Jokic don't hate being an NBA player. Like, that's cap. You don't hate being an NBA player, Jokic. Like, he was just making a joke there. That's what I believe.
Mm. But
mm,
I know one thing. I never seen a guy be top 5 in scoring, assists, and steals, bro. That's mind-boggling to me. And a center, mind you, a
but
center.
we
And he
got to
was up
be
there in
honest.
rebounds too, if I'm not mistaken.
We got to be honest. The offense is ran directly through him. So when your offense is ran directly through you, you're going
Well, a
to
lot
get
of that,
numbers.
yeah, but a lot of that's because Jamal Murray never comes into a season in shape. Jamal Murray is the dude that needs to get his act together. Jamal Murray is one of those guys who plays
He got
himself
his
into
ring. He don't
shape.
care now. Yeah,
Yeah, he plays
he's
himself into
content.
shape, but he doesn't come into the season in shape. It takes him about a month and a half to get into shape. That's why he's always getting injuries at the beginning of the season. Like, Jamal
Yep.
Murray is really, really the guy who needs to get his act together. Because I remember when he played for Canada in the Olympics, and they were so mad that he was doing nothing in the Olympics for Canada. And it's like, look, bro, this dude just showed up because you guys asked him. He ain't about to work hard in the summertime. He's trying to go
Didn't he
party and do
shoot?
stuff.
Didn't he shoot
If
like
you
thirty
ask me,
percent in the Olympics?
I think
Yeah,
Jokic and Murray have an internal beef going. I think Jokic might have called him out on that. Exactly what you just said, homie. Because
yeah.
you hit it right on the head with Jamal Murray. He don't come. That's why those knick-knack little injuries happen, bro. Because you're not in shape. And I wish Ticket was here to co-sign this because he knows too. If you're in peak conditioning, bro, you're not gonna get those little knick-knack injuries. You know what
It
I
would have
mean?
to be a freak
Serious
injury,
injury, exactly. Like you breaking something or pulling something completely.
or
You know what
somebody
I
rolls
mean?
over your knee and then you're out.
Yeah, like a freak injury type shit. If you're in peak condition and your conditioning is at the top of its game, those little shits ain't gonna happen, bro. And exactly what bro said. That's why Jamal Murray's hurt early on in the season because he's not in good shape.
So let me ask you this: what you got? Both of you, what do you got on the Thunder Denver?
I'm not gonna hold you, bro, right now. But this is subject to change. They play Jokic and Gordon a lot, so that means OKC's gonna have to play Hartenstein and Chet a lot. If not, then you're gonna probably play Chet at the 5 and J Dub at the 4. Can J Dub bang with Aaron Gordon in the post, bro? I like J Dub, but if I'm talking physically in the post, down low, banging, getting boards, I don't think he can hold his own with Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon gonna eat his ass up, bro. Pause. You feel
Okay,
me? So I think and Chet too skinny, but he at least has the length and the agility. So it kind of, I don't know, and his blocking ability. Chet is the X factor for me in this series. If Chet plays well, they're gonna win. If Chet doesn't do well, Denver's gonna win. That's the way I'm breaking it down.
okay. So
He's the X
let's
factor.
get off the fence. So let's do some hard
I'm
picks.
going, but I'm gonna lean toward Denver. I'm gonna give the experience to Denver for now. But after a game or two, I'll know.
Okay, so Denver in 6-7.
I'll say Denver in 6.
Okay. Other young man that's talking. What you got?
Definitely could be subject to change though. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, I know it's scary, but that's why
Yeah,
we love. That's why we love the playoffs. I
yeah.
don't know where old boy went. I'll
I
make my
think
pick.
and I would love for this to happen because I feel like he's one of the most scrutinized basketball players. And I don't care what anyone says. I love Russell Westbrook. I love what he stands for, how hard he plays. He may do some dumb shit sometimes, but that man's effort and his heart is never in question. I'm rooting for him to get a ring. I ain't gonna hold
I'm
you.
rooting for him to get a ring as well.
I want him to
But
get a
see,
ring so bad.
here's the thing, and I think a lot of people don't seem to put this parallel together. Russell Westbrook is going up against his former team.
Yep. Yep.
So that in itself, he knows
Fuel
if
to
he
the
plays it,
fire.
if he plays the way he know he can play, he
Mm-hmm.
can get to the conference finals going through his old team. So that's motivation for Russell Westbrook. Motivation for Jokic is this is the team that says I can't win a MVP because of, and I think I'm better than all their big men. So that's motivation for Jokic.
Jokic. Yep.
Jamal Murray. Everybody, including a certain internet personality, is just putting all the praise on Jokic and saying he has trash teammates. That's motivation for Murray. Plus, all of them have championship experience, and when I mean championship experience, all of them have played in a final.
Yep.
All right. So, um, as far as experience, it's Denver. As far as youth, it's OKC. If the team plays their cards right and play their matchup right, I can see them in a dogfight winning in 7 games. I can see it. Part of me wants to say Denver in 7, but I'm with you. I need to see how game 1 goes. I need to see how whoever team who loses game 1 responds in game 2. And then that will probably give us a good synopsis of how the series is going to go. I wanted Cleveland to make it to the finals and win the finals. You know, I have so many irons in the finals. I would love to see Cleveland win. I would love to see Golden State win. I would love to see Russell Westbrook get one. I would even love to see New York get one. I would love to see. I'm just happy the Lakers out because I got options. However, if we're speaking with our brains over our heart, I think Denver can match up very well with OKC. And when they played that back-to-back road game, they got blown out that first game against OKC, and then that second game they blew them out. So I know the regular season is very different than the playoffs, and I give you that. But I just got to see how they made those 2 games in not Minnesota, in Memphis way too close for my liking. I would have loved for them to do what Cleveland did to Miami. Just get them the hell out of there by 55 and let's get on. But it was only a 2-point win in game 4, and I think it was a 5-point win in game 5, and they had to come back from down 25 in game 4. So I don't know. I don't know if they know how to finish teams off. And
They're still
Denver
a
is
year
not
away, I
Memphis.
think. They're still young.
Right. Denver is not Memphis.
Yeah.
You know they're going to go through Jokic to get them some quality shots, or Murray to get them some quality shots. So this is literally the example of a toss-up series. This really is. This will be an upset if Denver beats OKC. This will be an upset. However, we got to see how those first 2 games go. If they're just mauling the shit out of Denver in game 1 and 2, and they go up 2-0 going into Denver, then that's different from a season a series being split going on the road, because somebody just took home court away. So championship caliber experience has a lot to do with this series, just like I feel like with the Minnesota and Golden State championship experience is going to. But I just think Minnesota has more right now than Golden State.
The winner of this series, I'm pretty confident, I think, is going to the finals. I don't think either Golden State or Minnesota would be either one of those teams. I think if there is maybe one I'd give a shot to, it would be Golden State to beat OKC. I don't see Golden State beating Denver in the conference finals.
So you think Golden State has a better chance against OKC,
Yes, if they meet them.
not against Denver?
No. Yeah, Denver will take that. I think in 5 games if they play Golden State.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Jokic would just dominate that series, bro. He would completely dominate. Draymond stands no shot in a 7-game series. Maybe one
Now,
game he'll
I'm
have
not
good
gonna say
success.
no
I don't
shot.
see that. Yeah, I'm
Draymond
saying
will
no
make it
shot.
work. And I gotta give, just like you give the same time. And I don't like Draymond, but he does give max effort on the defensive end.
They can't go small on Denver, bro. When they got Jokic and Aaron Gordon on the floor, you can't go small. They're going to chew them up. They will. Aaron Gordon will annihilate that series. If Golden State tries to go small against Denver, oh, forget it. Forget it. Because, okay, Draymond could do his thing on Jokic, but Aaron Gordon going to be grabbing all the boards. He going to
Mm.
get offensive rebounds for days. What are you going to do? Put Jimmy on him? Especially, look how Golden State came out with their 5 yesterday. Buddy Hield, Steph, Pods, Jimmy, and Draymond. You can't play that against Denver. Good
You can play
luck trying
that.
to
You
play
can
that
play
against
that
Denver.
against an inexperienced Rockets, but you're not
Yeah.
gonna. It's not gonna work against an experienced
Shit, that
Denver.
won't even work against Minnesota. That's gonna be tough against Minnesota. Try and play that lineup with Gobert and Randall on the floor. How you gonna defend that? You want
Mm.
Jimmy on Randall, and then what? Buddy Hield, Pods, Curry, or Moses Moody on Ant. You're gonna have to play Kaminga because Ant will just go off. You're gonna have to
Now,
put Jimmy. You're gonna have to put Jimmy on Ant.
devil's advocate. Let's say Denver and Minnesota meet up again. You do know Minnesota
Oh,
got Denver's number
yeah,
because
yeah,
their
yeah.
assistant
That,
coach is used. Their head coach used to be their assistant coach with Denver.
yeah, yeah.
So
That would be an interesting. That'd be interesting because if there's anyone who knows how to defend Denver, it's him.
yeah, and remember they
And
got up. They got up 3-1 on them last year. And then Denver made the comeback, but then they ran out of gas in Game 7.
I'll start calling if Anthony Edwards wins this series, bro. I'll start calling him Randy Orton, bro. He the legend killer. Jokic,
Mm.
LeBron, Luka, Steph. He just taking them all out. So Jokic
Yeah,
out
but
last
he
year.
has to capitalize it by making a finals appearance. He has to capitalize that. You can't just do these runs and only get to the conference finals. If you're taking all these people out, you got to make an appearance in the finals. You have to,
Yeah. See,
man.
Minnesota is better suited for Denver than OKC. Just like how I said, Golden State has a better chance. I think the opposite. I think Minnesota, they wouldn't be able to beat OKC. They'd get cooked in that series. I think that's my opinion.
So Cleveland, Indiana, of course, Indiana
Ooh,
stole home court back.
how long's Garland gonna be out for? Because if Garland's out for a good amount of time, I like Indiana's chances low key. If Garland's out, bro, Indiana could win this series if Garland's out.
Look, this is not looking good for Cleveland right now on its face. They got to win Game 2. Game 2 is a must win.
Must
They don't
win.
win. If they don't win Game 2, I see them getting swept. I'm just gonna be honest, and I would hate for that season to end the way it is. But let's just be honest. You let the road team come in and get Game 1. Now home court flips. Plus they got momentum. Plus you got a key injury. It's not looking good, bro. It's just not looking good. So depending on if Cleveland wins game 2, if you win Game 2, you guarantee yourself a Game 5. Okay, if you win anything in Indiana, you guarantee yourself Game 6. So I would just take it one step at a time. They played too well during the regular season and the first round for it to end like this. I do believe that Kenny Atkinson is going to make some adjustments. I don't like Indiana. I don't like Halliburton and how he acts. Now, I do give him respect for what he said about his dad because his dad was out of pocket. But
He ain't the most overrated player in the league. I can tell you that much. I
I'm
don't
not
agree
saying
with
he's
that.
overrated.
Yeah, but you know how that came out. That's a nice little storyline. And I got, if Halliburton wins this series, I'd be poking my chest out like, who y'all calling overrated? You know what I
well,
mean? I would take that personally, like Michael Jordan would, if I'm
again, but
Tyrese
Giannis said
Halliburton.
it. Giannis said it best. I won a championship, and I don't even poke my chest out. So how can he? Now, I
Yeah.
do get people
I feel
calling
some
you
type of way though. You feel
right.
me?
No, don't. I get that, but I don't need your father coming up here like
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
report was
Same here.
Giannis said that he was overrated. Now, if it was reported that said that Giannis saying that Tyler Halliburton or Tyrese Halliburton was overrated, then I could see his father doing that and all that stuff. But the one thing we can say about Giannis is when he loses, he doesn't make excuses and he takes it on the chin. I don't need your short ass father come over there waving a towel in my face, taunting me. Because if I go upside his head, and I saw his mom slap his hands down when they were arguing. It's like, I don't need your parents doing that. I definitely don't. But if he does kill another giant, this is this is gonna be
Gets
fun.
interesting.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The Boston, if that happened, I mean, Boston at this point, I mean, unless God forbid Tatum gets injured or something, Boston's going back to the finals.
If
I think
Cleveland gets knocked out, yes.
it's looking like Garland's going to be out for the season, bro. So it's not looking too hot. I like Ty Jerome, but spotlight might be a little too big for him right now at this point in his career.
Yeah, buddy.
It's different ball in the playoffs, man.
But this is why we love playoffs, because it's a live action drama.
Hey, you know who might be the most one of the most underrated players in the league, and I want to give him some love because I've been saying this since last year, and he's ironically on the Pacers. Aaron Nemhard, bro, yo, he's tough, bro. I remember watching him at Gonzaga, and I'm like, yo, this kid's gonna be a solid NBA player. And shout out to him, bro. He's tough. Rihanna.
Yeah. I love my Midwest teams. I think I have to support the Midwest teams. That's why I was choosing Cleveland and Milwaukee. But if Indiana does it, I think maybe they can go to a magical round or a magical run and knock off Boston with that type of momentum. You got to be playing your best ball in the playoffs to
And
get to
I'm a
the finals.
historian. I know you are too, bro. There's some about Pacers Celtics playoffs. I love it. I love when the Pacers and the Celtics meet. It's always a good series. There's something always interesting and that happens, and it's always some type of controversy. You know what I mean? So
What would
there's
be the
history
best
there.
matchup for Indiana in the finals if they meet?
For Indiana to win,
In the finals.
for Indiana to win it.
Yeah.
Let me get away from my little munchkin daughter real quick. She's in her zone. Um, Indiana, I think they would be best suited. I would say Minnesota. I would say
Minnesota, I was just
Minnesota.
thinking there. I didn't want to say it until after you did.
Yeah, I would say Minnesota. They probably match up with best.
Indiana, Denver. I'll take Denver.
Yeah, Indiana, OKC. I'm taking OKC and Warriors. Yeah, that it would just too big of a spotlight. Draymond he would bully Miles Turner, and then you got the Steph Curry just aura of being in the finals. You know what I mean? He's gonna deliver. Plus, it's that aura too. You know what I mean? The spotlight's just gonna be too big for them cats. You know what I mean?
Right.
They would get there and it would be nice, and it would be like one of those things where it's like, it's nice we got here, but we about to get romped in a sweep 5 games max. You know what I mean?
How old are you, young man?
I'm 34.
Okay. Now I'm gonna give you an example. There was a great basketball game that I grew up playing. I'm 43, so it was a great basketball game that I used to play. It was NBA Live, and it was like '98. The one that had
Okay. I think that's Tim Hardaway on the cover.
in the red Heat jersey.
Yeah.
So
That was one of my earliest memories of playing video games, bro.
now they had this, and you couldn't turn it off. It was an option. You could not turn it off. Where they would have like division games that you played against, and if you played on the road, like let's say Miami plays Atlanta, when you go to Atlanta, that crowd is fucking epic, and it will start affecting the way you shoot. You will have to like make sure you get open layups. It will have a crowd factor. And I always loved that about that. You know, it took a while to get used to it, but when you start playing those games, you start making you look forward to playing them. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they have ones with the Bulls. You got to go into the United Center.
Yeah,
Or you
when
have to
Jordan's name wasn't even Jordan. That shit said
player
player under.
99.
That shit said player, bro.
Right. Player 99. They didn't even say
Yeah.
23. Just player 99. And then they had the same thing. Not
Well,
NBA Live.
Barkley.
They didn't know. NBA Live had Barkley. It was NBA Shootout
2K. Yeah.
that didn't have Barkley. And they didn't
Yeah.
have Shaq. So
Yep.
they will be like player 99 LA, player 99 Houston,
Yeah.
but that's besides the point. Every level of the playoffs, the stakes get higher
And higher. Yep.
and the crowd lets you know what round you're in.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to win in the first round if you're a good team. You got
Yep.
to be a great team to win in the second, conference, and then finals.
Yep.
Indiana's going to prove, especially if they get out of this Cleveland series and they play Boston or New York, they're going to have to prove who they really are. And if New York by some chance knocks off Boston,
Oh, please! I'm all for that. Lord in heaven, please.
they will have to get the rematch against Indiana or Cleveland. But if Indiana and New York play again, it will be their sixth time playing in the playoffs. And I
Oh
want to
my God, that would be
say
even better.
fourth time in
Knicks.
the conference final.
That would be even better. Knicks Pacers. Oh, sign me up, dog.
Right. And you got all that history. You know they're going to have Reggie Miller on one of the telecasts.
Yep.
And just,
He gonna give Spike Lee the choke look,
right.
courtside.
Spike Lee showing up for all because a chance to go to the finals. You know what I'm saying? I think they split the last two times they won for they played for the conference finals. Indiana beat New York to go to play the Lakers, and then New York beat Indiana on that 4-point play by Larry Johnson to go be the cannon fodder for San Antonio. But yeah, every New York Indiana playoff series is just something about that. It's just something about it.
Yeah, bro. Facts.
And,
Facts.
and I'm about that life. I want the playoffs to be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, bro. Me too, bro. Me too, bro. Because NBA, they said the ratings have gone down, and we could blame LaFraud for that. I know I certainly blame LaFraud for that because it's deeper. It's deeper. He's supposed to be the one helping the game get better. Like, I don't know if you repeat when Alex Ovechkin broke Wayne Gretzky's record. If you go listen to Wayne Gretzky's interview, that's the way a legend promotes and makes their game better. He acknowledges everything that happened in the past and how athletes are better today and how they're more skilled and that records are meant to be broken. This, that, and the third. That's how someone passes the torch and makes their game better. That's how a legend does that. Not
But in
you know how
harmony
it
with
is.
that,
Fucking guy does it.
when Gretzky broke the record, he had other people doing the same thing for him, congratulating him. You
Yep.
know, he had his detractors, he had his haters, but for the most part, it probably was like 95% love, 5% hate. And Gretzky is a professional. Jordan is a professional, the GOATs of their era. Because remember, when Kobe passed Jordan, Jordan already had his pre-made video congratulations for Kobe. You know what I'm saying? Letting them know it was the hard work. I saw it from the time he was a teenager. And when LeBron broke records, the main guys were just like, I'm good. I really don't got nothing to say.
And that says a lot to me. That speaks volumes. You could tell Kareem does not fuck with LeBron, bro. He does
Absolutely.
not. He does not fuck with him.
He looked so uncomfortable standing next to him. He looked so uncomfortable standing next to him. Like he didn't want to be there, like he was going through the motions.
Yep.
Because
Like, I don't even want to be here type shit.
see, you have to understand, and I've said this on the stream before. Kareem was an activist, then a basketball player.
Yep.
LeBron is a basketball player playing like an activist. And Kareem feels some type of way about that.
Exactly.
So how
Bro.
you pass me and you make all this stuff, and look, okay, if that was the case, then why wasn't people saying Kareem was the GOAT when he held on to this record for 40 plus years? Over Wilt.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
man.
didn't make him the GOAT. but it makes you the GOAT because you passed Kareem and not in the same fashion as Kareem? Okay, cool. No problem.
You spitting some fire right now, homie.
Look,
Real talk.
Kareem, I always respected how Kareem carried himself. Even, of course, he did movies. He was on Airplane. He was on that Kung Fu movie with Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee,
yeah. He made appearances on different television shows and everything. But Kareem always was gracious when he interviewed, when he talked about the game, when he talked about the struggle, when he talked about the things that he went through. LeBron does not give you any type of graciousness. He gives you arrogance. And it's okay to be confident, but just like I was told a long time ago, just like you said you was told by your fathers and uncles and everything, I was told a long time ago, there's a thin line between arrogant and confidence. And you need to find the balance. And that goes back to, hey, Kyrie did a fantastic job. He hit the game-winning shot for us. We would have not had a championship without Kyrie. No, that's what made me the GOAT. Watching another person solidify the championship for your home team, and he gets none of the credit. So much so that you wanted him traded for Paul George and Bledsoe the following year. You don't give graciousness to Wade. Thank you for bringing me over here. He helped me elevate my game and made me a championship. No. Oh, I won my championships even without Miami. For real? I don't remember us being asleep. We saw that. You specifically went over to Miami because that was your best chance to win a championship. You were the one, not Wade, that promised 8 championships. Wade didn't say that. You promised that.
You did.
Your first opportunity, you shrank. And Bosh didn't shrink. Wade didn't shrink. The role players didn't shrink. You shrunk. And then you say you want your same damn respect? How can I give you the same respect when you didn't go at the same, on the same road to the championship like everybody else did? It's like, dude, me and Ronton and T Price was having this conversation on T Price's Old Head Podcast. Shout out to Old Head Podcast. Ronton made a very good point. He said you got to give people their respect before you give it yourself. We don't give respect on credit. You see what I'm saying? We give people respect and we expect for it back. From the time this boy was 16 years old, people were pumping him up, giving him that superstar treatment, respect before he even dribbled one basketball in the league. But from your rookie season to now, you have never given anybody their respect. It's always been about you. And the older he gets, I bring this to the game. I'm unstoppable. I know what I bring. Then if that was the case, my guy, why do we see you fail more than we see you succeed? Everybody sits up there like, well, y'all act like Jordan only played 6 years in the league. No, the thing we respect about him is we watched him fail. And then when he got to the mountaintop, he never came down. Everything about LeBron James' career
has been a roller coaster.
Right. It's always been somebody else's fault, the reason why he lost the 2-1 lead against Boston. Somebody else's fault why he lost to Orlando. It's somebody else's fault why he had to go to Miami. Somebody else's fault he lost in 2011. It's somebody else's fault that they lost in 2014 by a record margin. It's somebody else's fault he lost in 2015 to the baby Golden State Warriors. It's somebody else's fault 17 and 18. You see what I'm saying? It's a theme. It's never LeBron's fault. And we've been watching this with our own 2 eyes, and I can say, yeah, it was LeBron's fault that he didn't close out on KD, who was his matchup in both game 3s of 2017 and 2018. He tried to push J.R. Smith out there. That's your man.
You shied away from it. Yep, you went away from it. A lot of people don't see. That's I respect the hell out of your take, bro, because I know you know what you're talking about. LeBron shied away from the competition in those game threes back to back, 17 and 18. He shied away from it. That's supposed to be someone I think is the greatest of all time. The greatest of all time does not shy away from the moment. They don't come up smaller than Minnie Mouse in the finals and like you did against Dallas, like you did against San Antonio in 14, like you said in 17 and 18, shying away from Kevin Durant, not accepting the challenge. You failed. You did not accept the challenge.
Reggie
Straight up.
Miller in 1998 in Game 6 to force a Game 7 hit a shot. Who was guarding him? Was it not Michael Jordan? He had to
I
shove
mean,
Jordan off of
that was an
him to get
offensive
free.
foul too, bro. If we not,
Did
if we
did
call a
Jordan
spade a
say,
spade,
hey,
yeah.
did Jordan say, hey, the refs and the league need to look at that shove off? He said, no, we're winning in Game 7. They was like, yeah, but how do you feel about Reggie shot? We're winning in Game 7. We don't need to talk about the shove. We don't need to talk about none of that. And he let his game be the biggest mouthpiece for him. Jordan didn't have a Ahmad Rashad out there talking about some, hey, Jordan, you just need to enjoy your last years in Chicago, and however it goes, it goes. No, Jordan
No,
was
we
about,
going to win it. We going to win. We going to the ship. We win in the ship.
yes, Jordan didn't have other minions in the media trying to make every time he failed at something or he didn't come up to par in something. There's always somebody else. He could have blamed Pippen for having a goddamn migraine and them getting blown out in Game 7, but he didn't. He could have blamed Horace
Yeah.
Grant and B.J. Armstrong for getting outplayed in Game 7, but he didn't. He could have blamed. Let me see. He could have blamed a lot of teammates for why they lost to the Pistons. He did not. He was the one on the bus crying, sobbing, saying that we need to get better.
Yep. That's what goats do, man. They don't run and make. They don't lose and run and make super teams.
Whoa,
You know,
how will we
like
feel about
you remember
Jordan?
those puppet commercials, bro? They made in 09. The NBA was literally putting it in a silver platter. Kobe versus LeBron in the finals.
Absolutely.
They were putting it in front of our face before it even was happening. I remember when those came out. I'm like, oh, they really putting Kobe versus LeBron on us, huh?
But
They
they were
going to the
they
finals.
both were the 1 seed. They both
Yep.
won 60 games.
Yep.
They were literally on a collision course to meet in the finals.
And you lost to
And
Orlando.
you lost
You
to
lost to
lesser
baby Dwight.
competition.
Dwight was in his third year that year? You lost to a baby
Absolutely.
Dwight Howard, bro. Not even a prime.
You literally
He was
lost to the
entering his
same
prime.
JJ Redick as your coach.
Yeah. Facts, bro. Facts.
How is that? They were
Facts.
playing without their point guard, Jameer Nelson, and you still lost to Rayford Austin. Somebody is on the N1 mixtape. And if it wasn't for that 3 that you took in Game 2, you would have been gentlemen swept.
Real talk.
And
He
then
was letting
Kobe, gentlemen swept Orlando.
He was letting Hito Turkoglu and Rashard Lewis go off, bro. Come on, man. Come
Literally,
on, Bron.
Heedle Turkoglu, max contract, left Sacramento to go to Orlando, and Heedle Turkoglu made his name in that
In that
series on
series, bro.
your watch. And
Yeah.
guess what, everybody, if you keep it track at home, they slid Rashard Lewis to the 4 and put Heedle Turkoglu at the 3. And
he was
whose matchup
torching
is that?
LeBron and pick and rolls. Torching him.
Absolutely. So
Torching him.
you're telling me you can guard 1 through 5, and I've never seen you do it outside of Roy Hibbert, and we can argue and say that Roy Hibbert's not a Hall of Fame center.
Hell no, he's not. He's the softest 7'2" fucking center I've ever seen in my life, too.
So if your claim to fame is that he can guard a Roy Hibbert in the playoffs, that proves he can do 1 through 5. Get out of my face with your
Bro,
baby basketball
Roy
terms.
Hibbert was 7'2", 270, and has he ever averaged 9 rebounds a game in a season? I don't think so.
But he was also going through the worst slide of a center's career up until that point. Because remember, Indiana was on pace to win 70 games, and they were like 45 and I want to say 45 and 5 at the I said halftime, but at the All-Star break. And they had a horrible second half because Roy Hibbert was getting like 2 rebounds, falling out, not showing up. There was some internal problems going on. And when they met, I don't even know how the hell they made it to the conference finals. But when they made it to the conference finals, yeah, you're literally putting LeBron James on a wounded dog. And just because he outplayed that wounded dog, you're saying he can guard fives. You know what? LeBron played the 2 in 2020. I said the 2, I'm sorry. He played the 5 in 2022 when AD was out. He will play against Sacramento at the 5, but then when they play Embiid, he rests that day. When he played Joker, he rests that day. But then he'll play the 5 in Memphis. He'll play the 5 against the Rockets. But when it's Giannis, he's sitting that one out. Get out of here with that.
Hey, you remember? Hey, I just remembered another one. Remember when LeBron was complaining that San Antonio's AC went out?
Right.
The air conditioning?
Game 1 of the 2014
remember that one, dog?
He started having
Man, this should go
cramps.
for days, bro.
Nobody else had cramps, but you had cramps. Now, if you're keeping track at home,
The
everybody,
air conditioning broke in the arena, bro. Fuck
one of
outta
the side
here.
effects for any PED is premature cramps and dehydration. Just throwing that out there.
Yep.
I didn't see any other Miami Heat player have to be carried off because the AC was off for everybody. It wasn't just off for LeBron. It was off for everybody. And they almost won that game. But LeBron had, muscle cramps, and he couldn't finish the game. You won
Bro,
game 2?
Wild L23. Dog, Roy Hibbert was the softest 7-footer in the world. I'm just sat here and told you he's never averaged 9 or double-digit rebounds a game. You can't even use that in a conversation, bro. LeBron weighs as much as Roy Hibbert. When LeBron was guarding Roy Hibbert, LeBron was 265 when he was in Miami, bro. Damn near pushing 270. Roy Hibbert was 7'2", 260, they listed him as. So it's not even a valid argument. Because like I said, Roy Hibbert was one of the softest 7-footers you'll ever see, bro. Him and Brook Lopez are the softest 7-footers I've ever seen.
And after that
Can't even
series,
average
they got rid
double-digit
of Roy Hibbert.
rebounds.
After that series, they got rid of Roy Hibbert. Literally, they traded him to, I want to say, the Grizzlies. They were done with him. I've never seen LeBron guard an elite 5 and shut him down. I've never even seen him guard anybody and shut him down. Who has LeBron ever shut down in his career?
No, bro, he can't do that. He's not capable of doing that. LeBron's a great off-ball defender. He's a great help defender. But as far as you can't go to LeBron and be like, LeBron, I need you to lock him up
for the fourth
tonight.
quarter.
I need you to stop him right now. LeBron can't do that, bro. Like Jordan and Kobe, you could tell him that. Kobe could have. I've seen Kobe do it many a times where he went out and clamped up in the fourth quarter, and I've seen him do it to AI when he was in Denver, AI when he was in Philly. I saw him do it against Carmelo in the Western Conference Finals. I saw him do it against Steve Nash in the conference finals. I've seen him do it plenty of times where he's went out there and he's like, all right, now it's on some defense shit. Like we need to lock up.
Now,
And he and the whole team locks up.
A player that used to cook the shit out of Kobe in the playoffs was Bonzi Wells, and I've seen Bonzi Wells get clamped up by
young
Kobe.
Young Kobe. Yo, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. 99, 2000, that season, Bonzi Wells. Well, first off, Bonzi Wells is very underrated, and Bonzi Wells is a very strong, crafty basketball player who he was giving Kobe some fits in the post. As far as on the perimeter, Kobe did his thing on Bonzi, but Bonzi went into that post, bro. Kobe couldn't. Kobe had a hard time handling that in the post, bro. Bonzi was tough, though.
Bonzi Wells is one of those underrated 2000s guards that his game showed up in the playoffs. I've watched him put a 45-piece on a team in the playoffs in the post and mid-range.
Yeah, middies in post game. Facts,
yeah,
bro.
he was that guy. I've seen Wade lock up. We was just talking about oh shit, what's his name again? Right off the tip of my tongue.
Baron Davis.
Aaron Davis. I seen him lock up Aaron Davis
Yep.
in the playoffs. I've seen Paul George back when he used to actually play basketball, but I seen Paul George lock up a few people. Remember, he was third in MVP voting in OKC that first year with Westbrook. And I've seen him lock
There
up
was a
many
time in my
players.
life where I was so huge on Paul George, bro, around 2014, 15. I was saying I'd rather have him than Harden because of the defensive factor. You know what I mean? But obviously now looking back at it now, it's like that was kind of blasphemous. But at that point, bro, if we go back to 2014, 15, Paul George was one of them dudes.
Yeah, I was rooting for him. I was. He was about that life. He was about that basketball player. He made the dude from Granger. He made him expendable. Took the team over, and they had a chance. It's just between the meltdown and the lack of chemistry, they lost in the conference final in 6 games. Just for the Heat to go and lose. But that's neither here nor there. But I'm trying to what 3 that LeBron ever shut down. And I'm not talking about a 3 off the bench. I'm talking about a quality 3.
A quality 3. We know Turkoglu cooked his ass in 2000. Turkoglu's giving him the business.
Because remember, Turkoglu went to the San Antonio Spurs after Orlando.
I can't recall LeBron really.
So
I mean, I ain't gonna hold you. 2011, he did a number on D Rose, but like
but
he's
that
supposed
wasn't
to. Yeah, he's
the
not a
whole
3.
series though.
And he's not even a 3, and that's someone he's supposed to lock up. He's bigger and stronger and just as athletic. So
He was not guarding Rose from game 1 to
yeah,
elimination.
no,
He was
it
guarding
was
him in
the
situation.
elimination game in the fourth quarter. I remember he did a number on D Rose in the elimination game in Chicago. They took him out in 5, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Now, I've never even seen LeBron lock up Luol Deng because he's been getting off on him.
Shit, Luol Deng, yeah.
Can't guard Carmelo.
Nah, hell
Can't
no.
guard Pierce.
Hell no. Paul Pierce used to give him the business.
He got dunked on repeatedly by Paul George in the playoffs. Let me see. He couldn't
Yeah.
guard Kawhi.
He used to hate when Kawhi. Yo, bro, you remember? I know you seen that clip where
Said,
where
damn,
Kawhi
that
checked
dude
in the
came back.
game and LeBron said, "Damn." He was mad. Kawhi checked back in the game.
I'm literally trying to go through some threes. We already know Garnett. Not Kevin Garnett. Kevin Durant. It's always been baking. Even when they met up in 2012, he's still averaging with 30 a game, and that was LeBron's matchup.
You know why? And that 2012, Harden was the reason they lost that series, bro.
Yeah,
Harden stunk, bro. If Harden played just a little bit better, they could have won that series, bro. I think it was
that was the beginning
only
of
game 2, the one he played well in, if I'm
that
not
was the
mistaken.
beginning of the James Harden failure in the playoffs starting in that
Yep.
series.
Yep.
He was
He
great in
was
the
game 2.
OKC.
Game 2, yeah, of the
No, I'm talking
finals.
about
Every other
the
game he
series before
stunk.
that. He was great in the San Antonio series, but when they got to the finals, I don't know, somebody cut his water off.
Yeah, bro. If he played just a little better, they might have won that shit.
Well, we know
He
game 2
stunk.
was theirs because of that LeBron hack. So they would have went into Miami up 2 games to none. Miami would have won all 3 because they won all 3 to win the championship. But if they would have won game 2, it would have guaranteed a game 6 in OKC.
And a game 7, because it was 2-3-2 back in the day, back at
Yeah.
that time, if I'm not
So
mistaken.
it's just like, yeah. I don't want to say the fix was in, but it's kind of funny that was LeBron's one and only gentleman sweep in the finals. He got gentleman swept or swept. Oh man, that's crazy. He had 2 Game 7s, one against San Antonio, one against Golden State. And if he ain't barely winning, he's getting blown out. Wow. Damn. So
Yeah.
conversely,
Yep.
what 3 have you seen lock up another 3? And we're just going to put Kawhi to the side.
I saw Ron Artest lock up LeBron James.
Oh, I forgot about Meta World Artest.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The tri-state in me still calls him Ron Artest. He's
I
always
know.
been Ron Artest to me.
Right, since St. John's. I
Yeah,
remember
facts.
watching him in St.
Queens. What
John's.
up, Queens? Shout out Queens.
Every time I think about St. John's, I think about Coming to America when they went to a St. John's game.
Good morning, New York. Fuck you. Yes. Yes. Fuck you too. That shit was too funny, bro. One of the
Over there singing late at
that
night.
shit was too fucking funny.
That's one of the GOAT comedies of the 80s.
Facts.
Let me see. That's hard. I can't think of another 3 besides.
I saw Ron Artest lock up a lot of heads. What? I saw Ron Artest lock up Paul Pierce. I also saw Paul Pierce give him the business. I saw Ron Artest lock up Jamal Mashburn. I definitely saw Ron Artest. I saw Kobe lock up LeBron. Shit. Remember
Yeah,
the
we all
All-Star
saw the
game?
All-Star game. Come on now. Let's stop. Let's stop it with this LeBron's better than Kobe nonsense. That only
Never.
only people that believe that LeBron's better than Kobe is Kobe fans and maybe the devil. But other than that, nah, I don't. Ooh, that's crazy. Just watching them play, you can tell who has a bag and you can tell who's just big and strong.
Facts,
That's
bro.
just like saying Karl Malone is better than Akeem Olajuwon.
Never. Ever. Never should anyone spew those words.
But it's the same thing. One person had skill, the other person was big and strong.
Yeah. Karl Malone just developed a MIDI later on in his career. But yeah, he was just big and strong. Facts. Hakeem will give you that pump fake, reverse pivot, fade away, splash.
Whenever you saw Olajuwon with those big knee pads, because they were longer than Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing used to have the short ones around the kneecap, and Olajuwon used to have like the shin guards. He literally looked like a soccer player who was playing basketball. And when I seen him cross over as a center,
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? And they were just showing that same play
Listen,
over and over. And I'm like, damn.
That man was giving Patrick Ewing the business during Ramadan, bro. Where he wasn't even eating during the day.
I got zero energy, but I can still give you 30 and
Bro,
15.
what? Bro, you out there getting 36 and 15 with 5 blocks off no food. That
In
man
a
is
victory.
different. That man is different. And he won the chip. That man is different, bro. That's why he in
Since
my
you
top
brought up
5. Hakeem
since you
is
brought
fifth
up
on my all-time list. He's 5th on my
since,
all-time rank.
since you brought up Patrick Ewing, I gotta give just a little bit of smoke to Patrick Ewing. Because it looked to me in Game 6 and Game 7 that Patrick Ewing was a little shook. He started taking more outside shots than banging with Olajuwon in the post.
He didn't
Now,
want that smoke.
granted, we in the Midwest where I was, we couldn't see one of those games because it was that OJ chase during that time. So the OJ chase blocked out the game, and they didn't turn the game on or have the little picture to like the third or the end of the third, fourth quarter. But from what I seen, it looked like Patrick was just a little bit shook against Olajuwon, and that was a Game 7 series too. A couple of shots here, a couple of shots there. We might be saying Patrick won his first, but that was always the scouting report on Patrick. That's why he kind of lost to the Bulls more times than not, because he would start getting jump shot happy as a center. He had a good 15-foot maybe if you really wanted to, you could stretch it to 18, 20-foot jump shot. But he used to have a good jump shot, and he started to rely on that instead of just going down low, doing this little bunny hop, getting into the paint. You're letting Luke Longley and Bill Winnington and Jason Caffey and Dickie Simpkins like guard you down there, and you're bailing out with a jump shot. I don't know. I expected more out of Patrick because I actually did like Patrick Ewing. I really did. I don't know about you.
No, Patrick Ewing was a great center. I mean, he's in my 20 to 25 range, if I'm not mistaken. I think I have him. He's in my 20 to 25 range. I mean, you're top 20, top 25. You're great. Patrick Ewing was a great center. You know, one thing I actually wanted to bring up. You know what's crazy to me, Doug? How
What's
like
up?
on the real tip, like when people do their top tens, I literally have two separate lists. Like it's even when I go off rappers. Like people say, who are the top 10 rappers? And then I always say, okay, are you talking rappers, like pure rappers, or are you talking artists? You know what I mean? Like who makes better music? You know what I mean? Same thing with the NBA. Like I have my top 10 big men, which are fives and fours, and obviously, and then I have my top 10 players that aren't, because like, how am I gonna compare Kareem and Wilt to Steph Curry or Kobe Bryant? They're two completely, you know what I mean? So I have two separate lists. I have a big man list, and then I have, my guard wing list when I do my top 10. So whenever anyone ever asks me, oh, do you have a top? I don't like putting all that together. You know what I mean? I mean, I have one, but I personally wouldn't do that. Because, like, how am I going to compare Steph Curry or Kobe or Jordan to Wilt, Hakeem, or Shaq? You know what I mean? Like, I can't do that. They're two different style players. Unless you want me to, you know, compare their careers, the accolades. That's the only thing you really can compare, or who had the better career. But as far as player, you know what I mean? It's like, I can't compare Shaq to Steph. What the hell?
Absolutely not. Two different types of
Yeah,
positions, two different types of playing style. I
yeah,
think you start to go to the accolades and you start to go to the career when you didn't put two eyes on these players. Like I can't tell you about Bill Russell. I can't tell you about um, Will Chamberlain because I didn't see him. I wasn't born in that time. But I definitely could. There's some tape on him, and I definitely could see that versus Akeem Olajuwon. And I'm just going to tell you, I think Akeem Olajuwon was just as dominant on the defense end as Bill Russell. Now, was Bill Russell just as dominant on the offensive end as Akeem Olajuwon? Absolutely not. So I got to put Akeem over Russell. To certain people, that might sound crazy because the first thing they're going to say, 11 championships, 11 championships. That's nice, but he wasn't playing 32 teams to get those
exactly. It
32
was 8 teams
championships.
in the NBA,
So
and
it,
then
it has
exactly,
to balance out at some point, okay?
Mhm.
Russell did what he did in that time, and he dominated according to market, winning 11 championships and 13 tries or whatever the number is. However, but when I see a center that is dominating the defensive end and is just as dominant in the middle, I gotta give him that leap over you. Now, yeah, you can say, well, he only won 2 championships in his career. Okay, that's fine for you to say that. But he also went up to against one of the best Boston Celtic teams of all time, that '86 Celtics team. Did you think really he was going to beat him or them with Ralph Sampson? No. But when it was his time to shine, he shined. He got his back to back. You could argue and say, well, Jordan wasn't there. Jordan will even tell you that is the one matchup he really didn't want to have between him and Olajuwon. Now he wasn't going to back down, but that would have been Jordan's first Game 7 series. You can put me on record with saying that. We love Jordan because he ended everything in Game 6 or less. But if they played the Houston Rockets, that's going 7 because Houston had a team. But selfishly, Olajuwon is my favorite center of all time. You
You
still
said you
there,
have a
DJ?
lot. You have
Oh,
Olajuwon seventh.
uh, he's my favorite. as a big man. He's my favorite big man. So he's number one in big man for me.
Come on,
Let me.
Ariana. Come on. Word. I mean, yeah. I mean, like you said. I mean, if you put Hakeem Olajuwon in the '60s, bro, and they saw him do the Dream Shake, they would have lynched him. They would have thought he was a witch or something.
They banned that shit. You can only
Yeah, they
take
would
two
have said, "Yo, you
dribbles.
can't do that, bro. You can't do that."
Right.
What was that? That was traveling. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. They're gonna be like
No,
that.
that was traveling. No, it wasn't. Technical foul. Yeah.
For real though. But Hakeem, man, Hakeem, talk about someone who could have translated into today's NBA too, bro. What?
With ease.
Hakeem would be. I
35
feel like he would
and
be
18.
more dominant in this era than in that era.
He would have been Joker, just a better polished offensive player.
Yeah, he can't assist and play make, but he brings everything defensively. What are you gonna do? He could protect the rim. You want him to switch out on screens. He can guard all these guards. He's agile enough to guard all these guards in the NBA.
Remember, he could take his defense out to the perimeter as well. That's how he won Game 6 in the finals because he blocked Stark's 3-pointer. When you play defense, your defense travels and it's all over the court. It's not just I'm gonna wait to do a chase down block. It's I'm gonna be in your face and block your shot.
You know what else is crazy? You just brought up chase down block. That chase down block by LeBron. Do the LeBron fans know that the NBA intentionally fumbled that call because that should have been goaltending?
Off the glass.
It wasn't even off the glass, bro. The rule states if you're going up with both hands, if you block the shot, if your other hand hits the rim, which LeBron's left hand does, that's considered goaltending.
Well,
Yeah.
you can just categorize that under a lot of the coincidences for the 2016 finals.
Yeah. Yeah. Draymond getting suspended. Game 6. Huh.
Right.
Yeah. You know.
Steph Curry being thrown out of a game after fouling out on a mysterious 6 foul.
Yep. I forgot about that.
That's why he got so upset and threw his mouthpiece.
That's right. That's
Look,
right.
I
Shit
don't like
wild,
this.
bro. How much they protect LeBron is crazy.
They gotta They got to protect their star. I get that. Every star has been protected at some point. Every star. And if you're listening at home, including Michael Jordan, I'm not going to lie about that. Michael Jordan was protected in certain ways. However, there has never been a star protected this much. Never. It's to the point to where you can't even talk about any of his bad points. There's always an excuse. Well, he takes care of his body. He spends over. It was $1 million. Now it's $2 million on his body. Okay, how? What's your regimen? How are you doing it? If you bring up EPO, nobody in the media wants to talk about it. And if somebody else in the media tries to talk about it, they shut that shit down. That's protection. We can sit up here and we can talk about Jordan, his gambling, his infidelity, his this, his that, but nobody even want to talk about that. They can talk about Kobe and his rape case and all this other stuff, but nobody wants to talk about LeBron James. If you bring anything if you bring anything like that up, you're called what? A hater. You're right, Mr. Evans. Andrew Bogut injury was the turning point in 2016 finals. That bum had confidence to go to the rim. Absolutely. You open up the rim, you open up the lane, LeBron's going to stay in the lane. Don Perry, LeBron is in PED. Oh, I think you mean on PEDs. We all know that.
Yeah, Chael Sonnen came out. I love how that got no recognition from the media. Chael Sonnen's interview when he said that about the EPOs and stuff like that.
Oh, go ahead.
Huh?
Wait, what was your question again? I'm sorry.
No, I was saying I love how the media shrugged that Chael Sonnen. I don't know if you saw that Chael Sonnen interview with Andrew Schultz, where he said he accused LeBron of being on EPOs and that he knows his guy that he gets his stuff from. Chael Sonnen literally said it. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, I was listening to that at work, and I was like, okay, this is going to start a firestorm. They killed that story so quick.
It's funny how I think it was after the 2012 Olympics they changed the drug testing program, and that's why LeBron didn't play in the Olympics. Hasn't played on the Olympics since till what last Olympics. But 2016 and 2020 he wasn't on the Olympic teams because they changed the drug testing program. People don't
You
want to
drug
realize
test
that
Steph
though.
Curry.
They don't want to put the two and two together.
How do you drug test Steph Curry, but not LeBron James? I don't understand that. Now, if they drug test everybody, I won't have no problem with it. But and let me see. I got somebody in the comments that said, let's see. I got young DB94 that says you never talk about his success.
Why was Michael Jordan a jerk? Because he pushed all his teammates? Because he
Michael
wanted to
Jordan
win
was
and
protected
he wanted to win as much as more than anyone? I don't get it.
because he didn't let his teammates off the hook for playing like trash.
Yeah, right? Like what? He said, remember that thing with Luke Longley? He said, Luke Longley at the end of the first quarter, he had 12 points, 4 rebounds, 4 blocks. He said, I went up to Luke. Yeah, Luke, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. He said, that's the last time I ever gave him a compliment in the game. He said, Luke ended the game with 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 blocks.
Remember,
That shit had me rolling.
but remember, if a center had 12 points, 4 rebounds, 4 blocks, and LeBron's team loses, they're a bum. His teammates are trash. Tell me what Jordan the center was a
Oh,
double-double.
God. Luke Longley, Jesus, Lord Almighty. Come on. God bless the man, but really? He was trash. You're telling me Jordan went he three-peated with a guy, Judd Butchler. Yeah. Who? Come on, man.
That's wrong. Judd Bolson was an athlete because he also won championships in volleyball. But he won a championship with Luke Longley, Bill Whittington as
Yeah,
his 1
bro.
and 2 center.
Come on, man. Come on. Jordan's the GOAT. It's not even a debate. It shouldn't be a debate.
I don't
It
care
shouldn't
about
be a
him being
debate.
a jerk. Can I count on him in playoff games?
Bill
Or,
Cartwright was not horrible. He wasn't horrible. Stop it, Don Perry. Bill Cartwright wasn't horrible.
yeah, he wasn't the New York Knicks version of Bill Cartwright, and he had the most ugliest shot I've ever seen in my life. Hey, anybody name me the players that were in double figures on the Bulls that's not named Pippen and Jordan?
I bet. Would you say 3, bro? They probably can't do 3.
Well, we already know Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen was one. What's the third one?
For what year?
Let's go with 97.
Who was the third best player?
Who was the third player in double figures?
Oh, cool coach.
Outside of Kukoc, who else?
I think Harper. Harper might have cracked that.
Game.
Did Ron Harper get that?
Nope, he was only 9 a game.
9. Yeah, that's what I was about to. I think that's it. I know it wasn't Rodman.
Nope,
It
5 a
couldn't have
game.
been Rodman.
He'll give you double digit rebounds, but he was not going to give you double digit points.
No, I think that's it then. I think it was Jordan, Pippen, and Kukoc, the only guys in double figures.
And how much did Kukoc average?
I want to say it was somewhere in like the 11 to 13 range.
It was 13.3.
Yeah, yeah. Pippen was around 16, 17, and Jordan was at 30, 35.
So if Pippen saved Jordan,
Pippen didn't save Jordan. Who the hell
well,
thinks that?
there's a lot of people that say Pippen saved Jordan.
Oh, jeez, Louise, bro. Come on. Really?
Yeah, that one when Pippen came out with that book, they were like, "Oh, well, Jordan didn't do anything without Pippen."
Oh, jeez. Pippen was a fine player. He's a top 10 small forward of all time. He's a good player, solid
I'll
player.
say top 15. I
Yeah.
can't give him top 10
Eh, he's
because
definitely not top 5.
what you didn't do with Houston or Portland is why he went from a top 10 to a top 15.
Yeah, Portland, that team, when we were talking about Bonzi Wells earlier, oh my, they had a young Jermaine O'Neal, young Zach Randolph, young Rasheed Wallace, Arvydas Sabonis, Detlef Shrimp, Stoudemire, Steve Smith. That team was fucking loaded.
And don't forget Gary Trent Sr.
Gary Trent Sr., that's right. Facts, big facts. And they had young Turgaloo, right? Wasn't Turgaloo on that team?
I
No,
think
I'm
that was
thinking of the Kings.
Sacramento.
I'm thinking of the Kings. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the Kings. There was another European on that team that was young, bro. No, Shrimp was old. Sabonis was old. No, I'm bugging. Yeah, I'm
Remember,
bugging.
that was
But
Sabonis' second
that
stint.
team was loaded. Yeah.
Derek Anderson,
Oh yeah,
Smitty,
Derek Anderson. Yep. Steve
Greg
Smith was a
Anthony.
bucket, bro. Youngins don't know about Steve Smith. Steve Smith got buckets back in the day. He had that little hezzy bop, that little half hezzy bop. That shit was tough.
Yeah, he had a little push button shot. Had Detlef Shrimp.
That little shrimp was nice.
They
Man,
had the team to
those
win the
Seattle
championship.
teams, bro. Those Seattle teams was nice. When he had GP, Kemp, Shrimp, Hersey Hawkins. They had a nice little team in Seattle. Man, they need to bring the Sonics back, bro.
Oh yeah, they're the first
They're the
expansion
first one
team that they're
up.
bringing
Oh,
back.
thank
Yep,
good. Thank you. The good.
man. I had a friend that let me use his or let me borrow his Kemp Sprite colored jersey. Love those damn
Yeah, the Sonics had some of the toughest jerseys back in the day, bro. Those red ones was tough too.
yeah, I like that red one. The Desmond Mason.
When Desmond Mason came out in that dunk contest, he did the East Bay with the left hand. I was said, oh shit, he wildin'.
Yeah, that he was very underrated. Very underrated. And I've seen him dunk on LeBron. Yeah, those Seattle teams was always tough. They lost to an 8 seed, or we could have said they would have met the Bulls in the finals because they had the best record in the West. Um, they started getting really defensive oriented. They were scary. There was like a 4 to 6 year stretch where Utah, Seattle, San Antonio, and I'm missing another team used to play each other, and they all used to jockey against each other. Houston, they all used to jockey against each other.
You know what? Also, going back to the Jordan LeBron thing, bro. It's like how many Hall of Famers Jordan prevented from getting a ring, and how many players got rings in LeBron during LeBron's time. Like I'm looking at a situation: Patrick Ewing, Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, John Stockton, Reggie Miller, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp. These are legit first ballot Hall of Famers. 7 of them I just named that did not get a ring while Jordan was in the league.
Um, you have to
I'm missing a couple
say
more too.
Shaquille O'Neal, Penny.
Yep.
I don't know if you can say that because they went to the finals in Orlando. I mean, and Olajuwon stopped them. So we'll take Penny and Shaq off for a second. Let's concentrate on the East. Mark Price, Doherty, um, Drazen Petrovic. That's 10.
Petrovic was told, man.
Uh,
If anyone ever wants a laugh, a quick little laugh, go search up Vernon Maxwell Drazen Petrovic story. You will get a laugh. I promise you, bro. That shit had me rolling. Petrovic was nasty, bro. He was
keep this
tough.
in mind. He stopped 2 3-peats from forming Detroit and the Lakers.
And the Lakers.
And then
Who said
he's
they'll take?
3-peated.
Theodis Duncan Jr. said he'll take Pippen over Dominique. Oh, I don't know about that.
Absolutely not.
Oh my lord, I don't know about that, homie. You don't know
On
about
Dominique,
Dominique Wilkins. Do your research. That was a cold man right there.
I've
Cold
never
man.
seen. I've never
Jordan would have
seen.
won 6 with Dominique, just like Pippen. He would have won 6.
I've watched Dominique put up 57. I've never watched Pippen put up 57.
Dominique is an alpha. Scotty's a beta. End of story. Uh, You
Right.
know, KD gave Charles Barkley a lot of flack when he said, he wasn't driving the bus. That shit does matter, bro. You know what I mean? Whoever the head honcho on the team is, that matters. Who's the alpha? Who's the beta? That matters.
You would have an argument if 94 and 2000 didn't happen. Both times, Pippen had a team without Jordan, and he failed. He had a team down by 15 in the fourth quarter and got walked down. He's
Yeah.
not a bus driver. He's
Yep.
very comfortable pointing at his shoe that says Jordan Jumpman on it and beckoning to the camera, come back.
They had, if I remember correctly, bro, most of the fourth quarter, the ball was in Sheed and Steve Smith's hands. Most
Look,
of it.
look,
Steve
look,
Smith
look,
was
look.
at the top of the key, making most of the decisions with the ball in his hands.
Thank you for bringing that up because now I don't like the dude, but Colin Cowherd broke all that down. He said nobody ran plays for Pippen because he wasn't that dude. Like Dunleavy didn't run plays for Pippen when you're fucking milking a 15-point lead because Pippen is not that dude. So we get on Phil Jackson for not giving him the shot, and we're acting like Tony Kukoc bricked that damn shot. He didn't. It was bottom of the damn net. So obviously the coach went with the right call, correct?
Correct.
Pippen was never known. Now, again, let's go back to 1995-96 season. In Toronto, they're in a dogfight with Toronto, a young, scrappy team with John Wallace and Damon Stoudemire and big, rest in peace, Oliver Miller. The game comes down the last 15 seconds. Jordan's in the post. Kerr brings the ball up, transitions the ball to Pippen. He takes a 25-foot three, misses. Kerr gets the rebound and tries to get it to Jordan. Jordan fades and hits, but the time expires and they lose by 1. Why is Pippen taking that shot?
Fucking beats me, dog. Beats
Now,
me.
let's keep this in mind. The 72-10 Bulls lost 4 games by 1 point. Let's say we give all 4 of those victories to the Bulls. They are 76 and let me
6.
do
That's
that.
crazy.
76 is Jesus Christ.
That's
That
insane.
would have never been broken.
Never.
Never. You lose 6 games in a season.
Unheard of. I don't think we'll ever see that happen, bro.
One loss
Not in
was
today's
at
NBA.
home against Charlotte where they called Jordan for a foul when he made a defensive play on oh my God, what the hell was his name? The dude that hit the half court shot to win the playoff game against Utah with Houston. His name is right at the Eddie Johnson. They called Jordan for a foul after he stripped him. He hit 2 free throws, like point so and so seconds left. and Charlotte ended up beating Chicago at home for their first loss at home. Then Indiana um, beat them by one, being the only team to beat the Bulls twice that year. And the offense wasn't raw. Jordan didn't even get a chance to get the last shot. So that's two losses that could be in reverse. Another 1 point loss was that Toronto game. And then the final 1 point loss was, gotta remember. No, they lost to Seattle by 6.
Bro, every single one of their losses, besides one, they lost by 5 points or less. There was
They
one
got
game they
blown
lost
out
by
against New
9.
York.
They lost by 9 to Orlando.
Right, first loss of the season.
Yep, everything else was under 5-6 points. All the losses, and some
Except
were
that
like you
blowout
said
against
1
New
to 2,
York.
and some were like you just said 1 to 2 points.
It's like, dude, that team literally could have
And
been
then, mind you, they
78
went
and 4.
15-3 in the playoffs. So I don't care what anyone says. That's still the greatest team of all time. Even though the Warriors went 73, they didn't win the whole thing, and they had a worse playoff record. They went 72-10 and then 15-3 in the playoffs for a total of 87-13.
Jesus Christ.
You know what I mean? The Golden State lost
9 games in the playoffs.
6 games in that playoffs.
9.
6 games.
They lost as many games as they lost in the regular season in the playoffs,
Yeah. So there you
including that
go.
game 7 that they should have won.
Yeah. So there you go. That Bulls team is still the greatest team ever.
76 and 6. Out. Shit.
Scottie Pippen became great because of Michael Jordan, and it's the same argument I used for why Shaq became as dominant as he did. Shaq was great and he was dominant, but he took that next step when he got to LA because he saw
I,
how hard Kobe Bryant was
I
working.
gotta pause you there because
Just like Scottie Pippen saw how hard Michael Jordan was working.
I gotta pause you there. You're on the right track, but Shaq was not dominant in Orlando. He wasn't. He didn't become dominant until he got to
Until
LA.
he got to LA, yeah.
And the reason why he became dominant because you have another perimeter guard who is better than Penny. I hate to say it, but we're just gonna talk truths. That commanded the defense to move when he moved. That's why Shaq got the one-on-one plays under the basket, sitting on center after center after center.
Yep.
He didn't play a dominant center or even a comparable center in the finals. The
He didn't,
closest he
bro.
came,
Look at facts. Everyone likes to talk. He had a washed Mutombo. God rest his soul. But we all know Mutombo was way past his prime when he got still a good player. But he and then you're gonna talk to me about Matt Geiger and Todd McCullough? Really? Really? Where Kobe had to deal with Reggie Miller, then AI, and then Jason Kidd and Kerry Kittles. Come on,
well, let's
man.
not forget the great Jason Collins that was on
Oh
those.
yeah, the great Jason Collins of the New Jersey Nets as well. Oh yeah, let's not
Yeah,
forget him. Yeah, Matt
Jason Collins
Geiger
is so great.
and what's his name? What's his name?
Because remember, he faced
Tyrone Hill from the Sixers.
right. He faced Todd McCullough twice in '01 and then again in '02.
That's right. McCullough was on the
Philly.
Sixers.
Yeah. So, man, we're talking about 25 and 12 centers that Shaq's going up against.
Yeah.
And when I say 25 and 12, that's all their stats put together.
You silly for that one, homie.
But I'm correct, though.
Yeah, right. For
So
real.
it's like
Real basketball heads know the real championship was the path to the finals for the Lakers. Everyone knew.
San Antonio,
It's Sacramento, San Antonio, bro.
Portland.
Yeah, but Portland, yeah, bro. Like, come on, man. Everyone knew. Everyone knew. No one had Indy beating us in 2000. No one. No one certainly had Philly beating us the second year. We swept our way to the fucking
Now, I'm
finals that year.
not gonna lie. After game 1, people were nervous.
No, I remember being, what was I, 11 years old at the time? I was like, we good. We good. I knew AI was good. I knew, even as a youngin', bro, I knew AI was going to get one on us. I remember looking at my older brother. I'm like, that's the one right there. And then, it came to fruition. I was like, AI is good enough. He's tough. Like, Kobe and AI were my two favorite players growing up. Kobe was always my favorite because my first memory of being a basketball fan, I was 6 years old and I saw him do the East Bay in the All-Star game, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever as a 6 years old. I'm like,
Was
yo,
that
he put the
96?
ball in, I was like, he put the ball in between his legs and dunked it. I was like, that's fucking cool as hell. So I was like, he's my favorite player, that's my favorite team. You feel
Yeah,
me? And the rest is history.
with the warm-ups on.
Yeah, yeah, young Kobe. Yeah, young Kobe.
Ball-headed Kobe.
Yeah, not even Froby. And then Froby made me fall in love with the game. That's what made me watching. I call him Froby, because he had the fro.
Yeah.
That Kobe right there made me fall in love with the game.
I'm
That's
not
why I
gonna
really
lie.
fell in love with basketball
When
in that
Kobe
in
had
that
that
era.
honeycomb-shaped fro, uh, he had his own identity. I'm glad he did that. He took over the All-Star game, went after Mike. Mike just was giving him pointers and just
Yeah, I remember
killing
that. He
himself.
said, but Mike, when you pump the ball, where you gonna go? When you pump fake, where you gonna go? He said,
He was like,
yeah,
"You're already over
in the regular season, I'm gonna get all in your ribs.
here."
That shit was awesome, bro.
But then look, and real basketball players know that there's always somebody that on the court that whenever you match it with, like between the ball being checked in and out, you're talking shit, you're talking,
Hmm.
you catching up, but when that ball's checked up, it's all business.
Yeah.
I've been
See,
fouled
going
harder by my friends than I have been by people I don't know.
See, that's another thing about what made me love Kobe more, because going back to the Doug Christie thing, hearing my uncle, tell me, he said that was one part of games that Kobe that people didn't realize, like his shit talking and his mental warfare, bro. He really knew how to get under people's skins, and he wouldn't do it like rah rah, like he's gonna do it on the low, like he gonna say some shit to you.
Yeah, hey, look, even though I'm older, I still get that. I still get that taste in my mouth to have a ball in my hand, and it's the competition, just the
Yeah,
competing, knowing what my skill set is, and want to see if they can stop my skill set. I already know where the spots on the floor that I'm gonna get to. I know I start posting up early because I had a basketball coach that used to drill me on post ups, and it's like, dude, at 5'9", how the hell am I gonna post up somebody that's 6 feet? He was like, dude, posting up is universal
yeah.
because even though the doggone guy might be taller than you, this is where your up fakes and your up and unders come in. Post up ain't just post up
It's
fadeaway.
not just exactly. That's one thing that I had to realize too. That's what I thought when I was a young, and my dad was trying to implement that. He's like, it's not about that. He's like, you're trying to feel off what your defender's at. If he's giving you leverage, you can spin baseline and get an easy layup. You know what I mean? It's all about feeling out the defender.
Right, and you use the basket as your extra screen guy because when you spin off, you're using the basket because he's gonna have to go through the hoop to block you, and if he does, it's goaltending. But if you go directly up, they can always go over your back and block the shot, especially when they're taller than you. So it's like you're playing chess. Basketball is chess with a ball. There's so many moves. There's so many numbers and ratios you can go to, and you got to make the right ratio happen to get a successful play. Because getting a successful basket in basketball is not easy unless you're shooting by yourself. When you got a defender on you, you have to make all the right moves to manipulate that defender to get yourself an open shot, to get yourself a wide open layup. Or when you're playing team game, even if I get past this defender, I got four other defenders I got to manipulate to get to the basket or to get my shot off. This is why it makes real basketball fans sick to their stomach when they just see layup or three, because they're like, dude, that's not no versatility. You're not playing basketball at all. It makes you sick. Like I'd have took that 15 foot pull up right there. You want to know why I would have took that 15-foot pull up right there, even though I would have missed it or made it? It's because now he has to know I can hit it from that spot. So he got to play me for that spot. That's spot one. So then when I come down again, all I got to do is get a up fake or a hezzy. He's thinking I'm going for that 15-foot pull up, and now I'm at the basket. So now you got to play me for the 15-foot and the drive. So you come down again. So now he's at your mercy. What's he gonna do? That's basketball. You just coming down.
Basketball. I always interpreted basketball like chess, bro. It's like chess in a sense. Your first move is setting up your second move. So if I catch it on the wing and I'm in the triple threat and I give you a jab and you fall back and I raise up and I shoot and I make it, oh, I know off rip it's gonna be a long day for that defender because now I'm gonna
Right?
have him in a quandary. You feel
Yeah,
me? I'm gonna
he's
catch it. I'm
biting
gonna
on a
catch it
quick
7
fade.
times in a row, and I'm gonna
Okay.
give him that jab, and I'm gonna go off him now. You feel me? And I got an array of moves. I go right, left, one dribble, two dribble, three dribble. I don't care. Like when I play 1-on-1, there's no unlimited dribbling with me, dog. Since I was 15, it's two dribbles. You want to do three max. That's it. We don't
You
do
want
no
to?
unlimited dribbles 1-on-1 because that's not what real hoopers do.
My favorite move is on the wing because the wing you could play the backboard. So you get it on the wing, and then the extra defender goes by. I always used to do this. Nice screen. And then you see the damn defender look to see if the screen is there. And by the time he looks to see where the screen is, I'm at the basket.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Off it. You looking what? You looking for the screen. You not worried about me. That's
Right. I'm
mistake.
gone. As soon as
Mistake
you
number
turn your head,
one.
I'm gone. And then his teammates are getting mad at him, like, dude, I'd have called out the screen. Why'd you listen to him? It's like, okay. Like, cool. Now his head is on the swivel.
Yep.
Now he's uncomfortable playing defense because I didn't trick him. So now he's thinking, what other tricks am I going to trick him with? And you want to know something? I got to be honest. An old head did that to me. That's why I started doing it to others.
Shout out to old heads.
Right. He had me jump so high in the goddamn air on a pump fake, and then he just walked to the basket. I was like, damn.
Bro, you ain't lying, bro. My uncle, he got me bad. He got me with the old school way. When I was young, he was posting me up, and he put the ball in between his kneecaps, and he stepped in there, and he went up like he pretended to go up. So I jumped for it. I turned around. I'm waiting for the ball. I'm like, where the ball at?
Right.
And then I turn around, it's right there. He's like, oh, that's why you gotta not, you know what I mean? And that's what made me learn. You can't always jump for the fakes. You got to be disciplined on the court, and then you got to use your pump fakes. Me, I'm a pump fake merchant. I'm gonna go two dribbles right. I'll pump fake 3 times in a row, and then I'm raising up and shooting right after.
Look, your pump fake, your jab step, your ball swing, all of those are little things that you do to keep the defense off
Off their
balance.
balance. Any youngins hearing this right now, y'all need to get a notepad down and listen. All right, because you're getting some real knowledge right now. Basketball is really just like homie just said. And how I'm trying to preach it right now. It's like a game of chess, bro. Your first move sets up your second, your third, your fourth. Because if you show success doing something, whether it's in a triple threat, whether it's in a pick and roll, whether it's a dribble pull up, you got something you could use against that defender. And if they're questioning what you're doing, the more questions they're having in their head at what they have for what you might do, the better. It's always going to be for the better.
Absolutely. It's like don't fall in love with one shot. Because when you fall in love with one shot, you become very easy to defend because they're just going to let you take that shot. They're not going to let you take anything else. The reason why the last 5 to 10 years you've been hearing real basketball players say a bag is because you do not want the defender to make you seem like you're a one-dimensional player. You got to keep that defender guessing. You got to get him to the point where him or she got to get to the point where they're going to guess wrong and you take advantage of it. You capitalize on defensive mistakes.
Exactly.
And if you making that defender make so many mistakes, guess what's going to happen? The coach is going to blow the whistle, take that person off you, and now you got a fresh person that you could make mistakes.
Talk that talk.
When a coach cannot figure out your bag, you're a great player. When they say the terms, we can't stop him. We just got to hope that he shoots a bad percentage. We got to hope that
Exactly.
he
You just gotta
shoots
hope he
himself out.
misses. That's when you know you're a great player. When a coach is saying, we're hoping that he just misses. When a
Right.
coach says that, that's when you know you're there. That's when you know you made it.
Oh, my personal favorite. We just hope that we can keep him under 40.
Yeah, something like that.
Not
Within those
30, not
ranges.
20. We're just hoping we can keep him under 40.
Yeah.
Because what's going to happen is you're going to have the defense and not just the player that you that's guarding you on a string. You're going to have their whole defense on a string because now they're going to send you a double team. So when they send you a double team, you got to identify it before it completely gets there and realize who they're doubling off of. I need to get him the ball. I need to make sure that when they trap me, I know exactly where the trap is. The
And
last
you know
thing you want
exactly
to
where you're
do
going with it.
is bring the ball lower to the trap. Don't do that. That's jump ball 9 times out of 10. What you do is try to either split the trap, but if you can't split the trap, you got to keep your head up to see where that double's coming off of and get the pass to the person. Because you're taught if your man is trapping, cut to the basket, full speed. That
And
would stop the trap.
to piggyback off that, I think what you said is real important as far as learning how to, no matter how young you are right now, you could be 8, 9, 14, whatever, 17, learn how to dribble with your head up. Because if you see where the double's coming from, 9 out of 10 times you can make the correct pass. So as long as you just keep your head up and keep your dribble and don't pick up your dribble, you'll be all right. And just go to the basics. Just
Learn the
learn how to just
basics from
yeah.
passing, two-hand passing, left-handed passing, right-handed passing, left-handed bounce, right-handed bounce, two-handed bounce. They're
Left
not
hand
teaching
dribble,
this
right hand
enough.
dribble. Learn how to go both ways. If you're a righty, make sure your left hand is on point. And if you're a lefty, make sure your right hand is on point. Because best believe coaches make adjustments now. So if you like to go left heavy or you like to go right heavy, what do you think the other coach is gonna be saying? Force them to go the other way.
In
Right?
the
So you want to be ready for that.
in the age of analytics, I can guarantee you they know how many times you dribble with your left versus how many times you dribble with your right and vice versa. How many
Yep.
times did you drive to your left versus how many times you drive to your right versus how many times you go down the middle. Coaches are into stats. When your dribble with your left hand, dribble with your right hand is equal, they got to play you honest. When it's off balance, one or the other, they're going to force you to your weaker hand every time. They're going to go under the screen to your weaker hand every time. So you have to beat the analytics. You have to make sure that my right hand and my left hand is just as powerful. And I give you another thing, kids. Be able to shoot with both hands. It is not impossible. I've done it. I've been coached to do it. You have to be able to learn how to shoot with both hands. Of course, you have a dominant hand, but if something happens, like let's say you get in the air, you need to shoot it with your left hand. You need to know how to do that. That keeps the defense honest. Know how to lay up package with right hand, left hand, both hands.
Shit, I found that, and yo, find fun in it, y'all. You heard, youngins? Find fun in doing that. You want to know how to do that, cause trust me, it feel good when you go to the park, and your left hand. I was a righty, and my opposite hand was, you know, stronger when I left 2 3 hours before I came. You know what I mean? That's a good feeling. And when knowing you can go to the basket and finish with your opposite hand in the air, you know what I mean? Cause them opponents, they take notice of that. And you that every single mental edge, and that's why guys like Kobe and Jordan will always be the GOAT and LeBron won't. Because you put that fear in them when you do things like that. Shit, he can go left. Shit, he can go right. One dribble, two dribble, three dribble, pump fake, reverse pivot, post fadeaways, left, right shoulder. It don't matter. You can't. It does. It just matters if they miss or not.
I
That's the
can't tell
type of
you how
level
many
you want to aspire to be.
I can't tell you how many games we watched where Jordan or Kobe is in the post And the announcement said I couldn't see him defending that as good as he did, and they still made the shot
Still made it.
because Jordan and Kobe will practice those shots with a defender putting hands in my eyes, putting it in my face, swiping at the ball. I need in-game simulation. So when that's happening in the fourth quarter, there's nothing that I haven't seen. My muscle memory at that spot is game. It's cash. I don't care how many times you give it in the post. It's cash. When the game was on the line, you saw Jordan pass the ball to the person setting up the offense, steal his man in the post, get the ball in the post, 1, 2, pull up, cash.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You feel me? Like that's it. That's
and
it.
Then you see him again
All about
next
just
time
getting to
down
your
the
spot.
next time down the floor. The defender is thinking about the 1-2, so he does a 1-2 pump fake. The dude is all over his back. Lean in, either foul or cash.
Yep.
It's like, dude,
The
find
more
a
moves
spot.
in your repertoire, exactly. The more moves in your repertoire, the better.
Find a spot on the court that that's your hot spot, to quote, NBA Jam. That's your hot spot. That's what I know. If I need a bucket, I'm coming to this spot, and then I'm going to find another spot equal to that on another side of the court. I'm going to find another spot on the baseline. I'm going to find another spot on the opposite baseline. And you practice those 4 points. Stay in your mind, 3, 2, 1, then shoot it. Keep doing that, because when your muscle memory is on point in the middle of a game, when we need a bucket, we need to stop a run buckets, which are very underrated. The team is going on a damn 8-0 run, 9-0 run, 12-0 run, and we need a bucket to stop the run. You go to those go-to moves. This is why we are so disappointed in LeBron. After 22 years, he does not have a go-to move that's between 80 and 90% successful rate. He just does the same thing and lets the defense off the hook. I cannot say you're the best I've ever seen when I see you let teams off the hook.
Yeah. Facts. And I think what you just said was perfect. Perfect little segue into something else, like you said. Basketball is a game of runs. You know what I mean? 8-0 runs, 9-0 runs, 12-4 runs, 17-6 runs. You know what I mean? So whether you're on the good side, and then if you're on the bad side of those runs, you need to, like homie just said, have that spot or 2 or 3. You know, the great ones, you have multiple spots. But, you could be up 91-79, then the team could go on a little 12-2 run. They're right there,
The game is tied.
yeah, they're right there pulling away. You gotta get to that spot and get that bucket, because trust me, people don't understand certain significance of certain types of baskets. You know what I mean? There could be a basket with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock that could
It
be
could be
more
a backbreaker.
significant. Yeah,
It's a
that could be more
backbreaker.
significant than that shot that happened a minute later, because of when it happened, how it happened.
And this is the thing you got to understand. If you got the lead and the team is making a run to tie it or maybe even take a lead, and you hit one of those shots, they didn't spend so much energy coming back, and you're just hitting high percentage shots. That literally demoralizes a team. This is why they call them nail in the coffins, because with those backbreaking shots, you're sealing the game. While they're getting tired, spending all this defense, they done came back, they did all this for. This is why we saw that the Lakers didn't have no legs in Game 5. They had no legs. They was out for 24 minutes in the second half of Game 4. That's going to translate to the next game, especially when you fought so hard to keep a lead and didn't keep it. It starts to mess with you mentally. Like, we did all the right things, allegedly, and we still lost that game. The way we lost it, that messes with you mentally. But had LeBron and Luka had a go-to shot, had LeBron got his big ass in the post and took high percentage shots, the series would have probably went a little bit farther. You cannot just be looking for the sensational play. You have to look for the fundamental play.
And that's the problem of today's game. Everyone likes to say, "Oh, these younger kids, they're more athletic and this, that, and the third." Yeah, but the fundamentals are shit compared to those older guys. You know what I mean? And people act like fundamentals don't matter. Fundamentals matter in any sport.
Absolutely. They used to call Timmy Hardaway's crossover the big fundamental crossover before Tim Duncan became the big fundamental. Fundamentals will
I love
never
Tim.
hurt you.
Everyone shits on. I love Tim Hardaway's crossover. It's quick. It's straight to the point. You know, don't get me wrong. The AI crossover is that
Better
man.
and fancier,
I'll tell you.
but
Yeah,
you
I'll
know,
tell you one thing. Your boy got an ill AI crossover. I'll catch a motherfucking body on the court with that.
yeah, but
When that AI
it was
crossover
wider.
came out, I was out on the playground for hours working on that.
It was wider. It was loopier, and it was sensational. He
Yeah,
got a lot of
straight into the J, bro.
right. He
Straight into
got
the
a lot
J.
of. I've seen him drive more on it than shoot.
Then pull up. Yeah.
Tim Hardaway's crossover was just like if, to give an analogy, if you're in the boxing ring, hit you with the right, hit you with the left, and by the time you realize what happened, yeah, he's already scored.
The 10 count already happened.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like he will set you up with a bounce and then wait for the pick to get there, and then 1-2, he's by you, and you're trying to figure out what happened, and he's already at the cup. Or my personal favorite, because he was the originator of the 1-2 crossover to the step back three. Tim Hardaway started that. He used to have a funky shot, but when he give you that crossover and he jumps back, it's his feet set, and then he's just up with the three. And he used to make them a lot of the time, especially in those clutch times. I've watched him shoot Penny Hardaway out of the playoffs with that.
Yeah.
I watched him get 45 on the Washington Wizards with Chris Webber with that.
Yeah, he was cold.
My man, what is your name again?
Nick Tri-State.
Tri-State. Cool. What we're gonna do, we're gonna give the commenters that
Yeah,
we're gonna read some comments, and we're gonna give our rebuttal.
say that.
Let me see. I'm gonna start with where are you at on the comments? Shout out to Old Head in the building. I see you in the comments. Shout out to you, T Price. Let me see. Let's start with E Honda because I'm a Street Fighter.
Yeah, I was just looking at E Honda joint.
Street Fighter all day. I hope you don't play me with E Honda, you lose. But anyway, Jordan is the GOAT, but fans rate Pippen. I think fans put Pippen exactly where he needs to be at. I don't think he needs to get any more credit than what he got, and I don't think he needs to get any less credit than what he got. And the only reason why I say that is because Pippen wants you to believe that he was better than what he was, and having eyes on Pippen for the majority of his career, I didn't see that. I seen him delegate to Jordan when he had an opportunity to take games over, and he just refused to do it. He could have been that type of player to give Jordan a little bit more rest. The offense, especially in those early years, especially in the 97-98 season when his back was going out, and Jordan literally had to take the game on his self. Let's not forget game 2 against the at the time the Bullets before they changed their name to the Wizards. Jordan had to put up 55. What was Pippen? He was ice cold. It's just games like that. I'll let you read one, Big Tri-State.
I mean, he's had a. We'll move off E Honda. Mr. Evans, since LeBum ducked Kobe in 09 and 10, Kobe used All-Star games to cook that bum. I mean, yeah, KG got hurt in 09. It was out there for LeBron and Kobe to meet in the finals, but LeBron ain't do his part. In 2010, that's history. LeBron lost and Kobe won, and it's already history that Dwayne Wade and LeBron James called each other and said, hey man, we need to get together. We got to stop Kobe from getting rings. That's not my words. That's Dwayne Wade words. But
Yeah, and Dwayne Wade over the last few years have been given even more details about how they colluded to try to get Kobe up out of that championship run. But in
exactly.
harmony with Tri-State, I'm gonna read only one number 23 MJ Goat says facts. Why I love Ticket TV's channel. Y'all be telling the truth. Well, I don't have time to lie. This is what my eyes seen
Facts.
over
Facts.
years of watching basketball. I love basketball. It's my favorite sport. Not to quote the song, but we on the court we used to eat, drink, sleep, and practice until your fingers are numb, until you don't got no fingernails for shooting the ball and diving for stuff. Dude, basketball has taught me so much just in life. It taught me about like discipline. It taught me about how not to count myself out, how to battle back. Even if you lose, there's always another game to play. So that's why I love basketball so much. It taught me so much about myself. When the chips are down, how am I going to react? So when we're watching other players, we can literally see their personality or how they play basketball. You got it, Tri-State.
That was very well said, by the way. um, Mr. Evans said I prefer Rod Strickland dribbling over Tim Hardaway. Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, that's a good one.
Ooh.
Uh,
Now, don't get me wrong.
Rod Strickland
Rod
was tough,
Strickland
but
was
I
that
like
dude.
Tim Hardaway handles a little more.
I
I
think,
think I
I
think
think,
Strickland was more craftier finishing around the rim.
okay, that's where I want to go. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
a perfect explanation.
yeah,
Tim
like he.
Hardaway was more like, let me, more running back, more put your head down and get it done. Rod Strickland was more like speedy halfback, jukes, hesitations, still get to the ball. He had so many layups where he was like standing vertical than Tim Hardaway. And I've seen him cook the Bulls. I'm not gonna lie. I can't lie. I've literally seen Rod Strickland cook the Bulls with his dribbling, getting to the cup. With Pippen guarding him, by the way. But yeah, that's not
Yeah,
I can't argue
that's
with
a
your
real good
sentiment.
one. That's a real good one right there. I ain't gonna hold you.
Let me see. We're going back to 23 MJ the GOAT. Jordan used to cuss Pippen out. He wouldn't let Pippen slack up. Of course not. Pippen told you himself in an interview. He was the type of player that was lazy and he thought that everything was going to come to him. He said that. I didn't say that. Nobody else put that words in his mouth. And Jordan was in the practice with Pippen knowing that he was the type of person that if he could take the easy way out, he would. So how do we stop that? We stopping that shit in practice. I don't got no time for no soft ass teammate. Look, let's just be honest. Tri-State. How many times have you played at the park with somebody that you had to cuss out?
Who, Jordan?
No. How many times like you go to the park, you got somebody on your team that's not playing hard, and you have to cuss them out?
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh my lord, I hate that. I hate that. You pick up someone on your team, you think they nice, da da da, and then no effort. It's like, dog, I wish I ain't pick you. And then that
We're in
could
a
lead to
damn
something
dogfight
else,
right now.
and
You know
now
what
we
I'm saying?
scrap.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you did it on the court or if you did it at the park, you can't blame Jordan for doing it during practice. Let me see. Don Perry. It says that's what he was saying in the interview. Him and Phil didn't really get along like that. Remember, he called Phil a racist. I heard him elaborate on those statements. Absolutely. How is he racist for putting a better shooter in position? And he knew Pippen wasn't that type of like dagger clutch player. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. How is he racist for that? But isn't Jordan black? That's crazy. So he
That
don't
literally
mind.
makes no sense, dog. That makes no sense.
Absolutely. I think my phone jumped back up the comments. Let me see.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Mango Jester, Kyrie is just a dynamic player. Harlem Globetrotter to me. Wait, I think I read that wrong.
He said Kyrie's the most dynamic player I've seen with a basketball.
Okay, I read
That's
both comments at the same.
yeah, that's me personally, Kobe is the most skilled player ever, and if there's anyone who could argue just off pure skill, I think Kobe and Kyrie are the most skilled basketball players I've ever seen. If we're just going off pure skill.
I think there's a comment for you by Wild in 23. He says, "Hey, non-black dude, you sound like a New Yorker. Are you a New
I mean,
Yorker?"
I claim the tri-state, homie. Tri-state consists of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. So you feel me? That's your answer.
I just love how he assumed I was black. He's right, but I'm just.
He said non-black dude. I love how you assume I'm white.
Well, you did say that you like Armenian, so
Oh
Armenian ain't white.
yeah. Now there's some black Albanians.
Really?
Yeah,
Hmm. The only
yeah. Times have
Armenian person
changed.
that
Times have changed. Times have definitely changed.
oh, definitely James. What about Jamal Crawford? Jamal Crawford's probably my
Mhm.
favorite guy to watch dribble.
Yeah,
Seriously. Very
that's
underrated.
yeah.
Love Jamal Crawford. Hope
Jay
that he
Smooth,
enjoys his retirement.
Jay Crawford, Jay Smooth was Josh Smith. What am I saying? Jamal Crawford is one of the most dynamic dribblers ever, for sure. He up there. He
Yep.
had that little. He would come down on the fast break and he would do that little hop, the dribble over. I don't even know. He would put it behind his back and then do a little hop dribble. That shit was tough when he would do that.
Wild L23 says, I can tell from your voice that he's not black. Okay. I've had people say that I sound white on the phone. I'm like, okay, I guess.
Pistol Pete is the most skilled player ever. I
We got
mean,
Michael Barrett that says Albanians weren't black originally. We all were. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know about that. I seen my first black Albanian about 5 years ago. Didn't see one then.
So, you see, are you said you from New York, so you from the tri-state, so you got all that knowledge on where the good food and shit at.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you want the best sandwich you'll ever have in your life, go to Cat's Deli.
Oh, look, dude, you don't got to tell me that.
Oh,
When I
all
went
right,
to New York the first time, I think I spent like fucking $400 at Cat's Deli.
brother, fire.
And I
And you
didn't even
have
know
food
about
for
it either.
one of them sandwiches will last you 2 days.
Well, after playing all
They
that
don't skimp.
basketball, it
They don't
lasted one
skimp.
day, but
Hey, listen, ain't
it was
nothing was
worth it.
better hooping. You hoop, then I go to Cat's, get a sandwich, and then I light up after. And then Shorty come through later. That's a complete day. Like Ice Cube said,
Dude,
today was a good day.
dude, you made me smile when you said good food, good basketball, good brawl. Uh,
Oh God. Now, Wild L, the Kardashians are Armenian. Kardashians are Armenian. Yeah. There is definitely a difference between Armenia and Albania. I can promise you there's a difference.
it's like when I was talking to one of my African friends, he was like, "There's a difference between Nigerian and African." I'm like, "Okay."
Word. Shout out
Williams
to
was dope,
Nigeria.
but I'm talking about Mark Price. Yeah, Mark Price was very underrated, especially as a
Mark
white
Price was
player.
tough.
Very underrated.
Mark Price was underrated as fuck.
He had those Cleveland teams that used to run into Jordan, but they had lots of big men. They had a young, uninjured Brian Harper.
Yep,
They
Brad
had
Daughtery. Daughtery.
Hot Rod Williams. They
Yep.
had
Craig Elo.
Elo,
Yep.
who was underrated 3-point shooter. Yeah, people want to call me at the last minute while I'm on the screen. But yeah, Mark Price and his brother Brent Price. Mark was better than Brent, but Brent Price was a knockdown shooter.
Bro, there was some shooters in the '90s, bro. Like, I know that the 3-point shooters today get more recognition, but that's only because they shoot more. You know what I mean?
Right.
These dudes wasn't shooting 11, 12, 13. If guys like Ray Allen and Glenn Rice shot these amount of threes in the '90s, Ray Allen be at 4,000 threes too. Because Ray
Right.
Allen, you feel me?
Anthony
Ray Allen
Negron,
had let that thing off.
comment from Anthony Negron. He said Mark Price used to pull up for threes in transition. One of the first to do that. Yes, it was Mark Price, Nick Van Exel, Scottie Pippen, John Stockton, all used to pull up for three in transition.
Yeah, that's that Philly. That's that Philly ball style right there. That transition three, that pull up jump shot. That's how
Yeah,
they hoop
Kevin
out there in
Johnson.
Philly.
Wild says Kevin Johnson tried to do his best take on Mark Price shot, or actually spot. He couldn't do it. However, Kevin Johnson and Mark Price had two different playing styles. Kevin Johnson liked to stay in mid-range and under the basket.
Yeah,
Remember, Kevin Johnson dunked on
Kevin
Olajuwon
Johnson
in
will
the
bang
playoffs.
on you. Yeah, better watch
Yeah,
out when Kevin Johnson coming through the lane. You get
yeah.
posterized.
Mark Price ain't dunking on Olajuwon.
Yeah, nah.
But the difference between Mark Price and Kevin Johnson is one of them went to the finals, one of them didn't.
Yeah, KJ will get your ass. I mean, KJ was nice.
Yeah, the thing about KJ is he was a victim of circumstances because you have to remember they had Jason Kidd and Steve Nash and KJ on the same
Crazy.
Phoenix Suns team,
Crazy work. Crazy work, bro. Crazy work.
and Rex Chapman that used to run the point at some time.
Rex
So
Chapman was
that's why
nice.
Kevin Johnson retired, and then he came back. I want to say the 97, 98 team. But yeah, they were deep at point guard play.
They definitely were. Because that's wild. I completely
Yeah,
forgot about that. KJ, J Kidd, and Steve Nash were all on the same team. That was what, 96?
6.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Because
That's wild.
remember,
I would have
um,
traded KJ and Nash and Goss. Well, Steve Nash didn't have no he didn't have no trade value at that point because you know what he was.
he was an underdeveloped point guard.
Yeah.
So they traded
Nash to Dallas,
right.
and that's where he started popping off. Him, Finley, and Dirk were fun to watch when I was young.
Man, Finley was that dude.
Yeah, Michael Finley was nice, bro. Yeah, him, Dirk, and Nash were definitely real fun to watch. And then they had big man. He was able to Rafe LaFrance. He was able to shoot. That's
Look,
an original. That's an
Ray,
original stretch five right there.
Ray LaFrance, because he went to Kansas, shout out T. Price. T. Price will be able to probably go into better detail than I am. But Ray LaFrance used to be a stretch five in Kansas.
Yeah,
It was
bro.
him and that other center that they had that the name is escaping my mind. But Ray LaFrance was very, very good for what he brought to that Dallas team.
Mm-hmm. Those are
Originally
fun dudes to watch.
drafted by him and Bobby Jackson went to Denver. And then Bobby Jackson went to Sacramento, and then Ray LaFrance went to Dallas. And they end up meeting in the playoffs when Nick Van Exel went off, one of the first players to get 40 off the bench in that series, and Dallas won, just to
Yeah,
lose to eventual.
man,
Wait,
he
did
was
they lose to
streaky
San
as
Antonio that
shit.
year?
Yeah, he was streaky. Nick Van Exel was as streaky as they got, bro. If Nick
But he
Van
was
Exel got
clutch.
hot, it was gonna be a long night for you, whoever he going against. 'Cause if
Yeah,
he
that's
got
my
going,
guy.
Nick Van Exel would have been sick in this NBA today. What?
28-9.
Easy. He'd be like a Damian Lillard.
Yeah, that's actually a little better because I think Nick was more clutch than Dame.
I think Nick was a better playmaker than Dame.
Yeah,
He's definitely a better playmaker. He's definitely as streaky. Shit, if not streakier.
Hey, Tri-State, man, I hate to do this, but, man,
You
it's
already
been
know,
a
dog. Is
pleasure.
much love. Facts.
Man, a
You already
pleasure.
know.
If you stay on, try to give a lot of these commenters that shine, but I got to get to physical therapy this morning.
No doubt. Good
All
luck
right,
with
maybe
that.
we get a chance to cook next time you get on the stream, my guy.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
All right, much love.
Yes, sir.
Bye,
No
stream.
doubt. No doubt. Mark Price. A lot of Mark Price love in the chat right now. Mark Price and KJ were awesome. Okay. Mark Price and KJ were both awesome. I love these chats where cats actually know the game. Facts. Good looks. You know, some people, you gotta be objective. You just gotta be objective. Everyone probably they'll call me LeBron haters in the chat. I got LeBron in my top five. You know what I mean? He's just not one. Simple. Michael Finley's mother paid for nice people. Oh wow. Shout out Michael Finley and his peoples. Sorry for your loss. Michael Finley was a bucket. So many great players that were in this league that people, I'd love to get y'all youngins onto some of these players. Like I tried to put my cousins on to Mitch Richmond. Mitch Richmond was a bucket. What? Mitch Richmond would kill y'all favorite player in today's game. You heard? Whoever your favorite player is, they wouldn't be able to stop Mitch Richmond. Promise you that. But let's see what else we have here. He played with Paul Pierce at Kansas, Billy Thomas, Jacques Vaughn. Yep. Paul Pierce. I remember Paul Pierce at Kansas. My uncles was raving about him. I remember hearing his name a lot growing up. So I'm gonna start some I'm gonna give y'all the chat some options. I'm gonna do some start bench cuts. I want to hear what y'all gotta say. All right. This is a good one. This is great barbershop talk because me and a few of my homies was going at it with this. I'd love to hear y'all. So we gonna do a start bench cut. Kevin Garnett, Dirk Nowitzki, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Who y'all starting? Who y'all benching? Who y'all cutting? Let me hear y'all. Oh, you like the older Mitch Richmond. Okay, okay. Yeah, Mitch Richmond had that. He had that prison body. Strong up top. Garnett, you cutting Dirk. It's crazy, right? Q Rich, I look at it like this. Dirk has the most impressive ring out of all of them. Like his championship run is the most impressive, but I'd have to agree as far as the players. Dirk would have to get the short end of the stick. I think if you want to say Garnett now, but by the end of Giannis's career, I mean, I think Giannis is going to get another ring because he's not going to stay in Milwaukee. He's going to leave. He's going to go somewhere, and I think he's going to go to New York. I really think Giannis is going to go to New York because I think Giannis is a smart guy and he's trying to do what's best for him in his career at this point. He knows staying his whole career in Milwaukee, it's not going to work. Like he brought them the ring. He did his job as far as that. He did the Damian Lillard experience, shout out to Dame. I'm a huge Dame fan. I mean, it's unfortunate what happened to his injury. He's never going to be the same again. So, I mean, Giannis is not going to win a ring. I think he knows that too, low key, right? I think he's not going to. I think he knows if he stays in Milwaukee, he's not going to get a ring. And I think he knows if he goes to New York and brings New York a ring, that's going to, be a little beef juicer as far as his resume. You know what I mean? Because, he already has his chip, his finals MVP. He's going back to back in MVPs. He got a defensive player of the year. He's been first team All NBA for what, 7 years running? If that man goes to the Knicks and they win a chip, y'all can't tell me he don't got top 10 consideration. I'm not saying he would be top 10, but he's in my 15 right now. Honestly, and I have this debate with anyone. I'm going Giannis over KD all time. I'm not saying, I'm saying as far as careers. Who's had a better career? Giannis or KD? KD's the better player, but who's had the better career? Giannis. All day, every day. You can't tell me no. You can't tell me no. Giannis's one ring weighs more than KD's two. Because KD went the soft way. And I love KD's game, but it's not winning basketball, bro. Going back to that James Harden thing with Kobe. When Kobe said James Harden's style's not winning basketball. KD don't that's not winning basketball, bro. I'm sorry. You can get 30 on any given night. You're one of the most gifted scorers ever, no doubt about it. One of the most skilled players ever, no doubt about it. But there's something about getting great numbers and knowing how to win games, close out games. And granted, Katie's been pretty unlucky, with injuries as far as himself, his teammates. He's gotten pretty unlucky, especially the Brooklyn Nets thing. Him and Kyrie and Harden, they only played what, 11 games together. So let's see what we got here. Start Derek. What? Kevin cuts Giannis. I don't get it. Michael Ray Richardson was bad too. Garnett with Minnesota was unbelievable. Yeah, Q Rich. Like I think KG had it. He had a when Duncan went back to back MVPs in '02 and '03 and getting that ring. KG, he knew he had to, because he was falling behind on the best power forward in the game. Talk. He knew he had to come out. KG in '04 was crazy. I think it was something ridiculous. He had like 76 double doubles out of the 82 games because he played all 82 games. He had one of the most insane seasons in '04. He won All-Star Game MVP, if I'm not mistaken, that year too. So, yeah, KG was a dog, to say the least. If you have a pick and roll slash pop point guard, take Dirk. I mean, Dirk was a bad mofo, man. Let me tell you. I remember watching him in 99, 2000. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Just raining shots and he's just netting them. You know what I mean? Like, when you're young, you're looking at it like, who's the swishes matter. And I remember watching Dirk Young, and he would just straight up net things, just swish, swish. I'm like, I remember being young and like, who the hell is this goofy looking 7-footer? He just busting everyone's ass. But yeah, if you got a pick and roll, pick and pop, a real point guard, uh, pick and roll dominant point guard, Dirk makes a lot of sense. But KG had a nice stroke too as far as jump shot. Like, if KG played in this era, he would have developed a 3-point shot. He would, best believe. I've seen KG hit 22 footers where he's right inside the 3-point line. One more step back ain't really nothing. You know what I mean? What else we got? Giannis is staying with Milwaukee. I doubt that shot. I doubt that, dog. Giannis going to bench. I feel you. Who's better, Giannis or Dominique? Oh, wow. Oh, I'd have to give the edge to Giannis because of just the defense, bro. Like, Giannis is a force defensively. Better rebounder, creates better for teammates. I mean, he's just a force going to the rim. Dominique has a better jump shooter. I'd give the edge to Giannis because of the defense. Giannis is better than KD on 90% of teams. Word. KD is definitely great, but like I said, I definitely got Giannis ahead of him all time as far as better careers. Start Dirk, bench Kevin Garnett, cut Giannis. Huh? Is there really a wrong answer? I love Dirk. Hold Giannis, but not much by an over. Yeah, it's closer than I would think. Dirk and Nash didn't work well. Dirk was too slow for Nash. I wouldn't say it didn't work well. I mean, Nash didn't. Nash was a different player in Dallas than he was in Phoenix. I mean, who says if you brought Mike D'Antoni to Dallas when Steve Nash was there that Steve Nash doesn't win his MVP then with Dirk? Easier to find another Nick than another Giannis because of athletic size being so rare. Yeah, Giannis is just lengthy as hell, bro. What about Rasheed Wallace and Dirk? Yo, listen. Rasheed Wallace was a fucking dog. Dog. Today's Rockets could use Vernon the most if they keep Fred. Man, a lot of teams could have used the Vernon Maxwell. Shit. Fern said this has to be one of the funniest channels. It's funny, it's entertaining. You get smart too. You learn your shit. You just gotta be able to open your mind and look at different perspectives. I would replace Fred and Jaylen for Vernon and Kenny. Whoa. That's really? You would? I mean, I'm not the biggest Jaylen Green fan. I think he's the most overrated player in the league, not Halliburton, but Sheed overachieved? I would say Sheed underachieved. What? Sheed did not overachieve. He underachieved. One of the all-time overachievers. Shot. What, bro? You're saying anything, dog. Nah. Yeah, I don't know about that. Kenny would have no trouble feeding Sengun, etc. I mean, it's not hard to feed Sengun. Sengun's baby Joker. That's Nikola, that's Jokic's. You got Joker. To all my next Friday fans, you got Joker, you got baby Joker, you got little Joker. So Joker's Joker, little Joker is Sengun, and baby Joker Sabonis. Say shout out Ticket TV. Shout out Ticket TV. Yeah. Yeah. You tell him, Dada. Sheed wasn't that great of an athlete. He was tall. First off, Sheed was sneaky athletic. What you mean, bro? What you mean right now? He wasn't. You don't need to be that great of an athlete, though. Was Tim Duncan a great athlete? I'll tell you one thing. Sheed was more athletic than him. Sheed was more athletic than Dirk. And she could shoot. She could protect the rim. Man, listen. There's so many players in this era from back in the day. They would have flourished. Sheed being one of them. She would flourish in this era. And then there's also some guys in the '90s, early 2000s who wouldn't, whose games wouldn't have translated. There's both ends of the stick on that. He did. I trust Kenny against. I mean, shout out Kenny Smith, bro. I mean, Kenny the Jet. You feel me? My uncle had one of his jerseys. I think because he won him a lot of money in that game. Eat your food. Sheed was a. Sheed was a. I listen as a Laker fan. I fucking hated Sheed in '04. He kept pissing me off in that series. Yeah. KD, man. KD need to go to Houston or Detroit or San Antonio. I'd love KD in Detroit with Jaden Ivey coming back. Low key, low key. Or San Antonio, or what if it's Dallas, bro? I'll tell y'all one thing. If KD go to Dallas, Nico Harrison's gonna look like a smart guy all of a sudden. I know everyone been messing with him and this, that, and the third. Kyrie, AD, and KD, watch out. And y'all can't sit here and tell me KD and AD wouldn't work together. That shit was perfect. That shit is perfect. That's a match made in heaven. Uh-uh. Damn, I put my daughter on the Sonic, y'all. She can't stop fucking with Sonic, bro. She loves Sonic now. You know, we got to put her on to the good stuff, though. What? Okay. Give me 1 second, chat. If Katie went to Dallas, I think LeBron would just retire right then and there. I mean, I think LeBron wants to. I think LeBron wants to wait till his other son comes in the league. I think LeBron's. I think LeBron is content with his career. I've said this on another channel before. I think LeBron's honestly content with how his career has gone. I think LeBron's at peace with his career. I think he just wants his main goal right now is to play with both his sons. That's his main goal. Bryce is on the way, and Bryce is going to be a much more coveted draft pick. He'll definitely be a top 10 pick, in my opinion. Um, he has a more potent game, but I think LeBron's his goal is to play with both his sons. He's going to wait till Bryce comes in the league, see where he goes, and then LeBron will do his LeBron thing and forces him and Bronny to go wherever Bryce is. Or if they get Bryce to come to LA, which they got no draft picks to make that happen. But you know, knowing Bron, um, he could work anything out. He'll fix anything up. Only team we can notice about KD is Houston. Yeah, but you know, I wouldn't sleep on San Antonio, bro. I wouldn't sleep on that. Like you got Fox and Wemby there. You know what I mean? You had KD with Stephon. I mean, they probably have to trade Stephon Castle. They'd have to. Um, they definitely have to trade Stephon Castle. Damn, did I?